Got to turn that on. Okay, very good. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome. I'm Steve Kaplan, and I'm the Neubauer Family Professor at Chicago Booth and the Kesnick Faculty Director of the Polsky Center. And I want to thank you for joining us today for the 28th Annual Edward L. Kaplan New Venture Challenge. And there we go. Yay! And we want to give a warm welcome to everyone, the finalist teams, our judges who are awesome, our generous sponsors, our coaches, our students, alumni, and their live stream guests somewhere in the ether there, all around the globe. And what we're doing today is celebrating our students and the culmination of months of hard work. And it is work that has been extremely, what do I want to say? They've just been working really, really hard. And we are really excited to feature 11 teams today. And one of the fun things about this is they're all over the place. They're in many different industries. They're in space. They're, in particular, and I think you'll enjoy what we show you today. And before we begin, I'm going to say a few words about the program. So this is the 28th year, and over that 28 years, the New Venture Challenge has been very successful. We've launched somewhere over 300 businesses. They've raised over $1 billion. They've created national brands. We have Grubhub, Braintree, Venmo, Simple Mills, Tovala. Open Water there is a New Venture Challenge team that I think is all over the country as well. And that's been spectacular. They've created, we have trouble measuring it, but somewhere over $8 billion or $9 billion of exit value, and that value will grow. There are a number of teams from previous years that are actually percolating very, very well. And that success has led to our being recognized as one of the top accelerators among university accelerators in the country. It's also led us to create 4 other tracks of the NVC. We've got a global NVC for executive MBA students, a college NVC for college students, an alumni NVC for alumni, and a social New Venture Challenge for students who want to do things more on the impact or social side. And that brings us to today. We've got 11 teams. We started actually with 80 teams entered back in January. We winnowed those 80 teams down to 30. 30 took a class with Mark and me, and we whittled those 30 teams down to the 11 you're going to see today. These teams were in class. They've been vetted by judges who were in the classroom. They've been vetted by the judges who are here today, and they are the best of what we've developed this year. And I should say it wasn't easy. There were probably 5 or 6 other teams who could have made the finals, and we didn't let in. And every year, we make mistakes. I think one of the 2 people who presented last night, Tom Shea from Agile, didn't make the finals in his year, and maybe the most successful team from his year. So we are not perfect, but we're pretty good. So that's what where we are. The payoffs today are getting in front of the judges and raising money. When we started the NVC in '97, the prize pool was $20,000. In the last 5 years, the last 3 years, the winning teams have raised over $5 million from this day. So that's sort of an average of 1.7. And we will see what this year brings. The teams, we think, are very good, and it'll be very interesting to see what happens. So that is where we are. And now I'm going to introduce Mark Tebbe, who is my partner in running this. And welcome to Mark.
Thanks, Steve. So as Steve pointed out, we're thrilled to have all the students participate, but more importantly, having all of our judges here. And when we talk about our judges, it is a who's who of the best that Booth has offered in terms of investors. And we're very thrilled for that. Interestingly enough, well over half of the judges are graduates here from the MBA program at Booth, and a third of the judges have been former MVC participants. So it's very exciting to have you all here. As we look at this, we also want to basically remind some people along the way, no relation to Steve Kaplan, and he usually always gets to point that out. The program was named for Edward L. Kaplan, who worked with Steve in 1996 to create this program. He's been important throughout it all, but most importantly, he was the one who gave the structure and the support to make this happen. It's grown on the merits of the program itself, but it's always been interesting because we've had alumni who've stepped forward and challenged us in ways that we had not had before. Back when the prize pool was about $150,000, we had an alumni that said, why don't we just give all 150 to one team and really make a difference in their life? And we explained how we try to pick out good teams, but we want to make sure we don't miss someone in investing, so we invest a little bit in everybody. He said, I think that's important, you should do that. And came back with a donation to the university on a number of different programs, and one of them was he created the Ratan El Khosla First Place Prize. The first place prize that year was for $150,000. Since then, the investment has grown. The first place team this year will receive $185,000 just from this program itself. And Ratan, thank you very much for making that happen. And beyond that, it also takes a number of sponsors to help put this together. So we have a variety of platinum sponsors. In the interest of time, I won't read them all, just like I didn't want to introduce all the judges for the interest of time. We also have some gold, silver, and bronze sponsors who make this happen. And then lastly, the students, which was not counted in our prize pool money, but we also have in-kind sponsors that have helped make this happen. And as a matter of fact, one of the in-kind sponsors that we have is for the judges stuff. You have a collection of former MVC teams in front of you. As Steve pointed out, Open Water was known as Green Sheep Water in the MVC, but now they're Open Water, and they're found prevalently throughout the United States. Inside the Polsky bag, you have items from Fronin, which is a coupon for it because we figured giving you a pint of ice cream right now would not be a good idea. But you do have Yishi, which is an oatmeal that was produced here in one of the classes. It's a great company that's doing very well. And you also have Foxtrot, which has had its challenges as it's grown, but you are the first customers of the new Foxtrot 2.0. So anyway, it's because of seeing the students do it that we enjoy this program very much. And to see what they have done is just amazing. All right, so let me just walk through and remind everyone of the ground rules for today's presentations. Okay? As you recall, it's a 25-minute presentation. The first 10 minutes is the students presenting to the judges directly. And what we ask is that the judges not interrupt them, let them do the 10 minutes. We have a clock that counts down to the second, and they're amazingly good at knowing when that clock's getting ready to go off. And they will finish within their 10 minutes or we'll cut them off. The couple things along the way on that one, when you get ready, when they're done, one thing about the themes, in the 10 minutes, we'll only have students present. So you will see some teams today present where the CEO or the CEO and CTO will not be presenting and say, that's a little odd. It's because they are not students. Only students are going to present there. And during the Q&A portion, the other people on the team can come up to answer their questions. When we get to the Q&A portion, I ask that you raise your hand, wait till the students call upon you. In front of you is a microphone. One tap to turn the microphone on. You'll see a red circle come on at the base of it. One tap to remember to turn it off. Remember to turn it off. That's usually the bad habit people forget is they leave it on and then they start whispering to their neighbor and it's picked up by everybody. It's not good. So remember to turn it off when you're done. Before we get ready to introduce our first team, as you see, we have a very long day and it's going to be a lot going on here, but we're going to do our best to make sure we can stay on time. But let's take care of a couple logistical things. One, for the judges who have their computer, and the students and everyone else, you don't really need your computers. But for the judges who have your computer, make sure you turn the volume off or mute the microphone so that it doesn't ding every time you get an email message. Additionally, same thing with your phone. Turn your ringers off on your phones. For everyone in here, turn the ringers off on your phones. We don't need random ringing to throw people off. And then lastly, the one that we didn't anticipate until just this morning, if you're going to if you want to drink some water, now is a great time to open the water up. Because one of the things is, it's a beautiful aluminum reusable cap, but it is a bit noisy. And so it comes up at an inopportune time to open them. And so our teams have practiced very hard. They did not practice against the clicking of the water bottles being opened. So we'll have breaks, as you can see here. We'll have 3 teams and then a break. We'll keep the breaks very much to 15 minutes. 3 more teams. Samir will come in and present for a few minutes. We'll take a lunch break. Then we'll have 2 teams. Star Marcello will come in, or doesn't have to come in, she's going to be here all day, and present a few points about an update on the school. And then we'll have our final 3 teams. At the end of the day, we'll ask that the judges stay in this room, and then everyone else is going to leave this room. We'll have our deliberation, or as some people seem to want to call it, how the sausage is made. But we will then, while the students are upstairs getting ready to celebrate, we'll be down here figuring out who and how much. And so with that, we will be bringing up our first team. And with that, I'd like to bring up a team called Stratix.
You got it.
That is a little different. This one, just that.
Perfect.
That's back. That's
Okay.
this way. Okay, you guys ready?
Mic's all working?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Hi, we're Stratix. My name is Elise Clark, and I'm joined by Alexia, our COO, and Morgan, our CRO. And I'm here for a very selfish reason, because I'm trying to solve a problem I had to manually fix for 4 years. Before business school, I worked at a revenue operations team at a high-growth tech company where nearly every week, sales managers would come to me and ask me to show them the so what of all the data they were seeing with their reps every day. I would try to build things out in the existing solutions, but I could never get it right because the type of tool to produce individualized, actionable feedback for every sales rep does not exist in the market. When you look at the sales industry, things are changing because data is queen. And research shows that by next year, 60% of sales will be data-driven, but the market has not adapted to this change. When you look at the sales tool market, there are a lot of different problems out there, but we are specifically focused on the performance analysis space because we see the market needs there because the current solutions are not leveraging data correctly. They're either creating data overwhelm for a lot of the reps, they're generating really vague performance visuals that reps don't know what to do with, or they require reps to ask the right questions. This is where Stratix comes in, because Stratix turns data into action. We leverage existing CRM data from Salesforce or HubSpot, interpret and analyze it with an AI model and our data framework, and then we turn it into strategic recommendations that sales reps can actually act on. So what does this mean for you if you're a sales rep? It's 9 a.m. Monday morning, you roll in, you pull up a dashboard that used to just show, how much you closed last week or how many phone calls, or you can use Stratix. On the left, you're able to see the sales funnel feedback that'll allow reps to understand their strengths and weaknesses on creating pipeline or activities. On the right, we have individualized recommendations for every sales rep. An example of that would be new accounts show that when all integrations are turned on, they double their license count in every year. These are three accounts you can reach out to. So what does that mean for Stratix as a company? Since February, we've been able to make great progress. We've added 2 technical team members, including Austin Murphy, our chief data scientist. We've also been able to make progress on the product development by having over 60 customer interviews to establish product market fit, as well as begin the initial product development on the back end and the initial AI model. And I'm thrilled to announce that we have filled our beta class with 7 different companies for a beta test that will launch this summer. Half of those companies come from our existing network, including my previous employer, Lucid Software. And half of those companies come from cold outreach on LinkedIn. We found people that we knew would be our target customer. We walked them through the problem that we saw, and we showed them our solution. And they told us, we want to be part of your beta. Please sign us up today. We need to use Stratix.
So there are a lot of tools in the market for sales teams. They're all designed for different steps in the data and the sales process. We play in the performance analysis step, where we've identified 3 main competitors: Databox, Myco, and Atrium. But unlike our competitors, Stratix doesn't require the reps to be able to understand the data and ask the tool the right questions. And during our customer discovery interviews, the names of Gong and Clary have come up repeatedly because of their rep focus as well as their market share. However, for Gong and Clary to be able to compete with us directly, they would have to change the way they do their data analysis to provide the sales reps with those recommendations based on historical data. How will we win in this market? We are leveraging data in a new way. We are building a custom AI model based on historical CRM data that will allow us to give the reps the so what of that data. We're tailoring it to our customers' specific needs and basing it on our own industry expertise. Stratix is being built with reps for reps, focused on a streamlined onboarding experience that will ensure user adoption and an easy user experience that will drive continuous engagement. So why does a sales team need Stratix? Stratix will increase rep efficiency by identifying the opportunities that are showing indicators of high growth and their effectiveness by telling the rep exactly how to engage with those accounts for better success. Reps will start bringing in more deals, closing more revenue, increasing their percentage of quota attainment. Because digestible data means profit. A company that uses Stratix will have an 8x return of investment per active Stratix license. And this is game-changing for the industry. Let's take a look at our market. Our total available market are all US-based companies. We're focusing now on those who sell B2B SaaS, where we can obtain 5% of market share, like analog companies have done in the past, bringing our service obtainable market to $268 million. But who are you going to go look for in these companies? We will look for people like Elise at her old job, revenue leaders whose bonus is directly tied to the amount of revenue their sales teams are bringing in. They can be CROs, VPs of sales, RevOps managers. It will depend on the size of the company. They all work at B2B SaaS companies, use HubSpot or Salesforce as their CRM, and are constantly trying to iterate on sales strategy, trying to figure out how to make their sales reps more effective and more efficient. They really wish they had an analyst for every single sales rep. The company just doesn't have the budget to do that. What they do have the budget for is for Stratix.
Now, how are we going to get Stratix into the hands of folks like Elise? Our company is going to take a product-led sales approach, much like many of our analogs have had success with in the past couple of years. We're starting this summer with the beta test. We will also be launching a Stratix champion campaign. We will be seeking individuals to become Stratix brand champions. They're already starting to funnel onto our waitlist, and as the product is ready, we will onboard them to the solution. From there, this September, we are excited to officially launch Stratix at Dreamforce, the largest sales tech conference in the country. We will also there launch our Stratixphere community, much like the Trailblazers or Stack Overflow, an online space for sales revenue operations leaders to come together and talk about Stratix. We additionally will leverage referral programs and bonuses to ensure that they can help us drive user adoption. Then, as our company and our product grows, so does our strategy. We move on to phase 3, land and expand, where we continue to move our current clients through the product portfolio, as well as focusing on filling the top of our sales funnel through strategic programmatic campaigns, brand campaigns, and of course, leveraging our outbound sales motion that has already been proven out by being able to fill our beta class. We will equip our sales reps with Stratix and make sure they are as efficient and effective as possible, while keeping an eye on key strategic partnerships to make sure that our product continues to grow. Because of our growth plan, our product structure, and our customer lifecycle, we will see meaningful profits. As is traditional with the B2B SaaS space, we will be leveraging the licensing model, our individual license for that individual sales rep, then moving to that team license once we move through the product funnel. There, they will have a firm-wide analysis, manager-level roll-ups. And then as our clients grow in their analytical sophistication, so does our product. Our Stratix Plus suite of offerings offers unlimited customizations, integrations, and specified analyses. Because of this, we're expecting a 50% contribution margin in year 1 and an 86+% contribution margin in year 2 and beyond. What does that mean for long-term revenue? In year 5, we expect to see $102 million in revenue coming in from just under 53,000 active licenses with an LTV to CAC ratio of 8.8. Hopefully from this chart you can see here that revenue line is outpacing the growth of those active licenses, again because of our product structure and add-on services. From there, we will expect to see a positive EBITDA in 2027. That's a lot of work to get done in the next 5 years, and who's going to make it happen? You have this team here in front of you. You've heard from our CEO, Elise, who's solved this problem on multiple occasions and is ready to solve it once and for all. Our COO, Alexia, has a proven track record of operating within the startup space. I myself, our CRO, have years of experience in enterprise data, product management, and marketing. And of course, Austin Murphy, our chief data scientist, who came off of our board of advisors because he was so excited about how we were attacking this problem, and is joining us here today from California with his master's degree from Stanford and exciting work already completed in this space. That said, we are not alone. We have an extensive board of advisors with years and years of experience working on the technical side and the sales side that know we can achieve this goal, and they are ready to help us build the Stratixsphere.
Our ask today is $1.8 million, where 44% will go into product development and 56% will go into sales and marketing. So what does this mean for the next little while? As mentioned in our go-to-market strategy, we are going to be focusing on building out the product, so we are ready to launch our brand in September at Dreamforce and then officially begin the sales cycle so we can onboard customers later in January. After that, we know it's a crowded market. We know sales AI is very hot. That's the reason why we're going to be investing so much in sales and marketing, to ensure that we're able to break through and get Stratix into the hands of the sales reps who will really use it and appreciate it. So our ask today is 1.8 million, but thank you so much for your time. We really look forward to your questions, and we ask you to join us so we can elevate all of your sales teams to the Stratixsphere. Thank you. Just want to remind everyone, this is Austin Murphy, our chief data scientist. So flew from California to be here. Thank you.
Dan?
Is there anything you could show us about the current state of the product or tell us about the current state? If you're launching in a handful of months, that beta customers, I assume there's a product that's already being tested, but you didn't really reveal that in your presentation.
Yeah, we can first show you. Do you mind going to the MVP slide? Perfect. All right, so this is a more detailed MVP than what we originally showed in the slides, just because slides, it can be hard to see everything. But on the left is where you're going to be able to see that sales funnel analysis, and then in the middle column, just some overall feedback, and then the recommendations on the right. The reason why we were very purposeful in building out this MVP and in showing it to reps, when you talk to reps, they say, we don't want to scroll, we don't want to filter, we want a one-stop shop. And they also need to understand how they're performing over time, and as opposed to just seeing the numbers. And so this is the initial MVP of what would it look like for reps facing. We also can show the AI structure on the back end. We don't have, obviously we can't show the AI model as an MVP, but we're happy to speak to some of the initial modeling that we've begun to build out, and we can also speak to the AI model a little bit as well. If Morgan, you want to kick that off?
Yeah, absolutely. So the backend infrastructure is being built out. We're using AWS as our data warehousing and where we're going to host all of our models. That is what is in process and production at the moment. We're also working on the front end user interface, so that should be ready in the coming week or so. And that is where we are in the current process.
Yeah.
Mark?
I have a question. Maybe you can clarify. There's a lot of tools in the AI sales space. I don't have a good understanding of how you guys different. Is it the type of data? Is it the UI? Like, what makes you guys special and achieve an 8x ROI?
Yeah. Alexia, can you pull up the competitive advantage? Thank you. This is a really good question, and I think it's something that comes up from every investor we've talked to. When you talk to VCs, they say, we heard 3 AI tools last week, right? So the main question is, how are we going to break through the market? And we believe it comes in a couple different ways. One, the actual structure of our product. We're going to be building a multi-ecosystem AI model, and so it's not just running through the very basics, but we're going to be tailoring it and customizing it as much as we can for industries and the various companies. However,
Will you be creating different models per industry? Is that what you're saying? Or?
Austin,
Maybe
do you
for
want to speak
Austin?
to the model a little bit more, and then I can come back to your question about the competitive advantage.
Yeah, we'll create several different types of models for all of the particular industries, and they can be trained with different sizes of data sets. So the suite of models are going to include simple things from like regression to classification models to like an end of the pipeline, a natural language generator, which can be generalized to the entire product itself, but then tailored with the individual input data.
And speaking broader to your competitive advantage, as someone who worked with a lot of sales tools and saw sales reps either not use them or not like them, our biggest focus is going to be having the rep buy into it. So our main KPI of Stratix is going to be user adoption, because we are not interested in building a tool that will just churn, or that sales reps, when you ask them, oh, are you using this tool? They're like, what tool are you talking about? I don't remember seeing it. So when we think about the competitive advantage, we are going product-led because we want to get it in the hands of the end users, who will then be able to be advocates for us for the broader team license. And when you think about the overall usage and onboarding experience, it will be as seamless as possible for the reps. And we believe that will provide us a competitive advantage going forward, because the end user will already love Stratix.
John?
Very good presentation.
Thank you.
Question for you on the AI model. One, when you're ingesting the data from companies, is it all being fed into one model, and how are you segregating the data? And then are you going to use everybody's data to train the model, or is it going to be individualized by company?
Yeah, so for segmentation of input, all the data can be fed into the model, and then each sub piece can be broken out. There's a pipeline for it. You just like take the particular rows, take the particular observations that you want. Remind me your second part of the question.
More on the data segregation. If people if you're linking into their Salesforce with an API and you're ingesting it, how are you handling data security?
Yeah. Morgan can take that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're following the standard protocols that come out of Salesforce. They have their own kind of standards that they follow, so we will be matching those protocols, as well as all of the legal compliances that come across the different states have now, so that our model can remove the data as necessary.
And are you guys using the product?
Yes, yeah, it's in our Salesforce. Yeah, absolutely. Jim Dugan?
Great presentation. Well done. Related to John's question on the data and the ingest, traditional AI versus generative, what does that mean to you in your context, Austin? And then separately, given how hyper-competitive it is with Salesforce AI and Myco with their raise from Khosla and conversational input, I'm just thinking, have you considered verticals specifically that you may have an edge to, or an experience set that you could really leverage from a branding perspective? Thanks.
Yeah. So Austin, go ahead and speak to the generative versus.
Yeah, so traditional AI or machine learning can be thought of like the regression or classification models, which typically are simpler, can be fit with like statistical learning. Then the generative model are typically done with deep learning processes. So that's one thing that we're currently building in PyTorch and Python.
You are. And so if I may follow up then, in that context, then you said natural language processing, you're incorporating that as well into a generative component?
Yeah.
As part of your build?
Yeah.
And what resources do you have allocated to that from the 1.8 million?
Yeah, Morgan, speak to that.
On the resource
Thanks
side.
for the follow-up.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly off the top of my head, I think it was 250, but I'm not sure.
250,000?
I think so.
Okay, there we go. There's the runway. And to answer your follow-up question about yes, so specifically we focus on B2B SaaS because of my industry experience, and our main customer that we're going after first is going to be productivity tools. And so Airtable, Notion, Lucid Software, things like that. And the reason why we thought this was a really good place to start is because they do have strategic customer relationships, and so it is going to be happening over and over again, and typically they're going to be working with the same sales rep or the same customer success rep. And so when you think about where the data is at, you'll be able to have that continuity in the relationship. Additionally, a lot of these companies are still in the high growth stage or still growing, and so they're still iterating on their sales strategy. We're not interested in reaching out or selling to Oracle right now because their sales motion is so set in stone. It's very formulaic, and so this type of tool would not be as beneficial because their sales strategy is a lot more established than younger tech companies.
Alyssa?
First of all, great. Oh,
Go ahead.
great color choice.
I was going to say, love the blazer. Yeah.
Just a plant for them. You mentioned something. My question off of your comment that sales reps tend to not engage with CRM tools, but yet your tool is built off of the data integrity that was historically there. So how do you combat against building something that's going to be powerful, even if the legacy data isn't accurate or available?
Yeah, garbage in, garbage out is something that comes up a lot. So when we think about CRM data, a lot of it is rep dependent, filling things out. Salesforce architecture can be really messy. Ultimately, we actually looked at analog companies, and so Spiff is a commission software for reps that was recently acquired by Salesforce. And in talking to people that use that tool, they actually implemented an AI tool to check the integrity of their data. So when you think about commission software, that data has to be accurate or sales reps would riot. So they had to make sure that the data was correct before they calculated anything. And so they had a check on the back end that would go through, check for any differences, check for anything that looked out of place, and then they would flag it. And so we're going to be implementing something similar. Obviously, we can't make it perfect, but we would be able to exclude any outliers and also establish a review process for anything that may not be accurate. Thank you.
Jake?
Could you give us a little more feel for how you arrived to the ROI estimate?
Yeah, Alexia can take that one.
I lost my slide. Sorry. Yeah, so happy to take that, thank you. So sales and SaaS sales is a very standardized sales process and industry. So we were able to find what an average annual quota is as well as the deal size. And because our tool is designed to bring more opportunities through the funnel and quicker, and the deal cycles are around 6 months, we made the conservative assumption that we can increase the deals the reps bring in by 3 deals a year. So we just calculated what the added revenue from that is, and we have the annualized cost of Stratix, and that's how we got to that 8x.
Thank you.
Laura?
Nice presentation, thank you.
Thank you.
When you identify your market, it's a big field. You know, Fortune 500 companies, large enterprises work very differently, different time cycles, their needs are different, versus SMB mid-market. So focus me on how you're going to go attack that large segment of the market you're looking at. And then related to that is we're in a bit of a time of scarcity. Most big companies or mid-market companies coming out of the last 2 to 3 years are looking for ways to collapse tools and software as opposed to expand. So how do you help them collapse that big wheel of competition
Of the different tools.
so that you're the 2-in-1 tool or the 3-in-1 tool?
Yeah. So first, speaking to your question about how we're going to be going after, are you asking about SMB markets or how would we get to the enterprise space?
How are you going to cover both? That's a lot of territory.
Yeah, we are going to be specifically focused on SMB and mid-market for the next few years. We feel like these are the type of companies that would work really well with our tool and have sales cycles that would most benefit from the use of Stratix. In the long run, we would still be focusing on a product-led growth strategy. And so getting it into the hands of sales reps where they're Googling, they're going to Reddit forums, they're asking around of like, oh, what are you using? How are you hitting your quota? I saw you went to President's Club last year. I want to go to Hawaii. How do I make it happen? And so we're depending on that, coupled with a top-down marketing strategy of making sure people are aware of the brand. Speaking to your second question of how are we going to be breaking through the market specifically and the competitors, I think, and overall collapsing the tools that people are using. One, I would say companies are looking to decrease the number of tools, first of all, because there's a tool for almost everything out there, and everything sounds really good when the money is flowing. However, in times of the down market like we would see now, they are looking for things to cut. When we think about how we're building Stratix, we want sales reps to be extremely upset if anyone were to say we were going to be getting rid of Stratix. And so first, that is our first play of like making sure that sales reps are devoted to Stratix as much as we are. Second, when we think about being able to collapse the tools a little bit, the reason why we want to focus on that, because it is a good point, you don't need to add another $100 tool to every sales rep to play. This is why we're going to be focusing specifically on action. And so any other type of dashboarding tool beyond Salesforce, which is the CRM, but like a Tableau license or any other type of data visual tool, it would roll up into Stratix because they would no longer need to see all of that data, but they would be able to rely on Stratix to go forward. Thank you.
New?
You mentioned, I have a question on your timing for launch. So
Yeah.
you have 7 beta customers. When exactly will they get your MVP? And what is your metrics of success that you're looking to measure?
Yeah.
And by when?
Morgan will speak to the beta, and then I can go to the metrics of success. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're in the development phase now. We're looking to have that individual tool in the hands of those beta users this coming July. They'll be working through the individual tool to ensure that we're hitting all of our KPIs, mainly focused on that rep usage and adoption that we were speaking to. And then we will work with those betas as we develop the manager roll-ups and things of that nature to ensure that those companies are satisfied with both sets of the tools.
Can you specifically say, for example, at Lucid, how many people would be what do you expect? How many people would be using the product?
Yeah, so at Lucid, there were about 200 sales reps. We would start probably with a class of 5 to 10 to make sure that it's working and then roll it out from there. And Alexia, could you pull up the KPI slide?
Yeah, sure.
So when we're looking at the beta, we are going to be focusing on user adoption first and foremost. And then we're also going to be looking at increased revenue, right? Is it actually working? Are we bringing in more deals like we said? Also the efficiency ratio that a lot of sales tech companies are looking at specifically, as well as recommendation validation to make sure we're accurate and correct. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Nice job.
Thank you.
All right, so judges will do that. We're going to get our next team mic'd up, and we'll be ready with that. And then these 4 seats here, before they get snapped up, are saved for the teams for overflow. Hey, how you doing? I know that. I recorrected it. That's why you saw me stop at 6 and take it down to 5. Yeah. I realized it after I did it. Okay. I'm waiting for 5. Okay, we're gonna let our next team get mic'd up. If we can go ahead and start taking our seats for anyone who's coming in or going out. And we're waiting for Ivan and crew to get their microphones. And judges, at the end of when you fill in your feedback, remember to hit submit. We often have a situation where someone's like, I put all my data in, but they forgot to hit submit. So at the end of it, do remember to hit submit at the bottom. All right, Ivan, you guys ready? So now we'll be presenting our next team. We'll let them get settled in here first. Whoever's going to present right up here, I'll give you the clicker. And then the extra ones for Q&A, we'll have them sit right there. Green buttons forward. Green buttons forward. Just right here, we're in the reserve seats. 1, 2, 3. Forward. Timer will be right there. And I think you'll be ready. Whatever. Are you set up already? Are you set up already? What? Sorry. Yeah. And so now we have our next team, Arc Health.
Good morning. I'm Ivan, CEO and founder of ARC Health, where we guide cancer patients into clinical trials through patient navigation. Clinical trials are the lifeblood of new therapies, but trials can't get enough patients. Patient recruitment is the single greatest bottleneck in the clinical trial process, and over 80% of trials fail to recruit on time. Looking more closely into patient recruitment, we see that it resembles a classic marketing funnel. For every 100 patient leads at the top of the funnel, less than 7 ultimately enroll. It's a very leaky funnel. Current solutions in the marketplace today stack the top of the funnel, trying to find the right patient and matching them to the clinical trial. Unfortunately, the right match is only the first step. Patients don't magically enroll. They drop out of this really leaky funnel. What we found is patients drop out for various reasons, but most of them, 50% of them, drop out because of logistical, tactical, and mental barriers of participating in clinical trials. Let's meet Anna, a non-small cell lung cancer patient already identified for the clinical trial. And she's going to struggle to get through this process. There's multiple points of dropout. When she tries to contact the clinical trial site, she gets radio silence. She's overwhelmed by the medical jargon. And when life gets in the way, she can't get into her screenings. When patients like Anna drop out, it means losing access to a potentially life-saving therapy. But for the pharma company, patients dropping out means losing millions of dollars per day in trial delays as a result of the shrinking patent exclusivity window. These same barriers are also amplified for underrepresented minorities, which biases the research sample and impacts the real-world outcomes. We believe that patients like Anna should not have to deal with this process by herself, which is why ARC Health is launching the NOAA platform, where we navigate patients like Anna through the clinical research recruitment process so that she's ultimately set up for success. In practice, what this looks like is we'll book her appointments for her. We'll be there to answer the right questions, and ultimately we'll set her up for success for the next steps, whether that's a screening or anything else in the clinical trial. Underlying our navigation service is an AI engine that takes in data from 3 different sources: the patient, the provider, and the trial protocol. Together, we allow to risk stratify the patient population, which allows us to understand which patients are at highest risk of dropping out. And from there, we can put the highest risk patients with a higher touch human navigation service and the lower risk patients with more self-service tools so that they can still get the job done. Over the last few weeks, we've moved beyond concept to launch. So let me show you what this looks like. Anna gets access to a concierge navigation service through our member application. We support Anna in an omni-channel way: live chat, phone call, email, and text. In this case, our AI engine has already identified Anna as a high-risk patient, and so we pair her immediately with a human navigator, Kyle. Kyle is going to do 2 things. Number 1, check in on how Anna is doing, because the psychological and mental support is so important for the cancer journey. Secondarily, we're going to help Anna with the tactical to-dos. In this case, Anna is trying to schedule an appointment, so we take in 3 pieces of information from her: her primary physician name, primary diagnosis, and her insurance information. In addition to this support, Anna also gets access to a personalized clinical trial dashboard where she can see her institution information. And beyond that, she can also see self-service tools like this informed consent module that you will see, where the patient can read through e-signature. Our chat box is right next door if she has any questions. And when it comes down to scheduling the next steps, we're right there helping her book her Uber through our Uber Health integration. We're bringing the ARC Health solution to market by building an ecosystem of providers and pharma sponsors. On the provider side, we're starting with the academic medical centers, or the AMCs, where the trial volume is highest, before moving upstream to the community referral networks surrounding the AMC to improve our patient diversity and the patients that we bring onto our platform. On the pharma sponsor side, there's a 2-pronged strategy. We can either be included as the patient recruitment budget and go from the AMC to the pharma company as part of their proposal, or we can go direct to pharma. And that's what we've been doing. We've been talking to the key stakeholders like the clinical procurement department at Eli Lilly, the head of oncology at Astellas, and there's been enthusiastic reception of the ARC Health solution. They're just waiting to see some of the proof points that we can get at the academic medical centers. And that's exactly what we've been doing. We've been piloting ARC Health at the University of Michigan's Rogel Cancer Center. We've been working with the Patient Family Advisory Council. It's a current forum of 30+ cancer patients who've been giving us continuous feedback, allowing us to iterate on our product. In addition, we've been working with the clinical teams at the University of Michigan, the oncologists, the clinical research coordinator, the research nurses, to essentially identify the right patients to onboard to our platform, and we're on a path to onboarding 10 cancer patients. And over this past week, we hit a major milestone. We had our first current cancer patient come onto our platform who we're currently supporting. In addition, we're expanding our AMC network at UChicago, UPMC, and Ohio State University. UChicago, I have to mention, is our home institution. They're so excited about our trial navigation solution. They're actually asking for more. They're asking for a technical integration with their clinical trial website, and that's also something UPMC is asking for as well. Our momentum with the AMCs really highlights our unique value proposition. Arc Health is different from 90% of the players at the top of the funnel that are, again, trying to find the right patient and matching them to the right clinical trial. But ultimately, the match is just the first step. The patient still needs to get through the clinical trial process, which is why Arc Health's navigation solution is complementary to this very crowded space. What Arc Health has found is this white nascent space downstream in the funnel where there's not that many players. The direct competitor we're really focused on does navigation, but they don't do it at scale, nor do they have an AI strategy. From the Arc Health perspective, we believe we have the right to win here because we have the experience of scaling navigation solutions, so we know how to strike that right balance between maximizing the patient experience and understanding which patients need that human support and which patients can benefit from that technology access. In addition, as we hone our AI model over time, we're collecting a proprietary data set that's going to be expensive and difficult to replicate. Lastly, we're building sticky provider relationships through our AMC integrations that, of course, add a switching cost. And again, because there's not that many players downstream in this funnel today, there's limited incentive to switch off of us when we start enrolling patients. Pharma is similarly willing to pay for a unique solution. We price on a per trial basis, $5,000 per trial, $10,000 per patient enrolled, and $200 for every patient that falls out because of the clinical criteria. So an example trial where we recruit 15 patients yields us $172,000 in revenue. At scale, our per trial unit economics are profitable. We're looking at $247,000 per trial with a 43% contribution margin. And we're playing in a very robust market. I'll guide you to the bottom here. The $2 billion target market is oncology recruitment space. And we calculate that by year 5, we can capture 2% of that market. It's very feasible. There's a lot of upside at $45 million in revenue in year 5. And on our path to that $45 million in revenue, we believe we can achieve profitability in year 3 and gross margins north of 45%, which is industry standard for healthcare navigation. More importantly, we have the right veteran healthcare team to execute on these goals. As the founder, I've built care navigation solutions at scale. I work for the leading navigation firm, Right Way Healthcare, where we've raised $238 million. I oversee our PBM product business there. I've also built healthcare products at scale at CVS, where I built their diabetes program, and at Optum, where I built their clinical trials platform. I'm backed and I lean on a world-class team every single day. Callie Dang is our Chief Clinical Officer from University of Michigan, and she leads our recently expanded navigation team, and we've been getting University of Michigan to pick up the phone. Kyle is our PhD that's finished his PhD in AI and machine learning from Carnegie Mellon, and we've been hitting tech milestone after tech milestone. And lastly, Doug and Mimi round out our finance and marketing functions. Our team is hyper-focused in the near term on executing on the goal of getting those proof points from the academic medical center and bringing it back to the waiting wings of the pharma companies. We're very confident that we can get our first dollar of revenue by the end of this year. But in order to hit the rest of our 2025 milestones, our team is actively raising a $2 million seed round. The majority of those proceeds will be spent on building this proprietary technology platform. It's been decades, and we're still here talking about how to get more patients into clinical trials. Arc Health is really doing something quite different, as said and articulated by the patients, providers, and pharma sponsors that we've spoken to. We're well positioned to capitalize on the confluence of AI technology, the widespread adoption of care navigation at scale, and the regulatory tailwinds around we needing more clinical trial participants, especially those of diverse backgrounds. So please join us, invest in Arc Health, and invest in a future where any patient that wants to participate in a clinical trial can participate in a clinical trial to find their new hope. Thank you. Want to introduce Douglas, our VP of Finance, Kelly, our Chief Clinical Officer, and Kyle, our Chief Technical Officer. Cindy?
Hi, great presentation. Very interesting approach to a very big problem. My only real concern is, do you have a good handle on how many of your patients are going to require the high-touch service? And my biggest concern being that cancer is the disease of old age, so at least half the patients are over the age of 70, I believe, and they're going through a very stressful situation. So I just wonder how sensitive your estimates of the profitability of the whole enterprise come from. How much you're actually going to need the human when the patients might be insisting on the human as opposed to something that's more automated.
Thank you. That's a great question. Doug, pass that to you.
Yeah, so fundamentally, right now it's all probabilistic averages that we're forecasting. It's going to be very labor intensive. We're right now forecasting 40 hours per placed patient. That's a combination of the labor it's going to take to help support the patients, and also the fact that the revenue event's going to be the patient placement rather than us just getting introduced to the patient. So we're looking at 40 hours per placement currently, and the big thing is actually which patients are getting to the end of the funnel. In terms of where we see this going, we're going to try and drive that down to 20 hours per patient through the AI automation, as well as the operational improvements to try and improve yield. But right now, yield is really the major concern. And then in terms of labor requirement, as we now have patients on board, so we're going to rapidly be able to refine those assumptions.
Okay.
Mark?
Great presentation. I think this is a very valuable product. So what are there other competitors out there that are trying to do something similar to you? And how are you going to be able to protect yourself from entrants coming in, doing exactly what you do with other medical services?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we play downstream in the funnel where it's a fairly nascent space. There's no established players, a couple of early stage, seed stage players, and the one that we're very focused on is the company that we have on the screen. So we're different in a couple of ways. Ultimately, number one, we know how to scale the platform. And the challenge of care navigation has always been scaling. Care navigation has been widely adopted recently in the last 5 to 10 years in other aspects of healthcare. But ultimately, scaling it is difficult. And so we believe that we have the right technology, especially with our AI engine, to really risk stratify that population to understand which patients can get that high touch support and which patients can get a lower touch self-service experience. And more importantly, we're collecting the right data assets through our real world interactions with our human navigators. And ultimately that data set doesn't exist today. And so if it existed today already, we would be able to train our AI models. Anybody would be able to train their LLM, et cetera, and be able to provide support to those cancer patients, but it doesn't. And so ultimately over time, as we build up that data set, it's going to be very difficult for somebody to try to replicate what we're doing because they would need to go out, have the right infrastructure, have that navigation staffing model, which is fairly unique and requires pretty big reorganization to do to replicate what we're doing. Alyssa?
I guess I don't mean to be a bubble burster, but this does seem like this was in vogue maybe 5 years ago in healthcare, where trial navigation was as you can see, a lot of companies got early funding, and many companies have stalled out. And I do notice that your acquisition strategy is through AMCs, notoriously some of the hardest channels to sell through. So maybe just talk through the decision to go through those types of organizations for patient acquisition and also for monetization.
Great. So I'll answer the question from a product go-to-market strategy first, and I'll turn it over to Callie to talk a little bit more about the academic medical center. So you're absolutely right. it is a very crowded space, and there's been a couple of clinical trial companies that have been trying to solve this patient recruitment problem and have solved. But that's why we're approaching the market differently. Everyone is focused at the top of the funnel, where they're trying to find the right patient and match them to a specific clinical trial using the electronic health record or other methods. But that's proven to not work essentially over the last 5 years, because ultimately those patients will still end up dropping out of the funnel. And so it's ultimately a very different approach, and we've been able to, I would say, stand on the shoulders of giants like Transcarent, like Rightway, like others, where we know care navigation works now, and if we can apply that navigation to clinical trials, maybe we have a shot at solving that middle of the funnel problem that has not been solved actually in the last 5 years or so. So we're really excited about the opportunity. Callie, would you like to talk about our AMC strategy?
Yeah, great question, Alyssa. Again, Callie, Chief Clinical Officer. So in terms of the AMCs, one of the reasons why we're going there as opposed to starting at community-based providers is because the AMCs offer us an opportunity to deeply integrate and also obtain a large volume of patients rather quickly to train our algorithms so that we can actually scale and develop the right strategy for the algorithm to stratify patients and treat them.
John?
So is your customer that's paying you is the pharmaceutical company? Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
And are they instructing, whether it's the AMC or the top of funnel providers, to work with you, or are you having to go sell and obtain patient flow from the top of funnel provider?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in the short term, we're working with the academic medical center, and this is similar to Alyssa's question too, where we're relying on the provider and the clinical decision makers to identify the patients and help us understand when is it appropriate for the patient to come into the clinical trial. And so working with the provider in the near term on that piece. But longer term, absolutely, we see ourselves as customers of all the 90% of the players upstream who are finding the patient leads, finding the identified patient. And again, we also stratify that 90% of players in different ways because they provide different levels of data. If you're a traditional marketing campaign, and you're just using social media to find the patient leads, for example, those patients may be of lower value to the pharma company because there's more screening that needs to get done. But if you're a company like Tempus, who we've spoken to extensively as well, where there's a lot of genetic data, biomarker data that you're using, the value of that patient lead is much higher to the pharma company. And so we would work, depending on the type of 90% player that's up there, we will work with them to get those patients through the funnel. Mar?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm not super familiar with the space, but I'm assuming that there are people that are doing this today, care navigation for clinical trials manually. Is that correct?
Yes, there's one direct competitor we're focused on.
It's just manual. Can you give me a sense of how much is spent on that? Because it makes total sense to me that you recruit these people, they're so valuable. Why don't you have somebody follow up with the patient? So how much is spent on that today? And then my assumption is you're going to take over that budget or that spend.
Yeah, that's a really great question. So there's not that much money today spent on care navigation solutions and patient recruitment because it's a very nascent space. So if you look at the patient recruitment budgets today, most of it is actually spent on those 90% top of the line players, just helping to find patient leads, but those patient leads then get sent to the provider site, and then the provider site has to do all this work, right? And so there is an aspect of as we work and prove out our value, we can help the academic medical center, for example, propose a more robust patient recruitment budget, be more proactive in the way that we're approaching recruitment as a whole, versus right now the industry is incredibly reactive, right? We're gonna try to run a trial, the trial's super delayed, and I'm gonna try to rescue the trial and get the patient back on board. So it's a little bit of a struggle there. And so there's an aspect of as we educate the market, really show that we can enroll downstream in this funnel, that we can help to expand some of those budgets.
You'll come from patient recruitment. Your budget will come from patient recruitment.
That's correct, yes. Sorry, I can't see your name tag. I apologize. Yeah, sir, thank you. Brent Hill, thank you.
I just want to build on something that Cynthia raised earlier on demographics. Are there studies and medical procedures that also have big recruiting budgets. I hear radio ads from them all the time. I'm shocked how much they spend on that. Are there other categories? Like, did you segment oncology versus studies and medical procedures, and what's the scale, demographic, and friction kind of profile of those versus where you're targeted right now?
Kelly, would you like to take that?
Yeah, so essentially, outside of oncology, we explored other specialties and fields, including cardiovascular, endocrine, and other chronic conditions. We first landed on oncology broadly because of the volume of clinical trials, 50% of clinical trials being within oncology. And then more specifically within oncology, we're focused on interventional trials to treat patients directly for their primary diagnosis of cancer. And then within that field, there are a variety of different cancers that we've explored. So each of these different cancers has different demographics. For example, prostate cancer being more predominantly African American, where the diversity issue does become a very important one as patients are overburdened by disease but underrepresented in the clinical trials. And that tends obviously to skew more older. And then there's also this wave of colorectal cancer patients, for instance, who might be a little bit younger. And so, if we think about the demographics and where we can penetrate, that's one area that we've explored, which is who would be more technically savvy to use our application, but at the same time, not alienating any populations by providing, a call center basically in order to address some of the patient questions.
Carter.
Thanks. This is a great problem you guys are trying to solve. Seems like the navigators they're going to be expensive. They're going to need a lot of training, education, and to the extent they're used a lot, it's going to be a tough cost of delivery. Have you thought about what's the profile? Where are you hiring these people from? Are they ex-nurses, medical professionals, retaining them, and how much do you have to pay them?
Kelly, would you like to take that?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, Arc Health, at least in the near term, heavily depends on high quality, high touch navigation services, at least while we build on that data set that we can further automate upon and train models. So for that reason, in the near term, we are really focused on hiring former clinical research coordinators who have had at least 3 years of experience taking patients through oncology clinical trials and who have the experience and expertise to really build rapport and build a partnership with these patients as we bring them through the funnel. In terms of how we are compensating them, the average right now is about $60,000 salary, and we are paying a very attractive $80,000 that is worked into our financial modeling in order to get the right talent on board. And as we continue to scale by year 5, we project that we're going to be having about 94 navigators to serve our client base. And in order to scale that far, we've sort of included the fact that now we, at this point, would have had scaling of our automation services that would essentially be able to help with the decision support that navigators must employ in order to drive enrollment.
Jim?
Thank you. Help me with great presentation. Help me with the math. So it was 15 patients, $172,000. Is that right? About $11,000. What's the relative impact of the pain? It just seems intuitively the big pharma to get the results in, clinical would be so much more valuable. So the real question is that related to pricing elasticity and what's your upper bound relative to the ROI of what you're saving. So can you just address that? Thanks.
That's a great question, Jim. So first of all, in terms of our pricing model, we're actually on the lower end of that spectrum, and we've confirmed that with the various pharma executives that we've talked to. In reality, pricing in a lot of these oncology trials is on a sliding scale, and it can go from $10,000 to $50,000 or even more, depending on the indication, the patient population. And so we're priced very competitively. In terms of the ROI, there's
priced competitively, but are you too low? I mean, what's the upper bound of that? Because 44% contribution margin on scale would seem relatively low, despite the managed service component you have, and I know there's a labor element. So, and I know there's limited time.
Yeah, so absolutely. The pricing can go up to $50,000 per patient, $100,000 per patient. It really depends on the specific clinical trial and the indication. But in terms of the am I allowed to keep going?
Go ahead and finish.
Okay. But in terms of the thank you. In terms of the ROI, there's like the short-term ROI and the long-term ROI that I'll articulate. And we've done some math, and the example is roughly a pharma company is going to get 4 to 5x ROI on the $10,000 per patient. The short-term ROI is really the pharma company does not need to pay the CRO additional money to run the clinical trial. And in addition, the pharma company does not need to pay extra dollars to rescue and get more patients into the trial when the trial is delayed. That's the short-term ROI. The long-term ROI is because of the way patents work, when the drug candidate is delayed going to the market, it's a shorter amount of time for that drug to really be commercialized in the market. So it's a very short patent exclusivity window. And as you know, if a drug is out of patent, then everyone can come in with a generic that lowers the price, really impacts the profit. The pharma company is unable to recoup their investment.
Great job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Team Arc Health. While they're getting demiked and the next team is getting mic'd, judges, if you could go ahead and fill out your form, remember to hit submit at the bottom. And anyone who's coming or going, do it now during the break. Perfect. All right, you guys ready? Okay. Let's give her a set. This green light is your num lock key, just so to make sure.
Don't ever touch it?
Don't. If you touch the num lock and turn it off, that's how you turn it.
That's
how you know it's on. No, that's how you know it's on.
Okay, perfect.
Okay?
And it still works where I can do the
Yeah.
whole thing?
Do.
I might have to use Where's the clicker?
I'm going to show it to you when, right here. So yeah.
Very simple.
Very simple.
Okay.
Forward, backward.
There's
nothing
no
else to worry about.
syllable.
Yeah. They'll take it when you get ready to talk. They'll slide the volume up, and when you're not talking, they'll slide the volume down, so you don't have to worry about it.
And then is that the clicker?
Yes.
How does
Forward, backward.
Forward,
Very simple.
Okay.
You just got two people. You just got two, all right?
So 2 for the presentation,
Yeah.
and then Carlos will join us for
Okay.
Q&A.
Okay. All right. I don't need the two behind you, so I don't have to kick Morgan out. All right, looks like the judges are ready. Judges, just a reminder after this, we are going to take a break for 15 minutes as soon as we're done here. No, we're not taking a break now. After this team, we'll take a break. And then we'll take a break. All right, so with that, we're ready for our next team, Team Turmi. Carlos, whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Well, hello everyone. My name is Carlos, and we are here to tell you about Turmi, the app that is enabling connections between cultures and travelers on the go. So, first of all, welcome to Hyde Park. We are surrounded by culture everywhere we look. Outside of these walls, we have landmarks, we have historical figures that were born and raised here, and inside of these walls, we have 30 million or plus of art exhibits and sculptures. So my question to you is, how would you engage with these cultural elements? How would you learn the meaning and history behind all these things? So I'll tell you your options. Group tours. You can go 2 hours, pay $50 with strangers, maybe not in your language. You can go on the Lonely Planet book. You can be carrying it around with you across the university. And when you're done with it, you're going to toss it and forget it. And then the third is for the most tech-savvy ones, you're going to go on Google, and go through pages and pages of information, maybe find the Wikipedia link and read Times New Roman fonts, paragraphs all day long. Is that really the connection we want to build? We do not think so, and I have struggled with this problem for decades every time I travel. I feel limited to these 3 options. So that is why we built Turmi, your insightful travel buddy, the portal to point, play, and explore the world your way, with digestible content in your language whenever you need it, wherever. So think of Turmi as if Duolingo and Pokemon Go had a baby. Let me show you how it works. So first I'm gonna click and choose my location. This time it's Chicago. And since it's my journey, I'm gonna choose Spanish, and because I love history, I'm gonna choose those interests. And then I'm gonna go explore the world. This time in the loop. So I'm gonna walk around, and then I'm gonna be having Turmi open, and whenever I see something I'm interested in, I'm gonna click on it, and in seconds, I'm gonna receive content the way I like it.
El edificio Rockery, ubicado en Chicago, Estados Unidos, es un icónico hito arquitectónico que ha resistido la prueba del tiempo.
That was Spanish, by the way. But that's the way I like to enjoy the culture. I like playing trivias. I can also earn gems as I go explore the world. And that is how I like it. But the cool thing about Tourmi is that you can engage with culture the way you want. And the coolest thing about Tourmi is that we already exist. We have users that are obsessed with our app. We have Luis from Brazil who used it 60 times in Italy, basically confirming that we are solving a need. Then we have Alex from Mexico who used it across 6 different countries. And that's what we call sticky. And it's not only them. With 0 advertising spend, we have provided value and insights across 70 countries, more than 300 cities, to explore and get information about 1,200 landmarks and sites. On average, we're getting people to use Tourmi 350 times per day. And just last week, we closed a deal with the Smart Museum of Art in Chicago to actually have the Tourmi experience inside their walls. So just because we are in the NBC finals, I will tell you the secret sauce behind. First, you take out your Tourmi app, and if you're interested in any cultural element, we are running in the backend some AI processes to consolidate information from public sources and private sources. And once we have that, we are tailoring the content to yourself. So language, duration, interests, you name it. In seconds, we are delivering the content to you the way you like it in your format and output that you prefer. And the beauty about Tourmi is that when you requested the content, maybe I didn't have it in my databases, but now I have it thanks to AI, and I can improve on it based on user feedback and engagement, and then redistribute it to other travelers alike. And that is how Tourmi works today.
Thanks, Carlos. So just imagine you're walking from the Bean to the Wrigley building. We're not only going to unlock those 2 landmarks, but those hidden gems that are actually in between. And that is our vision for the future. We want to leverage geolocation, AI recognition, offline content, so that we're actually helping you connect with cultures, things that are often hidden sometimes when you're traveling. And so our competitors out there could be TripAdvisor, Google, but there's still key gaps that we're seeing our travelers are experiencing. As Carlos mentioned earlier, it's just articles on articles, information overload. And Tourmi is actually going to be that one-stop shop for you, that travel companion that you have from the convenience of your pocket. No need to worry about cell network when you're traveling abroad. We have offline content available for you, as you can see, in your language of your choice. So how are we thinking about competition tomorrow? We're starting off with economies of scale. We're going to focus on getting more users, and by getting more users, we're going to be able to create content much more affordable for us, so cheaper content with lots of traction from the user base. In addition to that, we're going to start leaning on better understanding. We're creating personalized content so that each traveler has their own curated experience for themselves. So more users, more content, cheaper content for that. And then in addition to that, the network effect. So now we have our friends kind of coming onto Tourmi and the power of the influencer, the ambassadors. We want Instagram ambassadors to be on Tourmi, bringing their followership there as well, and then having that enticing B2B value proposition to partner with business partners. So who are these target customers that we're looking at? Well, it's those students that are studying abroad, folks that are city dwellers that have always been living in a big city but want to understand it a little bit better. Those digital nomads. After pandemic, folks are living in other countries working remotely, trying to get that deep cultural immersion. And the solo traveler that might be working off of a budget. And the market is huge. We're seeing about 4.4 billion trips that are coming from the leisure travel space. And we believe that if we focus on our target customer segments, going to the top 10 destinations currently, we can capture around 43 million of those trips for sticking with that 20 to 39 age range tech-savvy user. And Tourmi has been very busy for the past few months. We've launched on all social media platforms, we're getting our brand out there, and we've launched on Product Hunt, which is an early user adoption platform, and have seen our uses actually increase on a daily basis. We're focusing on that organic growth and then also turning towards more B2B revenue stream. So I'm going to hand it over to Carlos to talk about revenue.
Cool. And that user growth is going to unlock 3 main revenue streams. First, the premium user fees, from which we expect to get 20% of our users to be paying on average $15 for a 7-day access. Then for those folks that decide not to pay, we're going to be targeting them with ads. That's basically the second revenue stream. And then the third one is the B2B sales, from which we expect to get 8 to 15% take rate on those experiences that we can actually influence, from entertainment, food, souvenirs, gifts, and so on. And then for the museums, we expect to get from $1 to $5 for each museum experience we offer to each user. And that is going to get us to to get $7 per trip by 2028, with the main revenue streams being the premium user fees and the B2B sales. And we have healthy unit economics. Our main cost is going to be the content generation, and we expect to keep that way, followed by the App Store fees. And that leaves us with a 78% contribution margin and a 5.1 LTV to CAC ratio. And by the end of 2028, we will serve 8 million trips, driven by 3 factors: our international expansion, our migration from a web app to the mobile app in the app stores, and the conversion to premium user fees.
And we have a strong team getting us there. We have 2 former startup founders on our core team itself, 4 developers on our team, and folks with that consumer products expertise leading Tourmi to get to where we are today. In addition to that, we're a very forward-thinking company, and we want to make sure we provide the vision that we've been talking about and that our users have been asking for. So we're excited to say that we are equipped with a set of advisors that are going to help us take us to the Tourmi of tomorrow. Lou is helping us with that travel industry expertise, making sure that we're staying abreast of the industry trends in the travel space, but also making sure we're following best practices. Now we have James as well, making sure that with all the AI innovation that's coming out, we are using those innovations to the best of our abilities with the Tourmi backend processes as well. And we also have Andre and Sonia helping us with the UI UX component, but also going to provide us the support to unlock those key features such as geolocation and AI image recognition. So just imagine you're walking through the streets, you can take out your phone and scan any building of your choice, even if it's not popular, and Tourmi is going to tell you what it is. So we're already working towards Tourmi 2.0 is what you can call it, and we need your help to get there. We're asking for $2 million to focus on our growth strategy, specifically focused on 3 key areas. First is that native mobile app development. We're going to unlock some features just by being in the App Store for our users to provide the best experience. The next is going to be the business development component, continuing to build that value proposition for our B2B partners. And lastly, that customer growth component. And with that, we believe we can bring in $3.3 million of revenue over the next 18 months if we're serving about 1.5 million trips per year. So we want to thank you so much for taking this tour of Tourmi. We hope you enjoyed it. We see that there's travel pain points that exist today, and Tourmi is going to be the travel companion in your pocket that's going to completely change the way folks travel. And as Carlos mentioned, you're currently in Hyde Park. Please scan this QR code. It's going to actually navigate you to a walking tour of Hyde Park so you can actually enjoy the culture that you're surrounded by today. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll open it up for questions.
Congrats.
And Carlos is going to join us for some Q&A. Koichiro.
Great presentation. I'm big fan of the Pokemon. And many friends asking that tour in Japan. So I can see the pain point. One question is, how to control the quality of the information?
Yeah.
I think there's many inaccurate information for the tour. That's the pain of those competitor sites.
I agree. Because we rely on AI, that's something we have to take care of. So for now, what we have been focusing on is creating those mechanisms from the users to actually flag the content that it's incorrect or inappropriate. And then we run it with other backend processes to actually see what's wrong, iterate them, and if worst case scenario, we just remove it. So for now, it's more user-driven than us checking the content that we are offering. Now, the backend processes that we currently have for providing you the content have provided very good results. We haven't had actually any people flag stuff that has been incorrect.
Van?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Can you walk through, since you already have users, talk us through virality and how those users have brought in other users, and if you haven't seen that, why is that the case?
Yeah, so I can talk a little bit about customer acquisition, and then Jacinta, if you want to hop in on repeatability component of it. So one thing that we're focusing on is gaining through social media traction. So for example, we want to make sure we're partnering with those Instagram influencers. A lot of those influencers are on Instagram right now, and all their content that they're recommending in terms of local favorites are only on Instagram. So one thing that we're focusing on, and as our next step, since we've already launched, is bringing those ambassador profiles into TourMe. So say somebody has around 150K followers, bring them on TourMe, they create their profile, and they'll actually be able to share like a map and say, hey, these are my local favorites in my hometown. And if those followers want to engage with that content, they also have to be on TourMe for that. So that's one of the ways we're kind of bringing users into the actual TourMe application to create this sense of community that I'm there, the influencers I follow there, and my friends are there. And then Jacinta, if you want to chime in on repeatability.
Yes, of course. So repeatability is something we've thought about a lot. So we really want to make sure that users are coming back to TourMe not only for one trip, but for multiple trips. So we've created this cycle within TourMe. So as users are playing and exploring and playing this game we've created, they're getting gems and earning rewards that they can then cash in for discounts. So who doesn't love earning a discount? That's automatically bringing users back. But not only that, we're continuously nudging our users to return to the app. If the app notices that you're not in your usual location, if you're walking around near the Bean or near the Eiffel Tower, it'll tell you that. It'll tell you, you're near the Eiffel Tower, you're near this cafe, why don't you check this out? And that'll drive users back into the app again.
Now, focus on the data today. It's more about, we opened TourMe for you to not actually sign up because we wanted to validate the use case and the value that we are providing. We have seen some referrals from the top users, and actually, she joined the team because she was in the random walk in a trip with Luis, and Luis was sharing all these important facts about Italy, and she was like, he's so smart, no? And then so she got into TourMe, and it was basically this app making the magic. So we believe that the virality component is going to be people being smart and pointing at things.
Sam?
I can't really figure out the economics, how they make sense. You think you're going to acquire trips for 40 cents, and you're only going to make $7 off a trip. If you could do those, that would be fine. But Viator and Get Your Guide are both disastrous businesses at scale. Travel industry, really high CACs. Help me connect some dots here.
Yeah, Carlos, you want to talk?
I can speak to that. So we have some data today that we can, it's directionally correct, that we have run some small advertising campaigns to see the cost per click on Meta. That was actually 0.02 what we got, and that drove the user acquisition, if you want to call it that way. And then we have, without that test, we have 350 people using us every day. For them actually to be paying, maybe that's a different topic. We have to offer much more value through the mobile app. But if they decide to stick with a freemium user, we are already advertising. We can offer these advertisings and these experiences that we easily integrate to these affiliate programs like Viator, Get Your Guide, and so on. And we already get a fee from those experiences.
Mar?
Sorry. This is maybe continuing a little bit on his question. I mean, traditionally, travel apps are hard because people travel once a year, maybe twice a year if you can afford it. So acquiring that consumer is really, really expensive. Mm-hmm. The question I have is, you have users, and some of them have used the app many times. What percentage of them are traveling, are taking more than one trip? How does that relate to the population? And then my second question is, if that doesn't make sense, and I saw in your presentation that you're going to go B2B, does it make more sense to actually, focus on that B2B acquisition?
Yeah, could you just kick it off, Carlos?
Yeah, so to your point, people on average travel 2 to 3 times per year, and maybe one of those trips is not going to be actually culturally enough for us to add value. Now, once you experience the TourMe experience in those cultural trips, you are going to come back in that following year. That hurts the recurrency from the user component, but we are using distribution channels such as museums because they have our top users or our target users already going there. It's curious people that are going, learning about stuff, and then gonna go out and explore the world. If we continue to get these deals with the Smart Museum of Art, we can actually narrow the costs of acquisition down.
And one thing to add, I'll paint a quick story for you. So say you're at the Bean, you're super tired, now you're hungry, you want some deep dish. Tour Me bumps in, there's Giordano's a couple 100 feet from you, and you have a $10 coupon or $10 off because of the gems and the trivia you just played at the Bean. Quick walk over, we cash in those commissions. So that's a little bit of the story we're playing with revenue streams with B2B. Ezra?
How does this work? Am I on? Cool. Yes. My first question ever in an MVC, so. So if you are correct that this is a really big pain point to travelers, do you have any hypotheses on why companies that I consider pretty innovative, like Airbnb or Booking, have never prioritized the companion space?
Yeah, go ahead, Carlos.
So the big money on your travel spend is in the flights and the hospitality component. So that's where they focus on. Now, Airbnb, TripAdvisor, and some others decide to focus on those experiences that they get the commission from, but they are not actually interested in them providing you that experience because it goes against their business. It's basically cannibalizing the revenues from those streams that are very relevant. TripAdvisor, 60% of their sales come from those sales commissions. So they are not incentivized to actually provide this value themselves.
Thank you.
I can't see your name from here, I'm sorry.
Anu. So I have a question on AI, how you're using AI, and let me explain why. Image recognition and geolocation have existed for many years. So what's new? What is AI doing that's making this better?
Yeah, so one component of that is, and you're right? Like it's been around, but the key component for Tour Me is two things. One is the language. So Hindi is my native language. Going on TripAdvisor, the odds of me finding a tour in Rome that's in Hindi are 0 to none almost, especially for those monuments like the walk between the Pantheon and the Colosseum. Yes, Tour Me will tell you about those. But those beautiful churches, the buildings that are in between, we're also going to be unlocking those for you, leveraging the AI imaging and the geolocation in the language of my choice. So it's kind of tacking on the extra ability when it comes to that. And then the second component is that offline content. So right now, like some folks might be relying on cellular network, you have to be online to use Google Lens, et cetera. But Tour Me is going to be available offline in the App Store. So you won't have to rely on its cell service to be able to lean on those different capabilities.
Can I follow up on the first point, though, because I don't understand that still. So when you say, okay, great monuments, there's a lot of data on the internet. How are you unlocking the data on the building that, no one has any information on?
Yes. Do you want to start it off?
Yeah,
sure.
So it goes two ways. There's public information. The Colosseum information is all over the internet. The LLMs were actually trained with that data. So we currently have that for those landmarks. Now, if you have a much more deeper curiosity of like inside the Colosseum or a building in between, that's where the vector databases or our private sources come in, where we are actually collecting this content that is private to Tour Me, and that basically merges with the whole Tour Me experience. Pete?
Thanks for the energy. Great presentation. Appreciate it. Building on that point, though, is I don't know how that data can be proprietary because it's not, that information is historic. So that is like the other people are gathering it and there are other sources that have it. And so like, how do you differentiate that? And I think the other question that would be helpful is like, what is the persona of your target user?
Yeah, so I can speak to target user and then I'll hand it to you for the AI. So our target customers are typically those folks that are either tech savvy, probably between the ages of like 20 and 39, could even have small children because we do have that feature on our app as well. And they're typically traveling some with budget costs in mind. So for example, think of somebody who is a student studying abroad. That's become more common even after the pandemic to appreciate other cultures. You're in another country for 2 to 3 months, say you're in Europe, and you're probably gonna visit other countries over the weekend. Having Tour Me conveniently available for you instead of signing up for maybe 5 to 6 different $50 tours that land for that last for 4 hours with 30 strangers. So those are some of the student profiles we're targeting. But it's also those busy consultants, the folks that are business travelers. I was a consultant by trade before this, was going to amazing places, could barely squeeze out time to go explore and do a tour. So having this convenience of, okay, I'm just going to step out of the office for 5 minutes. I've always wondered what this building is, going to take an understanding of that. So those are some of those target users that we're focusing on, the folks that are on the go, are comfortable using their phone, and are from that app generation. And then I'll hand it over to you for that.
So now how are we delivering that content? If you think today, who has that deeper knowledge are the tour guides and maybe the content experts that worked with Lonely Planet at some point. We are focusing on actually maintaining that content creation cost for hiring or paying those people that actually tour guides earn $40,000 per year. They have a part-time job, so they are very interested in actually providing this value to us. And that's how we get the proprietary content. To your point, I'm never gonna tell you a new fact that it's never around of the Colosseum, but I will have it, and we haven't seen that in the AIs.
Mark.
Sorry, I want to do a follow-up on my question, which is if you're selling to museums and to all of the small businesses to give you coupons or offers for, what type of sale is that? Like, what is the, ACV of selling a guide to a museum?
Yeah. So the museum experience, the audio guides typically cost from $1 to $5. And then those experiences like Viator and so on, we expect to earn about $2, $4, depending on the experience. That is a percentage revenue.
But what is the total ACV that you would make on a museum? Like, give me
We haven't calculated that yet. We're early on those topics, but we believe that it's a compelling case for the museums. Some offer the audio guides, they charge around that. Some don't even have it. And worst case scenario is they are a distribution channel. So best case scenario, they pay for it, but worst case scenario, we give it for free, and we are actually decreasing the CAC.
I can't see your name from
David.
Hey, thank you. I would love to use the app, by the way, because I travel a lot. But question I have is, one of the big issues with AI these days is around IP rights. And so listening to how you describe what you're crawling, what's your view there? I mean, the biggest, I think, high profile is New York Times versus OpenAI. And kind of my hypothesis would be the mega hyperscalers can pay for the IP, but smaller companies probably could fall into a trap. So just curious about how you think about that issue.
Yeah, so 20 seconds. We work with a legal team from UChicago. They were lawyers, and they actually helped us with that. 3 main risks: the copyright infringement and the hallucinations. For the infringement, that is basically owned by the LLM. Imagine OpenAI. We're not going to create our LLM. We're actually going to use some others. So they are the ones infringing.
Good job.
Thank you.
Okay. We are at our first break. Judges, finish your judging on this, and we will come back at 10:15, 10:16, and we will start at 10:18.
Such a big clock. Is that your clock or is it Terrence's clock? We bought it for both. Okay, we can start. For the people who came in from before, make sure we start settling into seats. Okay? Go ahead and start settling back in our seats. We're going to start back live in about 2 minutes. And if we don't have seats, we have an overflow up in 104. You talk to me. All right. Tabs are in your. Okay. We're going to start live in about 2 more minutes. Let's go ahead and start finding a seat. We cannot have people sitting in the aisleways. There's some seats over in here. Some seats over on the right in the middle here. And remember, as I hear the musical tone, what we're going to do is remember to turn your phones. Okay. All right. I'm gonna walk out in the hallway and round people up.
Oh, it was interesting.
I'm gonna work on that MBA for you.
Thank you. Like that first
Let's round people up. Let's pull people in and anyone that wants in. Okay, let's start taking our seats.
Better than.
We're gonna work on that MBA for you, buddy.
Thank you. I just want a gap here.
All right. Okay, let's go ahead. Settling down in our seats. They'll change the slides back there for you in a minute. But I know, but we want to get back on time. A lot to go on. Okay, let's go ahead and start taking a seat here. We need a few more judges to show back up. For others that are here, there's a couple chairs in the back. There's a couple chairs on the one side. A couple chairs over here. We got our teams mic'd up.
Yeah, our breaks are too short.
Our breaks are short. It is, and we have a very
We'll have to fix that next year.
It's a trade-off. All right, we'll see if we can let a couple more judges sneak back in first. So is there any judges standing right out there? All right. We're going to start with the judges we have here. There'll be a few more that sneak in. Sorry about that. We're going to be up here next with our next team. Our next team is decimal code. Whenever you're ready, Joey.
Need a clicker. Okay. Go right ahead. All right. Okay, hey everyone, my name is Joey Piniella. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Decimal Code, an automated medical coding startup. Now, big scary number to start you off here today, $248 billion. That's how much US healthcare providers lose annually just on medical billing and coding waste. Obviously, these are resources that would be much better allocated towards patient care, so what is happening? Well, let's dive specifically into the issue of medical coding, which is functionally how healthcare providers get paid. What they do is submit numerical current procedural terminology codes to insurance providers that equate to final reimbursement payments. The big issue in this space is that right now, medical coding is almost an entirely manual process, meaning that it's very time consuming, which leads to high costs, and it's very inaccurate. About 12 to 15% of all claims are denied, which leads to lost revenue. So who are we and how do we help? We are Decimal Code, and we have an automated medical coding solution which much more quickly and accurately assigns medical codes. Our current expertise is around procedures, so the first 3 modules that we're launching to market are anesthesia, prior authorization, and surgery, where prior authorization is the pre-certification process before a surgery occurs. The core technology that enables us to do this is a patented natural language processing machine learning algorithm. That patent is actually for the process we have for model development, which we found to be highly scalable across specialties. This tech was developed at the University of Michigan, supported by 5 years of R&D, over $1.5 million in non-dilutive fundings. And the only way we were able to build it is that my co-founders helped to lead a 60-hospital research consortium, which enabled them to tap into 15 million procedural cases. How the product functionally works is we sit as an API in between the EHR, such as Epic, and the final billing solution. What the technology does is it predicts medical codes alongside a confidence interval. This leads us to 2 product offerings. The first is DC Automate. In 70% of instances, we're compliant enough to send the code directly through. Providers aim for about a 95% accuracy rate. We know we can hit that in 70% of cases. For the other 30%, we have what's called DC Inform, where we provide 3 ranked predictions for coders. 99% of the time, the correct code is contained within those top 3 predictions. So to summarize, 70% of the time, DC Automate goes directly through. 30% of the time, DC Inform. The coder now decides between 3 codes instead of over 10,000. And we've had real results at Michigan Medicine to date. We've been able to cut coding costs by about 44%. This is on about $1.5 million in total costs for the first department we worked at. And on the revenue side, we've been able to reduce prior authorization denials. This is about a $40 million problem at scale, so quite meaningful for the system. Last quote we want to point your attention to on this screen. Michigan Medicine plugged decimal code in, saw there were 2 codes they were missing every single time. We were able to point that out, and the system is now recouping $2.3 million annually just off of those 2 misses alone. Our team and how we've been able to build it. I'm going to start with the real brains of the operations, my co-founders, Dr. Mike Burns and John Vandervest. Mike is a clinical anesthesiologist. He also leads all AI projects at Michigan Medicine. John is a data scientist, has been with the health system for over 20 years, came out from Ann Arbor for this today. I myself have a background commercializing university innovations and also spent time at Michigan Medicine Central Finance, really seeing this issue up close. We're supported at NVC by a great team, Alan Liu on business development and Craig Heath on go-to-market. And we also have a number of helpful advisors that are assisting us with our early stage sales. Our full development timeline began as a research effort at Michigan in early 2018. In 2019, Mike and John got first funding in order to build out a 2-year anesthesiology pilot. That went so well that Michigan Medicine leadership said, how do we get this everywhere? Yesterday led to the team getting an additional $1.4 million in funding to build out these surgery and prior authorization solutions. I joined the team in the fall of 2022 to commercialize the effort. I've been doing this full-time since I got to Booth, graduating in 2 days, moving back to Ann Arbor to lead the company full-time alongside Mike and John. We launched Decimal Code, the entity then, in early 2023. We're selected as a spring finalist for UChicago's George Shultz Innovation Fund and used that platform to raise our $400,000 pre-seed round, which has gone towards product development. The last thing on this page we want to note, at the bottom here, outside of our core areas within procedures, everywhere we've taken this technology to date at the University of Michigan, it's performed really well, and we've been able to build faster and faster. So while we're launching first to procedures, we're really excited about our opportunity to expand quickly once we get to market. And what does that market look like? Well, it's about an $11.6 billion total addressable market. This is based on a bottom-up pricing approach. We're targeting large US healthcare providers and physician groups. Our SAM is about a $5.5 billion opportunity. This is assuming a 47% capture rate. It's about what Epic has for the EHR space. And then finally, our SOM. This is about a $500 million market. This is assuming just a 5% capture rate on the first 3 modules that we're launching for procedures. Automated medical coding is really a nascent space. Legacy players have what's called computer-assisted coding technologies. This is not actual automation, but complicated if-then statements, which help with some basic form filling and suggestions. Epic has started to play around with computer-assisted coding a little bit, but right now they're using LLMs, which are not very good at medical coding. Still, given their size, we think it's something to monitor. NIM, Fathom, and Codametrics are the early leaders in this space then, but none of them have solutions for procedures. Right now, procedures are some of the most difficult areas to code, which makes us particularly enthusiastic about the automation rate we've been able to achieve. And then on the customer traction side, we have our ongoing research installation at Michigan Medicine. We've discussed with leadership an LOI that would convert them to a paid customer soon. We also have 2 pilot proposals under review at Michigan Medicine-sized Midwest research institutions. We've gotten the green light via email from one of these groups, are working through final logistics now. The other is reviewing a contract draft proposal. And last, we've got this quote here from one of those 2 providers. They spend about 4.5% of total reimbursements on an outside entity to handle all of their coding right now, which is prohibitively expensive and makes them very excited to replace that with decimal code.
Great, thanks, Joey. Now, as we think about our go-to-market strategy, we break it into 3 phases. The first phase being a launch phase over the next 18 months, where we're going to focus on our 3 core modules and building out that core team. From there, we're going to start an 18-month build phase where we take those 3 modules and build another 5 on top of that, really rounding out our sales and operations team, beginning to focus on paid customer sales. At that point, we'll have the team in place, all our modules to market, so we'll have a 24-month scaling period where we wind down the pilot sales program and really focus on paid customer sales. Now, our pricing strategy is broken into 2 components, the first being an implementation fee per module, and the second being a recurring usage fee, which we have from $4 to $10 based on the complexity of the module. And as you can see, even before accounting for our speed and accuracy improvements, we're already below the cost of our competitors when it comes to outsourced medical coding. And given the results that we've recently received on some of our initial data, we're excited to announce that for every dollar that the customer is investing in usage fees, we're actually driving $9 in customer value. To put a little context to that, the pilot customers that we've been working with to date, at their scale, we would expect an annual recurring revenue to decimal code of about $480,000, driving over $4 million in customer value per installed unit. Now, that unit is based on a conservative churn rate of 14%, and after allocating the IT development costs and accounting for lifetime costs and revenue, we expect an LTV per module of $1.6 million, driving an LTV to CAC ratio of over 6. As I'd said, that's going to be unlocked through a $1 million investment over the next 18 months in IT product development. We expect that to drive significant year-over-year growth starting in 2026, as we expect to have our installed customer base breaking 50 installed units as we become EBITDA positive in 2027. I'll let Joey wrap us up.
Thanks, Craig. Our ask today is a $2.5 million seed round, of which we've already raised $400,000, and we have an additional $375,000 committed from current investor, Michigan's Accelerate Blue Fund. What this would help us to achieve is 18 months of runway, building out our first 3 core modules and launching them to market, building our team primarily on the engineering side, but also some on the sales in order to build out our customer pipeline, and then we'd be able to launch up at our first customers and be able to achieve revenue. We're very excited about this opportunity we have today in the nascent automated medical coding space. We know we have the best solution for procedures, and we believe we have the strongest tech to be able to scale quickly once we get to market. This is a huge operational burden for providers right now, and we're really excited about our opportunity to be able to alleviate that for them so they can get back to what they really should be focusing on in patient care. Thank you so much for your time, and really happy to take any questions you might have. And then I'll introduce John Vanderbest, who's our CTO, and Alan Liu, who's been our business development lead. Van.
Thank you, Joey. How do you close Michigan, and how do you get your next customer?
Yeah.
How soon will that be?
Yes. So on the Michigan side, it's really been about the relationships and then the build out of the tech. So what we're working with right now is the anesthesia department. So it's been about launching kind of the full module there, showing to them that, hey, this can provide real value, and we'd be able to do it at a cost that's less than what you're investing in kind of the talent on things right now. In terms of closing the next customer, the current projections are around Q3 to get things launched at those 2 pilot proposal sites that we're talking to right now. There are really 3.
Is that a time frame that was communicated to you by Michigan, or is that an assumption?
An assumption. Yeah, so that's based on kind of how the conversations have gone to date and what we've put forth so far. But we've seen that we need to get the approval from the department administrators, the rev cycle group, and the IT group. So we've worked through those and are now figuring out kind of the logistics around what the pilot would look like. Cindy.
So big problem, great solution. My only question is around your competition. If you could talk a little bit more in particular about Codemetrics. I went to their website and it seems like they were claiming a lot more than what I see on your slide. And in terms of both accuracy and the number of applications that they've already developed. And I sort of have a follow-up. They've raised, $100 million. They've signed up lots of customers already. Maybe it doesn't matter. There's still plenty of room for other players. But I would like to understand better how you position yourself relative to Codemetrics.
Definitely. So I can start off, and then Alan, I'll have you take it from there. So in terms of positioning with Codemetrics, first off, I'll take a step back and say the feedback we've gotten from healthcare providers is that this isn't going to be a winner-take-all market. So we think there's room for multiple players. We talked to the Henry Ford Health System, who's using Codemetrics for their bedside activities, NIM for their emergency medicine, and they said they're not doing what you're doing. So we had direct feedback there. We also have a little bit of intel on what their build has been. They're definitely ahead of us commercially. We know that for sure. We're very confident in how our technology compares based on the feedback we heard there. But then, Alan, do you want to speak broadly about the competitive landscape?
Sure. Yeah, it's a great question. So in terms of other automated coding startups, we believe our expertise in and the complexity of anesthesia and surgery cases give us an edge over our competitors. For example, a patient might require multiple surgical procedures, different doses of anesthesia, requiring a whole bundle of CPT codes, and Decimal Code can automatically predict this. On the other hand, a simple X-ray or a set of sutures, right, that requires far fewer CPT codes and far less technical complexity or technical expertise to achieve. And so ultimately, we believe being upstream in terms of this complexity gives us sort of an easier time to enter these additional specialties in the future.
John.
Great presentation. Who owns the patent, and is the data set exclusive to you guys?
Yeah, so we have an exclusive license from the University of Michigan, traditional for any of the research spinouts. Michigan's a very friendly partner to a lot of their startup spinouts. And then, John, do you want to talk a bit about the MPOG data set?
Yeah, so the original models we built were using the MPOG data set. That's about 60 to 70 health systems. It's a research and quality improvement focused kind of initiative, and that's kind of how we even just first kind of stumbled on the problem and made the initial models and whatnot. We're now on to taking a lot of those processes that we built and got the patent for and doing a lot more laser targeted focused models specifically on customer data sets and stuff like that, but we can take a lot from that multi-center set. And
do you guys have exclusive access to that data set?
We don't have anything in formal agreements with MPOG, but I think Dr. Burns and I's continued position inside the Department of Anesthesiology and inside MPOG kind of lends to that, yeah.
Sorry, I can't see. David.
Thank you. Great presentation, by the way. I really like what you guys are doing. My question is, can you contextualize kind of the tension between the insurer and the provider? Like my cynical bastard is that view is that the providers teach the physicians how to code the right way so that they're maximizing profitability. I know this married to a physician. And so at Stanford, they tell me, code like this. So there's a tension there, right? Which isn't about accuracy. It's about the fact that we have a screwed up system. And I wonder whether you comment on that, and if I'm being too cynical, I apologize.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Craig, do you want to pull up the product side where we've kind of got the example of the PC-informed model, where you're absolutely correct. It's basically gamification between the providers and the payers around how do providers get paid the most and how do payers give away the least amount of money. So where we kind of help out there is within these marginal elements with kind of the bundles here. So it's small up on the screen, but this very bottom code prediction here, you can see the code 6, 9, 436 is actually included within all of these things, but we've got different confidence intervals around what it would mean to submit different bundles here. So a lot of our intention on the non-easy things to code, because the DC automate is basically, not these ones that we're talking about, right? It's the very easy ones we can send right through. Our intention is to provide the best information possible so that coders can help to make this decision, right? Because they can't bill for 10 different codes, but they've got to bill for everything that actually occurred during the surgery. Melissa.
I recognize the decision to start with anesthesia because of the relationship that you have, but why the decision to continue with anesthesia as your primary market?
Yeah, so a bit of it is driven by our expertise. So John has been at the Department of Anesthesia for over 20 years. Mike is a practicing anesthesiologist. And then as we've started to have early stage customer conversations, we've particularly seen enthusiastic responses from the chairs of anesthesiology departments where they go, wait a sec, nobody has solutions for anesthesia specific coding right now. So we found that to be a really good inroad, is that these groups are excited because right now the current offerings aren't really servicing this. Mark.
Is there anything about the coding and anesthesia that gives you these great results that you won't be able to replicate in other areas, surgery or what have you?
Yeah, John, do you want to speak a bit about that?
Yeah, anesthesia, I think the other great reasons for starting in anesthesia, there's one code per case. So it's, from a classification standpoint, pretty simple target. As we get into the prior authorization and surgery areas, that's when you start to see stuff in the slide where you have these bundles of codes, and it becomes a much more messy space, but we're very encouraged at how well the NLP tech handles those kind of situations. We do a lot of things to pare the data down, to really trim it down to make sure the models only have what they need to consider.
Sarah.
I'd like to go back to John's question on the IP. You seem confident you'll get an exclusive license. Has Michigan done that before? Have they given anyone an exclusive license?
Yes, yeah. So I used to work for Michigan's tech transfer office, and we have our agreement in place that is exclusive.
Thank you.
Mark.
Can you talk about your strategy to sustain your competitive advantage? We see a lot of, in fact, we're looking at it right now in home care coding, and it just seems like that the EHR companies have more data. Epic and Oracle always have more data than you, and I'm kind of concerned that your advantage you have now gets diminished over time and gets marginalized.
Yeah, definitely. I'll kind of start with it, and then John, maybe I'll pull it to you to talk about the feature engineering. There's really two functions to it. One is having a large data set, and then second is being able to handle that and have the feature engineering done properly. So it's like making a great meal. If you want to have fish, you're going to need to get a fish, but then you don't want to just put it in a blender and serve it up. You need to know how to properly serve it all. So then, John, can you talk a little bit about kind of the feature engineering that?
Yeah, I think what we think differentiates us is just our more in-depth work that we do in the model creation process. We know that big players right now, like Epic and such, are doing the thing that everyone in the market's doing right now, slapping an LLM on it, like GPT and stuff like that. There actually was an article a few weeks ago in the New England Journal of Medicine that specifically says LLMs can't do medical coding. They're not that good at it. We've tried it. They're not as good as the other kind of methods that we're using. So we think that differentiates us.
Allison.
Yeah, could you talk about the structure of coding at hospitals? Is it feasible to start with one department and then expand to additionals, or are they expecting you to be able to cover a larger segment of the hospital to be able to sell into it?
Yeah, John, do you want to talk a bit about what the build has been like at Michigan and how it's gone?
Yeah, the revenue office is quite large and quite complex. There's multiple teams for every specialty. They'll have some coders in anesthesia, for instance, 2 or 3 people who specialize in anesthesia every day, 5 or 6 coders who are floating around. Tomorrow they're a surgical coder, today they're an anesthesia coder, next week they're an emergency coder. But we've focused on those individual teams, and that's kind of how we've grown this out, as we deliver really targeted solutions to solve exactly their problems. And we've kind of built this kind of grassroots kind of love for the product amongst the coders themselves. It's been really kind of cool to watch.
But on the like buyer side, is the head buyer at the hospital going to be okay with it just doing anesthesia, or are they going to expect that it does a broader set of what the hospital needs?
Got it. What we've seen so far is that the chief revenue officer or somebody within that leadership group has been comfortable with starting out at just one site. The idea is obviously that we'd be able to build more into other areas where this is just kind of the teaser, right? Where we start with anesthesia, but it's not just an anesthesia-specific solution. Just, hey, let us provide this value for you first, show you it works, and then we can expand from there. So conversations to date have been green light around, sure, let's start just with this service, but the assumption being that we'll be able to build out as we go. Pete.
So clearly the LLM models are going to evolve. And so if you kind of leapfrog 5 years in advance, or 3 years, you guys are getting traction, do you think that the overall evolution of them with the players like Epic that could leverage those would start to be significant competitors as they build their strategy?
Yeah, we absolutely don't think it's something to dismiss, and we know it's going to keep getting better and better. John, do you want to kind of talk about the difference between the classification around machine learning and the generative text?
Yeah, I mean, I think you nailed it. I think we're definitely keeping our eye on the evolution of those things. You know, GPT-4 is better than GPT-3 was, you know, better than GPT-2. And so we know that there's been this meteoric kind of increase in the ability of these models and whatnot. So we will absolutely keep our eye on that, even look to leverage them ourselves, right? Because I think we'll be positioned with all the work that we've done to date to, when the next best thing comes out, incorporate it faster than the others can.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, judges, remember, fill out the forms. And Joy, we'll have you guys go over here to D-mic. And you guys are already mic'd up. Oh, okay. We have more mics this year. Can I have Erica send me a note? What room is the lunch break?
219.
220?
219.
219. Okay, thanks. Okay. You've got the clicker, all four of you are going to present. If anyone, you're all four presenting?
Yeah, all five of us.
All five present. Okay. I just didn't know if anyone was just
Yeah. We'll pick, me and Mary are going to take most of the Q&A and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah. We got this.
Put me in. We're good.
Put me in, coach. I got it.
All right, I got it. Give it another minute.
Cool. Oh, that's right.
It's right there.
Can't miss it.
Okay, if we could have our anyone else want to take a seat, we take a seat. We're going, keeping in the AI theme, our next team is going to be Owler AI. Whenever you're ready, Athena.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Athena, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Owler AI. We built Owler, a tool aimed to help teachers grade faster for teachers like Mrs. Baker. She's a middle school English teacher with 120 students, and that's 120 essays to grade every time she gives an assignment. Even if Mrs. Baker were to spend 5 minutes on each essay, that's over 10 hours grading a single assignment that week. After using Owler to leave fast feedback on her students' essays, Mrs. Baker sent us this very sweet quote where she said she could cry from the relief she feels in using the product. And she could cry because teachers are burnt out and they're looking for a solution. To help build that solution, we interviewed over 100 teachers. And they told us that they want a tool that, one, helps them grade faster, and luckily many are saying that Owler's getting them 80% of the way there. Second, they want to maintain the connection they have to their students' writing performance. And that's why Owler doesn't provide the grade, but is intentionally designed to keep the teacher in the loop while facilitating a faster review. Third, they want to improve student outcomes. Well, timely feedback has been shown to be the greatest accelerant to writing improvement. And then last but not least, they want to keep their students' data safe, and Owler's completely COPA and FERPA compliant. With this solution, we're very excited to announce that we've exceeded our sales expectations for Q2, especially in our beachhead segment of online educators with UPI Study and Online University and Pre-Health AI and Online Tutor. In the traditional market, we launched a beta in January and have 750 teachers on the platform. We also use this beta to, just as of last week, close on a school-level pilot that will take place in the coming school year with Catalyst Charter here in Chicago. And now for how Owler works. Mary?
Thanks, Athena. As a former teacher, I know how important it is that education technology tools are easy to use. And so I'm proud of how we've built Owler to be simple. As a teacher, all I need to do is submit my assignment description and prompt, like you see here, the rubric descriptors and rubric criteria, like you see here, and the student essays. If I preferred, I could also submit a link directly to the assignment in my learning management system. By using my rubric and criteria, I make sure that Owler reviews for the things that are most important to me as a teacher. Once I click submit, within 45 seconds per essay, Owler will generate this detailed review screen. On this screen, the teacher will see the student's work annotated with where they've met each of their criteria, and suggestions and detailed feedback on what they can improve next time. You'll see everything is editable by the teacher: the score, the feedback, and the suggestions for improvement. All of this is to make sure we maintain that connection between teachers and students and their work. Once the teacher is satisfied with the feedback, they click the link to export the feedback back to the student. In our future iterations of the product, we're hoping to add a feature that will flag for the teacher if the student writing has taken a jump in performance since the last time. That could indicate the use of outside help, as well as a data dashboard that will show if the students trend in learning over time, as well as trends across the classroom. So teachers know exactly where students need support in their writing. All of these features, again, empower teachers to better know their students and better know what they need help with. So how does our product help one of our customers, like UPI Study? UPI Study is an online university with 97,000 students. But at the end of the day, they have the same problem that Mrs. Baker has and that I had as a teacher. They have a lot of student essays to grade, and it takes a long time. And in UPI's case, it's also expensive. With Owler, they are able to adjust their people costs and score those essays more efficiently and for less money. This also allows students to get feedback more frequently and in a more specific way. When we asked UPI Study why they chose Owler, they said it was because of this obvious cost savings, as well as the easy way that we integrate with our current systems. They also were impressed with our team that is focused on improving AI-enabled assessment, and we're really excited to work with us for those reasons. I'll pass it to Santiago to talk more about the online space.
Our plan is to target more online educators like UPI Study. This includes tutors, schools, and other course providers who all review large quantities of student writing at a time and are looking for a more efficient way of doing so. These online educators serve millions of students, and they're larger businesses that benefit greatly from these investments and increased productivity. We sell to them for an implementation fee and 10 cents per essay, and we benefit with a year-round sales cycle and by creating a data moat. Being in this online market is key to our success. Working with these providers gives us access to vast and varied examples of student writing. We can use those to refine our AI algorithm. This means taking teachers from 80% of the way there to 90% of the way there. This keeps them coming back, using our product, providing more data that we can continually improve with. And these continual improvements help us move from our beachhead segment to our other customer segments in the future. As we saw with Mrs. Baker, individual teachers are already greatly empowered by our solution. Next year, after our beta ends, it'll be available to them at $25 a month, and we benefit by creating internal champions in schools. Now, traditional schools like Catalyst Charter are not our current sales focus, but by creating love for our product with the end users, the teachers, we will drive school sales. As administrators see the benefit to improve teacher retention, they will want to purchase the enterprise version of Owler, which includes more features like reporting and security. We charge them a per teacher fee, and we get additional scale. This strategy of creating internal champions to drive school sales has worked for other ed tech companies like Nearpod, Pear Deck, and Quizlet. Alex will tell you more about the market.
Our go-to-market strategy starts by leveraging our relationships to VC and PE firms with portfolio companies looking to gain efficiencies and cut costs. This is how we won a UPI study. We were introduced via a mutual VC connection, and we were able to connect the two CEOs and close the deal. We've also seen success with referring teachers that get us directly to the decision makers within traditional schools. This is how we won Catalyst. We've reached those referring teachers through social media. We've amassed 750 teachers by spending $0 just by engaging with them on the forums where they're looking to talk about the struggles of grading. This solution exists within a huge market. Teachers around the world use feedback to promote student learning. We're looking to capture 15% of the SAM for a $600 million SOM, the bulk of which would be generated by online educators. I'll pass it to Lydia to talk about the financials.
Here you can see the average contract value of each of our customer segments. Online educators and schools are sticky customers. Integrating with their key systems and training the staff to use Owler creates an incentive for them to stick with us once they're onboarded. One of the main costs as a company is the cost to acquire customers. However, thanks to the retention rate of each of our customers, the return on each customer is also significant. This allows us to have LTV/CAC ratios on par with others in our industry. Our growth will allow Owler to become profitable by 2027, and we are anticipating revenue of $75 million by 2028. The low cost to provide Owler allows us to enjoy gross margins of 66%, and we are estimating $25 million in EBITDA by 2028. Our online educator companies not only provide us with data scale, but they also make up nearly 80% of our revenue. This allows us to generate profits quickly enough to reinvest in the business to grow our sales and engineering organizations to set us up for long-term success. I'll pass it off to Athena to talk about competition.
Online educators not only make up the lion's share of our revenue, but they allow us to compete in a much less crowded market than the traditional school space you see here on the left. We're seeking funding in order to move faster in the online space and grab market share and build on that flywheel Santiago mentioned earlier. As for who we compete with, there are large legacy companies who have huge solutions. Normally, assessment is just one small component of them. They're usually very expensive, and they lack the focus to deploy their AI functionality well. And then, why can't teachers just go to ChatGPT and do this themselves? Because by the time they put in their prompt, rubric, and each essay one at a time into the system, they've lost the time savings, they're not getting results that are leveled across the batch, they're not protecting student data, they're not removing bias, and a whole host of other things that are accounted for within Owler. Paired with our powerful technology, we have the right team in place. I bring nearly a decade of technology, strategy, and implementation experience. My co-founder is a PhD in machine learning. We have an advisor as well as NBC team members with combined decades of experience teaching, administrating, and implementing technology in schools, and we have a dedicated teacher advisory board. As for what's next for this team, we'll continue to integrate with online educators as we build up our machine learning features to do some of that AI flagging detection that Mary mentioned earlier, as well as expand into math and science. To do this, we're raising $2.25 million, the majority of which will go to our technology team, and the remainder will be invested in our sales and marketing efforts. We invite you to join us in relieving the pains of more teachers like Mrs. Baker. Thank you, and we'll take any questions. Brent?
I'm just going to ask you a question about something I just don't know much about. Is in the LMSs like Canvas or Blackboard or D2L, do they have marketplaces where third-party apps can play, or is it just stuff that they've built? Like, can you build something that could work in there?
Yeah, you can, and that's kind of the plan for us. A lot of the times, not every one of those LMSs that you named, you can do that, but I believe Canvas does kind of have like an app store that you're able to build something in, so that's definitely on the roadmap for us. In terms of LMSs that we're going to be integrating with, Google Classroom is a huge one in the middle to high school space. Canvas is a very big one in the high school space, not to say that there aren't high schools there too, but those things are definitely on the roadmap and should be ready by the August timeframe of when school starts. Dan?
Do teachers, when they adopt this, do they get any pushback either from the institution or from parents or from students themselves?
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. I think teachers right now are inundated with different types of technology to try, and I think one of our biggest challenges is kind of cutting through that noise and showing how the technology really meets them where they're at and meets their need, and really helps alleviate that pain point. I think it's also like any technology, it's in how you use it, right? And I think where we're coming from is very much what do teachers need, empowering them and saving them time so they can spend more of their time focused on doing the things that teachers are best at, getting to know their students, planning for the next lesson, and so forth. I think, like, again, any change, it's really also about communication, and so making sure that administration or whoever needs to know about it is in the loop so that it's not like a surprise or that a teacher is using something new like this. But I think we're gonna see, like any technology, that teachers are adopting it and finding ways to integrate it within their practice. I don't know any specific cases of pushback.
Yeah, I can talk to one principal that we talked to during that customer discovery that we mentioned earlier. They were really interested in actually having like a separate third-party system do a grading pass at the students' essays to kind of check on also how's the teacher doing versus this system and like what can we change here. I know most of you may not have graded 120 essays, but by the time you get to the 100th essay, your feedback gets shorter and shorter, and so it's actually a very big improvement for the student. So, Mar?
Yeah, I have two questions that are kind of related. It's about the pricing.
Yeah.
Is this, can you do a pricing per student? That's one question. And the second is, if this helps you write better essays, why not make a version available to the students that they can use it before they submit the paper?
Yeah, I can take the pricing question. So we didn't want to do it by student because we didn't want to disadvantage schools with large student bodies who might be underprivileged. So we really wanted to do it by teacher. The cost to provide this product is very minimal, and so we didn't want to, disadvantage any underprivileged schools. So that was the reason, but yes, of course we can. We did test the pricing per teacher during our customer discovery process, and so we feel very positive about that pricing. And then, sorry, your second question was?
About student version.
Right, student version. It is on the roadmap. I think that's further along. We're wanting to work with teachers more to understand the exact needs. We're seeing different use cases of this come up in some schools across the country, and we're trying to kind of figure out what's the right version of this to go forward. But we want to really get our heels and focus down on the assessment, teacher-focused first, before expanding. Laura?
So nice job. I really like the problem and the solution statement up front. Really clear, really direct. So it's very plausible that you're going to, give teachers a new starting point, using AI to just start here, not with all the tedious work. It's also possible that if the quality of the output is not high or consistent, you'll redistribute workload to different places, and they'll say, yeah, it's good for this, but not for that.
Yep.
How are you going to assure that quality is high as it can be, and how are you going to assure you really are cutting time, you're not redistributing it to other things they have to do?
Really great question. So we've been working on this for a while. This is a company that we're planning on taking forward past the NVC. So we actually did our first true MVP back in June, and we worked with teachers over the 6 months to really get the quality to a place where we're hearing 80% consistently. I've run tests with all of the AP essays that are out on the College Board website to make sure that our feedback is close to what their graders would leave. And so we feel really comfortable with the quality right now because that was our actual concern, right? A big hypothesis here is like, can you actually save teachers time by providing them with a starting point? And so we wanted to make sure we could for sure say yes to that. Mark?
Yeah, is the result individualized to a teacher? So if Brent is grading someone and I don't care about split infinitives, we get different kind of responses back from the system? That's question one. And two, talk to me about how you would compete with free in a world where the Gates Foundation may just do this and give it away, or Salcon.
Yeah, you can take the first
one. Yeah, great question. And so one of the key aspects of Owler is that the teacher submits their own assignment prompt and their own rubric so that the system reviews for the criteria that are most important. So if Jim cares about split infinitives, he can put in grammar and a descriptor to say like flag split infinitives, sorry, and the system will do that. Whereas if you're really looking for clarity of thesis, it'll highlight the thesis and say what's clear about it or unclear about it. And also within the kind of setup here, you can also say like what grade level you teach, and we're working, I think one of the like current areas of development is around kind of like adjusting the tone, because how you might deliver the feedback to a 6th grader in a certain classroom might be different than how you deliver it to an 11th grader. But the whole idea is that the teachers input some key things so that everything that comes out is tailored to them in their classroom.
Yeah, and then quickly just on the free piece, it's a great question. If you look at a lot of those free models, it's free up until a certain point. And so we're saying it's $25 a month, use it as much as you want. And actually, if the school were to buy it, which a lot of these free versions are also saying the school is buying, is eventually hitting a price point. We're giving them reporting, additional security, and working with the school on what that reporting actually looks like for what they need. So we feel comfortable in our pricing already because we have some traction here, and teachers are telling us like, originally our pricing was $699 per class, and the teacher was like, I'll pay $699. So we feel pretty comfortable with the $25 a month. Allison?
Yeah, the competitive space is pretty crowded for like in-person schooling. Why can't those tools work for the online educators, or why won't they adopt those same tools?
Yeah, it's a great question. We've thought a lot about this. Like I said, we've done a lot of customer discovery. From what we can tell, a lot of the competition in the traditional space is staying there. And then when we go talk to online educators, online universities, they didn't realize this was an option for them. They haven't thought about it. And so being a first mover here is really important. We totally understand that with AI, right, there's not a lot of moat around you from a technical perspective. And so we're really trying to be a first mover, grab as much market share as possible. And that's why we're seeking funding. I'm sorry, I can't see your name. Kajiro?
Given what your service can do you still believe teacher give the same essay to same timing to same students? Is this tool need to be supporting the teacher of the mass education structure? I think if given the online structure, what you can do, probably you can dramatically change the structure of the education. And in that case, probably, as Ma suggested, probably student can be the subscriber in the long term. What do you think? I want to know your thought.
Yeah, I can take the first half. So I think obviously as technology evolves, we hope that the education system evolves as well to keep pace with it and really teaching students the skills they're going to need in the future with all of these technology tools available. And I think what we're hearing, and certainly was the case when I was teaching, is like the focus on literacy is still really important. You still need to be able to write really well, or at least know how to use the tools at your disposal to craft a compelling argument. And so there's actually an increased emphasis on literacy across the subject areas, not even just in English and history. And so I think the expansion to other subject areas is going to be really easy, as well as there's kind of a push towards competency-based grading, which is kind of breaking down larger assignments into smaller pieces. And so teachers are actually assigning more writing more frequently, even if it's in smaller chunks. And so that actually creates more grading, but also more need for a product like this. So I think that's a long way of saying I don't think the focus on writing is going to go away. But I do think providing tools to help teachers adapt and really support students more efficiently will help them spend more of their time connecting with students and helping them in the classroom in ways that are going to actually support them in the long term. And to the student piece?
Yeah, and to your second point on the student piece, totally agree. It's really important for us to get this first part down first of understanding the teacher's perspective, how they grade, really get that data into our systems so that we can track that delta, and then better do that second piece of providing a direct interface for the student. And like you said, hopefully dramatically change education. Anu?
Thank you for the presentation. It was actually really well done, and I think I can see the passion in all of you and how thoughtful you are. So my question, don't view it negatively, but I'm going to push you, is you do all this amazing work and you'll hit 75 million in revenue in 5 years. What is the bigger opportunity here? How can you be more aggressive in pursuing? What have you learned in what you've done so far?
Yeah.
And are there other beachheads?
Yeah, it's a really good point. That's kind of why we had the expansion into the traditional school system to, honestly, something we've seen in the last week was we went to a charter school and they said, hey, we use this assessment platform. Why don't I set you up with them? It's a really good, sale for us to that assessment platform. For one of your clients to be saying to integrate with us is a huge deal. So that is the second phase after the online market. And then to your point of, what's next if I'm dreaming really big here, I think the future of this tool could be a full AI-powered learning management system. So all of your data is talking to each other. You're learning about each student across multiple classes, and to really build it out to say, hey, we know everything about this student and can provide direct remediation to this student. You can provide at-home tutoring for the student and really be like a personalized learning tool for the student.
Thank you. I would push you on the traditional schools. Too many startups have tried that. So unless you have a new innovative business model approach, I like the third one, which is the learning platform.
Heard, that's fair. I'm sorry, I can't see your name, but in the purple shirt. David.
Hey, thanks. Fabulous job, by the way, you guys. Really impressive what you're doing. My reaction, though, is there an unintended consequence by pushing things through the machine? I went to high school west of here at Oak Park River Forest High School. There's a guy 100 years ago who graduated with very poor grades in English. His name was Ernest Hemingway. There's another guy named James Joyce who wrote Ulysses, which would not do well in the machine. So, I guess the question is, are there unintended consequences where all of a sudden you're going to be driving students to a paradigm which lacks creativity, if that makes sense?
Yeah, do you want to speak about
that? I can start. I think it's a real concern, and I think that the power of creativity, of creative thought, of innovation is going to become more and more important, and I wouldn't want any tool or anything that we build to take away from that in the classroom. I think there still is, though, the place for informative writing and clear writing and supporting students to learn that skill, and perhaps actually, if we can learn that skill more efficiently, free up more time for creative writing and creative thinking and exploration in the classroom that I don't think is going to be fully supported or evaluated by a machine. And so again, this is not yet or kind of like the one-stop shop for everything, and there's so much else in the classroom that should and we would definitely want to continue happening.
Sam?
Related to that last point, what are the opportunities for students to game the system knowing how the grading is going to be done?
So actually, it's really funny. Ed Week just released a report that said there hasn't actually been an increase in students cheating. The same students that were cheating are just still cheating. And so they're using a different avenue to do it. And so in that way, if you're going to go put in the rubric into ChatGPT as a student and have it write something for you and copy and paste, it's there.
I'm not suggesting people are going to cheat more. I'm suggesting I will, before submitting my essay, I'll just say, hey, I know this is the rubric my teacher uses, and I'll ask GPT to grade it within that rubric, give me the feedback.
And that's a tool that students have at their disposal, right? That's not we can't.
But right now, I don't know my teacher's rubric.
But you probably do. Most teachers do share their rubrics when they assign an assignment. And actually, the strategy of having a student highlight their essay with where it meets the rubric is actually a teaching tool to help them understand the criteria better. So I think that AI opens up new challenges, but not necessarily a totally different one than existed before.
Great job.
Sorry.
Okay. The judges, if we could have you go ahead and fill in your form. Remember to hit submit at the end of your form. We'll be getting ready with our next team here. Farrell's, please. I just sent a text to Samir to remind him that he's speaking at 11:35. Yeah, I know. I already knew that. Yes, sir.
I'll do my forms at the end. To make my grading. Chicago, Michigan merge. And then the color is purple, which is Kelly. That's what I'm like, what's Michigan and Chicago? Everybody's go blue. Michigan's done a very good job. Yeah, they're blue funds. Right, that's great. They've done a great job. Yeah, and anybody who's here to see it.
Okay. After you guys have done your presentation, you guys ready? Yep. All right. Yeah, cool. All right, we're having a little bit of a Wi-Fi challenge on that. I'll work on that while they're presenting. So, all right. So with that, we're going to introduce our last team before lunch, Pharos Aerospace.
Hello, everyone. We're Pharos. We're giving satellite operators the data they need to avoid collisions in space. There's a lot of junk in space. Things bigger than 10 centimeters or bigger than a softball, we're able to see pretty well from the ground. But things smaller than that are difficult, if not impossible, to see from the ground. Pharos is specifically interested in a class of debris known as lethal non-trackable. Lethal because it can take a satellite offline in an instant between 1 and 10 centimeters, and non-trackable because we can't see it from the ground. This is a big problem for satellite operators who spend a lot to avoid collisions. They're catastrophes for the operators, and they create thousands of pieces of new lethal debris, threatening access to space for everybody else. They also want to avoid near misses. Near misses communicate to investors and commercial partners that their money is about to explode in space. They also want to avoid maneuvers. They take time out of critical missions, burn costly fuel, reducing satellite lifetime, and put satellites on new orbits, introducing new risk. Data providers in space situational awareness, or SSA, traditionally have to make a decision. There are radar dishes and telescopes distributed across the globe simply for the purpose of looking at the night sky and trying to find space objects. They have great coverage, but they can't see anything the size of a baseball or a golf ball, which is why there's been a big push toward in-space optical imaging of space objects. Granularity is very good. You can see things the size of a golf ball. There are only a few sensors like this on orbit, which means we only capture a very small slice of the pie that is low Earth orbit. If there were a solution that had great coverage and high granularity, this would be a massive value add to every satellite operator. Which is why Pharos is not compromising on this issue. We're turning star trackers into a neighborhood watch for low Earth orbit. Star trackers are just cameras. They take pictures of the stars and use them as landmarks to help satellites navigate through orbit. They're in space, so they suffer no atmospheric interference, and they provide high granularity data. They're already on orbit. We're not deploying any new hardware, and we deploy rapidly at the click of a button. Finally, our coverage is ubiquitous. Wherever satellites go, we're able to see, because nearly every satellite in low Earth orbit has at least one star tracker. Our innovative SSA is on the horizon. We've partnered with the premier academic lab in the world for Star Tracker space situational awareness, which, yes, is an actual active field of research. We're acquiring and generating data in partnership with this lab to train our in-house developed machine learning model, building an algorithm that is able to calculate the position and velocity of detected debris using computer vision. Soon we'll move to validation, leveraging already established commercial partnerships to test our predictions on known space objects with known position and velocity. We'll deploy our software in a customer user interface via subscription. And with our software, operators will be able to get the data they need to avoid collisions and near misses and reduce extraneous maneuvers.
Thanks. Now, the space market is growing exponentially. Right now, there are 10,000 satellites in orbit, but by 2030, that number will reach 60,000, and the risk is going up as well. because people spend $58 million on debris mitigation right now, but in 2030, that number will be $600 million, which is a $2.3 billion spend on debris mitigation over the next 6 years, and an excellent demand signal from the government and commercial sectors that they're willing to write a check for this. We're poised to lead this nascent market, and we're not the only ones trying to break into it. ArcSec is a star tracker manufacturer that is trying to functionalize their star trackers to be small debris sensors in LEO. It sounds familiar, right? The foil in their approach is that they are a manufacturer, which means that even if they cook up a great algorithm, it is only able to interface with their hardware. And they have approximately 2 star trackers in orbit right now, whereas our solution is both hardware agnostic and scalable across the industry. Redwire is another star tracker manufacturer that is functionalizing their equipment for looking at large objects from short distances. If they tried to break into the market, they would face these same structural constraints. We're going to be first to market with a hardware agnostic and scalable software solution. And we set ourselves apart and build a moat in a few important ways, but most importantly, because we leverage extensive data with industry partnerships. Our business model vacuums up data that is currently siloed across the entire satellite industry and places it in a common pool where satellite operators can access it. But they haven't had an incentive to make that data valuable or share it. We're doing that. We operate as a neutral third party, so people don't see us as a competitive threat. And we're also the first to market with a distributed solution, and so satellite operators are going to have their hands on data that they would never otherwise have access to. And our customer acquisition strategy is divided into 2 main segments, government and commercial, but we treat them as dual income streams. On the government side, non-dilutive funding is going to de-risk R&D, and for example, NASA just a few months ago released contract problem statements that might as well have been plagiarized from our business plan. They want to see objects smaller than 10 centimeters with better accuracy. That's right up our alley. Next, government-backed accelerators are going to get us critical face time in front of government customers to allow us to put our finger on the pulse of exactly where government value is going to be 3, 5, 10 years from now. And finally, we're subcontracting with established players in the space industry to get the lasting credibility we need to turn around a great product to our commercial partners, who early on are primarily going to be mid-sized constellations who are more risk-averse and have more to lose than their larger counterparts. And our first LOI models our future growth. It's with an active debris removal company who is giving us their data exhaust, we're turning it into something valuable for them, and we're making money from it. Our early adopters are our data providers. Next, we're partnering with space insurance firms who right now don't even want to touch LEO with a 10-foot pole. It's way too risky, but if they had a tool like ours to de-risk the environment over time, they'd be more willing to enter the market, start pricing plans, and we want to be positioned to capture that value because we think it's going to be massive. So here's our timeline right now. We're leveraging academic partnerships to fuel our MVP development, which is ongoing, and we hope to begin beta testing in 2025. Then in 2026, we plan an initial commercial rollout and onboarding our first customers. That initial commercial growth is going to start driving expansion into non-satellite verticals, like the insurance industry and like the national security space. And simultaneously, we'll be pursuing non-dilutive funding from the government to de-risk the product development lifecycle. And our near-term growth is going to come from a very specific segment of the commercial satellite market. Earth imaging and new space companies that operate in very low Earth orbit, or what people call below the Starlink shell, which is at around 550 to 650 kilometers in low Earth orbit. These companies have great throughput because they're constantly downlinking complex images. Black and white images of the stars are not a huge ask for them. They also have high storage capacity because those images have to go somewhere. And they operate in a high-risk environment because the space below the Starlink shell is extremely debris dense. And this early commercial growth is going to be fueled by $1 million in non-dilutive funding over the next 18 months, as well as $2.3 million in commercial revenue by 2027, priced at, on average, $2,000 a month per satellite.
Between our government and commercial income streams, we project profitability by 2026. By year 5 in 2029, we project $44 million in revenue. This is going to be driven in future years by continuing to strengthen partnerships with larger constellations of LEO satellites that operate higher up in the LEO spectrum, companies like Iridium or OneWeb. Additionally, rendezvous and proximity operations firms have great need for our data and will make excellent partners for us in the future years. And as was previously mentioned, once LEO is effectively de-risked and insurance underwriters are willing to enter the market, insurance partners make great partners for us on the commercial side. On the government side, we'll continue to pursue government contracts and program of record deals with agencies like NASA and various agencies within the Department of Defense. Obviously, space is tough. Technically, this is a very challenging problem. From a business development standpoint, this is a really hard problem to solve. We're really excited about the team that we have put together and think that we're the team to get this across the goal line. Ethan, our CEO, has experience working and winning government contracts at one of the largest defense primes in the world. Victor, our COO, has been on the ground floor of deep tech startups, helping to scale and commercialize quantum technologies. I'm Jacob, our CFO, and I have experience leading highly technical teams in the intelligence and special operations communities. Our 3 other core team members have years of experience in aerospace engineering, AI and ML product management, and computer vision. Not only are we excited about our team, but so are our advisors. Across the 4 of them, they have decades of experience in aerospace and defense and the DoD. They're truly bought into our vision. From space startup founders to general officers, their experience and networks have been and will continue to be extremely vital in our success going forward. They truly believe in our vision and are bought into the team that we have together. We're here today seeking $2 million in seed funding. This will provide us 18 months of runway as we finish out our MVP and beta test as we go to market with our commercial partners in 2026. Truly the future of the nascent space industry, as well as significant implications with national security and tons of other economies and industries that are tangentially affected by the space industry, rely on effectively solving this problem of enhanced space situational awareness. We're really excited to tackle this problem of small space debris with you all, and we'd love to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Yeah, Alyssa.
Thanks, guys. Really interesting. I'm curious why the decision to pursue venture capital financing. The structure and style of your business is not typically one. It was a bit underwhelming in terms of the revenue milestones that you're looking to hit and the size of the market opportunity. So why is this the best financing to pursue?
Right. I think on the near term, private capital is going to allow us to accelerate our timeline. Obviously, with just commercial revenue, we would reach profitability still in year 4, at the end of year 4. And so we're not over-reliant on the government or the commercial sectors for revenue streams. And that's really why we want private capital, to hire engineers, to do the hard work of the R&D, and to kind of accelerate our timeline and roll out earlier. And that's important because time is of the essence.
Yeah, maybe I should have refrained. I understand why it's good for you. Why is it good for venture capitalists to put dollars into your business?
Right. Because I think $44 million in revenue year 5, that's great. Future expansion into non-satellite verticals like the insurance industry, like the national security space, think intelligence officers sitting at computers, subscribing to our enterprise software, that's kind of where the future market's going to be, and that's where we get to kind of the $1 billion valuation. It's just breaking into the non-satellite verticals that are not exactly purely licensed plans. Yeah, John.
So I saw one particular company that's in the space business was not on your list or presentation, SpaceX, and wondering how you think about the business you're building with what they have out there, size of the satellite constellation. I mean, if you were to ask Elon, he'd say this is not an actual problem. I think there's been 4 collisions in space, 2 of them intentional. But how do you think about being in this sector with the volume of satellites that SpaceX has out there?
Right. SpaceX has 60% of the satellite market right now, of the 10,000 up there. SpaceX, Elon is pretty special. He has redundancy built into his business model, and he can afford to eat losses whenever something rams into one of his satellites. And satellite operators generally have incentives not to report kind of the small damages, the solar panels that go offline, the equipment that goes offline. And they don't really know what caused it, and they don't want to report that. We only really hear about the extreme large collisions like Iridium that produce hundreds of thousands of pieces of debris. And because SpaceX has redundancy built into their business model, and they automatically maneuver whenever they get a notification that there's an object that has a 1 in 100,000 chance of hitting them, they just maneuver automatically, and they've automated the problem. Small to mid-sized constellations can't afford to eat that cost, and they have to be nimble, and they have to protect their assets in order to scale to eventually become somebody like Starlink. Yeah, Jim.
Great presentation. So like a decade ago, Project Phoenix, supported by DARPA, familiar with that? They were trying to take decommissioned satellites and sublets in low orbit for enhanced communications. They've spent like 28, 30 million. I don't know where that resides, and I know it's dated, but related to the lady's question on funding and what happened over that decade for essentially low orbit communication, this was an element. So I guess the first question is, what happened with Project Phoenix and the results of that? Does it have any bearing? And what's kind of subsequent for DARPA requests or RFPs or other things related to that?
Right. I can't speak to the success of Project Phoenix, but I can speak to the success of future DARPA efforts and IARPA efforts, which is an adjacent agency. They have ongoing programs that are awarding large commercial contracts to commercial satellite operators to specifically look at objects smaller than 10 centimeters. That's going to be extremely important for us, and we're in touch with the program managers at IARPA to kind of fast track our software once it's fully built up and beta tested onto their platform.
And is that part of the funding goal? I mean, beyond this $2 million, those funding elements for you?
Right. Down the line, that's kind of a component of our $30 million in government revenue year 5.
Thank you.
Yeah, Allison.
Can you talk about the cameras that already exist and where the data source is coming from and how you'll be able to acquire it at kind of reasonable cost?
Right. Yeah. The cameras are on most satellites, I would probably say upwards of 90% in low Earth orbit. The companies that we're targeting are cool because they're in very low Earth orbit. Star trackers look up and out. They're not looking at the Earth. They're not looking laterally really. They're looking up and out. And so you want the lower altitude satellite constellations to be your early adopters. That's where they're everywhere in space, and we're pretty confident that we are confident that we can access those star trackers as well as the ones higher up in low Earth orbit once we eventually build out a tool and they realize that they need us to do collision avoidance. Yeah, Anu.
I'm going to ask a tangential question. Of all the ideas, why did you decide to pursue this one?
Right. That's a good question. I think that we all have tangential backgrounds related to defense, space. We've all thought space is cool forever. I think this really got fast-tracked whenever we, through Booth, accessed a DoD program that allowed us to interface with people at the Missile Defense Agency. They told us that they had threats to their satellites in low Earth orbit, and they asked us to come up with a solution. We turned that solution and project into this business plan because we were forced to do customer discovery, hundreds of interviews in that program, and we realized that this is a huge issue and we wanted to take it to market.
So going back to getting the data from the cameras, how much risk is there as to whether that's viable? Are they going to try to charge you for it? Do you have some but not others? How much of that access to cameras is essential for your business plan to work?
Well, yeah, data is the lifeblood of our business. I think I can break this down in 3 ways. So there's the very small satellite startups that are breaking into Earth imaging that are super interested in working with us because they're used to being nimble and they're used to partnering with other startups in the space. And if they think that we can provide them with robust collision avoidance better than they have right now, they're willing to start integrating us into the design phase and work with us to upload our software to their products. For the mid-sized constellations, maybe there's a little more kind of higher switching costs there. We've allocated 5% of our $2 million ask to those fixed data acquisition costs. Then the rest of the 75% of our engineering salaries are dedicated towards engineers that are going to be embedded right next to our partners, making sure that the transition from our software onto their platform is as smooth as possible and to reduce those switching costs over the next 18 months. Yeah, Van.
So is robust collision avoidance a top 3 problem for like the commercial side of the business? And can you walk through how do you kind of break in and actually get commercial sales?
Right. I would say for for Iridium, that's in our long-term plan, no, not in their top 3. We've talked to their senior engineers in the C-suite, and they've confirmed as much. For the lower orbit satellite constellations, we're talking Hawkeye 360, Black Sky, Loft Orbital. Yes, this is in their top 3 concerns because they have to deal with the fact that there's constantly debris flying around below the Starlink shell. And also the fact that Starlink maneuvers all the time is a bit, that introduces chaos for them. So they care about it, they want to solve it. And I think the way we get sales is we start with proving to people that our product does have value to them. We spend 18 months not asking them to give us any money, but just kind of building our tool and iterating with them and showing them how good it can be comparative to the other tools maybe they have on the market. Maybe they want to use free tools. Maybe they want to use Leo Labs or Slingshot. If we can convince them that that's the case, and we're confident that we can, the sales are going to be pretty straightforward because it is one of their top 3 priorities. Yeah. Mark.
Are you going to be focusing first on government sales or commercial? I know I have clients that focus on both, and they feel like utterly different companies in what they do. And a lot of times they focus on one first, capture it, and look at the other and say, forget it, it's too hard, and then sell the company at that point.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from, but I think that we can see them as dual income streams because it's a bit of a virtuous cycle. You go to the commercial sector, you show you have government traction, whether that be for non-dilutive funding or programs of record, and they're like, okay, you're legit, let's work with you. Or you go to the government and you have some small to mid-sized constellations that you've already signed on. They see that credibility. Even if it's an LOI, you don't even have to make an official sale. The government is all of a sudden more willing to award you non-dilutive funding. So where's she going to go to first? We're pursuing them simultaneously. I think next month, we probably won't make a commercial sale in the next month, but we will apply for a non-dilutive grant. Yeah.
I have a question. The market seems small now, but you're saying that it's growing in 2030. I just want to figure out understand from you, what does this look like in 20 years? Is the space full of debris and people, satellites are using software to maneuver where they go or are projects like space debris removal that there's some that have been funded? Is that something that is necessary?
Right, absolutely. I think detection is the first step in mitigation. So all the industries you mentioned, whether that's active debris removal or automated course maneuvering, that all relies on actually being able to know where objects are to integrate them into those tools and then move out of the way. And so there are a lot of great companies right now. We're talking Starfish, Astroscale, Clear Space. They're all wanting to send complex satellites up to kind of deorbit junk and get it out of the way. And they really rely on companies like us to kind of figure out where those objects are and refine their approach. And so we see us as kind of an enabler of that future economy. And the SSA market is priced at $2 billion going into the 2030s. But it could easily reach $5–10 billion in 2040 as we're talking hundreds of thousands of satellites in low Earth orbit and beyond. Yeah. Yeah.
So just a technical, I have no idea about space, obviously, but just a question on the technical details. Are these camera feeds real time? Or are they static images?
So we're downlinking image sequences. So our analysis is done on image sequences, kind of taking multiple points, multiple vision points on singular pieces of debris. And those image sequences get downlinked by the operator and then shared with us. So we're not streaming live a live feed of space, but we're downlinking image sequences that we retrospectively do analysis on.
Gotcha. And then second, just question, curious, but these satellites, are they able to sort of maneuver? Or are they on a fixed, it's just momentum based? Like if you tell them, hey, there's something coming, can they actually change?
Sure, so we won't be telling them that, that's up to the operator. But nearly every satellite, because collision avoidance is a real threat, and because satellites need to kind of stay on specific orbits, they have built in a certain amount of fuel that they can use to correct. When they make maneuvers that are not important to make, they burn that fuel and they reduce their lifetime, but they can maneuver as needed.
Yeah, Brent.
Can you just talk a little bit more about the insurance market? Is there a case where you'd have the best data and could actually, if some of the other things just fail, could you be the best MGA in that space in the end? Or are all the assets not insured? Who's the leading issuer today? Is it a lot of premium? Is it really inefficient from an underwriting standpoint? Just what do you know about that market?
Yeah, the space insurance market is concentrated way out away from the Earth's surface in geostationary orbit right now. That's where the hundreds of millions of dollars worth telecom satellites are mostly located. And there are about, I think, 20 active insurance firms, and they act as syndicates and kind of price these plans there. None of the assets in LEO are insurable right now, mostly due to risk. And so our conversations with underwriters have told us that we could eventually be a one-stop shop for the data that they use to start pricing tools and constructing their plans. The way they do it is they have checkboxes. They go, do you have propulsion capabilities? Do you have Ferris's tool? And if we check that box for them, then we become something that makes it cheaper for satellite operators to have insurance plans because their premiums go down when they use us. And insurance providers are also using us to price their plans in the first place. Yeah, Jim.
So the data analytics, mission critical, trillions of lines in milliseconds, right? I mean, effectively. Yeah. So what's your DAS strategy, thinking like Snowflake or Databricks or Ocient, et cetera, for the analytics engine side to crush that in a relative time frame that matters.
Right. In the near term, we're looking to leverage kind of just traditional AWS computing. I think we're also partnering with future, a nascent part of the space industry is edge computing with GPUs in space. They're going to be these satellite buses that go up and are basically just server farms in space, where anyone in space can pay these people to kind of host their programs on their equipment, run analysis, and that would actually allow us to not even have to downlink with the ground and just talk to different satellites in space. And so that's a partnership we're building with companies like Colossus, which just recently proved flight heritage on their GPUs. Yeah. Van.
I'm trying to visualize this a little bit. When you're looking at these, when you're looking at low Earth orbit, are you having like concentrated pools of satellites in certain, like, I guess, geographies, or are these like pretty spread out? Because I'm trying to understand with movement, how does that work?
Yeah. Science satellites and things like that, kind of concentrated at the polar regions for obvious reasons. They're looking at climate data, things like that. At specific altitudes, it just depends on where the customers are. A Starlink constellation that services, places like Latin America, for instance, or an Astronus constellation that services Latin America is going to be positioned over them in geostationary orbit. Starlink will be in LEO, circling them regularly. And then below the Starlink shell, probably between kind of the 450 to, and then in the Starlink shell, 650 kilometer altitude range, that's where the majority of satellites are going up right now. And they're all taking ride shares, and they're all being deposited into the same exact orbit. And even though space is massive, that trend probably means that space is going to get risky, and we aren't effectively using space. Yeah.
Okay, judges, please fill out your forms. And before we go to lunch, I'm going to introduce Samir Mayakar, who is the new head of the Polsky Center. This is his first NVC, I think. So, Samir.
Thanks, Steve. Hey, good morning, everybody. It's been an amazing series of pitches today. And I'm very proud to lead the Polsky Center. What we do at the Polsky Center, as a lot of you know, is we help advance new ideas and technologies from the UChicago ecosystem to the world. And as you know from sitting here today, the MVC is a core part of that. What I thought I would do is tell you just some of the key statistics about MVC and about what we do at UChicago to support entrepreneurs. This is the largest university-based pitch competition in the country. I think we should be very proud of that. It far surpasses our competitors. Our team at the Polsky Center, just in the past year, we supported 250 events in support of entrepreneurs. They've been attended by 7,000 people. We're going to deploy over $2 million of support to those entrepreneurs. And Polsky-affiliated companies in the past 12 months have raised over $700 million. So that's what we can do here at UChicago. And I will tell you, we're also on a path to have a record over 200 new inventions coming out of this campus that will eventually, hopefully, make their way into startups. Events like this are personally important to me. Some folks who were at the dinner last night heard this, so I started my first company to compete in a competition just like this. And I spent 12 months getting my butt kicked with very hard feedback that some of the people here in this very room have given me. And we lost everything for 12 months. And then we got a little bit of funding from SBIR, from the federal government, and then we won a big business plan competition, walked away with $1.3 million of seed capital, and now the company has really been transformed. So the experience here, as the investors here in my company know, hi Pete, is you will learn resilience, you will learn persistence, and you do not have to come out of here victorious to still build a great company. And so I hope you heard some of those stories last night, but this is an unbelievable experience, and it's the process of going through NVC that makes you stronger. And just know that our team at the Polsky Center is here to support you on that journey, not only while you're a student, but afterwards too. So thank you, and I wish the teams the best of luck, and now I wish you a very delicious lunch.
Thank you, Samir. And I should have mentioned Samir is new. He is a rock star, and he is going to do great things for the Polsky Center. So over lunch, you should spend some time with him. So speaking of lunch for the judges and special guests is in 219. We will have someone in the room while you're gone, so you can leave your computers here. We will get the Wi-Fi fixed, which I understand is spotty, and we will be back here at 12:30 for a 12:35 start. And I'm told there'll be some wine here, but it'll be non-alcoholic. So I will see you all soon. So thank you for a great morning, and we'll have a continually good afternoon.
Marty McFly, Michael J. Fox. That's right. JSA COA'd. Right here, we got our cert.
Okay, let's go ahead and start taking our seats. All right, guys.
We're waiting for.
We're good.
Good luck.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the rock star, but we're gonna. He's got 1 minute. All right. As we're coming back from lunch, we're waiting for the last two judges to go in. You've noticed in front of you is a new addition besides the goodie bag from all of permanent MVC. You have 2 glasses of wine and a small cracker on a napkin. The team will walk you through it, so don't go guzzling it down now. You miss all the fun. So we got one. Here comes the list. We're going to give it 1 more minute here. We'll wait till she gets settled. Ah, thanks, Jake. I was waiting for you. Pardon? Yeah, that's a good idea. While we're doing it, we've refreshed your water. If you've drained your first can of water, you can open your second one and do the cracking. It's a great can of water. The only problem is it's very noisy in class. Well, now that he has arrived, the rock star's arrived. All right. Grab a seat there, Matt, and we'll. Oh, you want to get your stuff? Go ahead. Yeah, I know. We hold the plane for him. As soon as he comes on down, we'll introduce you. He's a long-time judge, so we treat him. He gets senior privileges. And he did get upgraded. So. All right, as I said, you have.
That's some good questions getting moved up there.
As I said, you have 2 glasses of wine in front of you. They'll walk you through. But our next team is all about wine, and more importantly, getting the alcohol out of that wine. So with that, we'll introduce you to Slosh Dynamics.
All right. Thank you, Professor Tebby. Hi, everyone. My name is Jorman, and this is Claire, and we are Slosh Dynamics. Slosh Dynamics is enabling winemakers to craft better-tasting, non-alcoholic beverages. Thought we'd have a little bit of fun. Hopefully, everyone enjoyed lunch. Wanted to give you guys a taste of what we've been working on. On your left is just normal Decoy, 14% alcohol by volume, a Cabernet from California. On the right-hand side is the exact same wine, but the alcohol has been reduced by half using Slosh Dynamics' technology. So that one is only 7% ABV. Now, I know a lot of you are used to drinking super high-end wine. We chose Decoy because it's right in our target price point. It's right in the sweet spot of $16 to $24 per bottle. This is where the majority of wine is sold in the US. This is the fastest growing segment, so it's kind of right in our target demographic and will be representative of what we hope to serve as a product in the future. So feel free to taste as we go along. I'll just keep talking through. Before we get too deep into wine, I wanted to give you a brief overview of both Claire and I's backgrounds. Claire has 4 years of operating experience at a B2B healthcare startup. She also has spent time at various farms, including a winery. I have 4 years of biotech research experience. Most recently, I was a scientist at the USDA. I also have a master's in molecular biology and spent most of last year at Bluestein Ventures, a small food and bev firm in Chicago that some of you may be familiar with. I'm also happy to announce today we've taken on our first advisor to the company, who is the co-owner of a well-known and sizable wine and spirits company here in the US. This is actually my 3rd venture in the wine space. Most recently, I was working with NASA to try and grow grape cells in a petri dish for long-duration space missions. Was able to win some funding for NASA. I was awarded $35,000 as part of one of their Centennial Challenges, and this is the money I'm using to fund the initial research for Slosh. When we look at the alcoholic market here on the left, you can see it's pretty evenly distributed between beer, wine, and spirits. And when we pop over to looking at what the non-alcoholic market looks like, you can see it's growing really fast at around 30% year over year, but beer dominates the non-alcoholic category. Now, why is this? This is because the taste of traditionally made non-alcoholic wine sucks. We're betting that by bringing a better tasting non-alc product to market, we can kind of expand that slice of the red pie so that it more resembles the even distribution of the alcoholic market. Why does non-alcoholic wine today taste so bad? It's because of the way it's made. It's made using a really harsh technology called vacuum distillation, where the wine is heated under low pressure and the ethanol is basically evaporated or sucked off of the wine. This results in a wine that's a lot sharper and leaner than the original beverage. The taste is pretty terrible. It ends up, you suck off the ethanol, but you also remove a lot of important flavor and aroma compounds that ideally you'd like to have stay in the glass. The process is not only terrible for flavor, but it's also really expensive and energy intensive for these wineries to run. It requires distilling licenses at the federal and state levels, which can be hard to get. And it also comes with a 30% volume loss. So if I send 100 liters to distill, I only get 70 liters back. This not only really negatively affects the wine balance and concentrates some of those off flavors, but is also a really important contributor to the extra cost of making non-alcoholic wine, which Claire will touch on in a few slides. Enough about how it's done today. What is Slosh doing that's different? We use bacteria to break down the alcohol in the wine into carbon dioxide and water. Relative to vacuum distillation, this process is much gentler and allows more of those important aromas and flavors to stay in your glass. Here's a schematic of what the process looks like. You can see the first 3 steps are exactly the same as traditional winemaking. The finished wine then moves on to what we call dynamic distillation, which is what we've been calling our process. We use a fed batch fermentation tank. The process takes about 4 to 8 days where the bacteria grow and convert all of the alcohol in the wine into carbon dioxide and water. At this point, the wine is fully dealcoholized, has no alcohol in it, and it moves on to the traditional adjustments, filtration, and bottling steps. Here's a quick side-by-side of our technology versus vacuum distillation, the kind of legacy technology. As I really tried to hit home, we are much better on flavor, but we're also better on a lot of these other components that winemakers really care about. Our equipment costs are lower, our yield loss are only around 10%, our energy usage is about half as vacuum distillation, and there's no licensing required. Right now, we're working with Cooley to sketch out what will be in our provisional patent. We're hoping to have something filed related to the use of this bacteria in the production of non-alcoholic wine. We hope to have something filed by July 1st. Where are we today? Well, we've successfully made the non-alc wine, or the lower alcohol wine that you're tasting right now. So we've taken the wine from 14% to 7%. Earlier this month, I'm happy to report that we achieved full alcohol reduction in the lab. So we've gotten the wine down to 0.5% ABV. From here, we're still working to optimize the flavor of that fully non-alcoholic wine by tuning some of the fermentation parameters and changing some of the adjustments that we're making to our process. We're hoping to send out wine samples to select wineries this summer. And speaking of sending out samples, Claire's going to take you through how we make money.
Thank you, Jorman. So we're bringing dynamic distillation to the market in 2 ways so that we can service our customers based on their varying production needs. For our smaller wineries that are doing less than 1 million liters per year, we have the fee-for-service model. This is a simple flat fee of $1 per liter on a per batch basis, where wineries will ship us their wine, be responsible for the transportation and warehousing of it, but once it's on our premises, we will dealcoholize it. You can see from the unit economics on the screen that this is a really attractive model. Starting at that $1 per liter product price, we end up with a contribution margin of almost 50% and an operating margin of 26%. For our larger wineries, though, that are doing over 1 million liters per year, it just makes sense that they'll want this equipment fully integrated on-site into their wine production. So wineries will purchase this equipment themselves, and then we will charge a 1% to 3% royalty fee on the basis of their non-alcoholic sales. This will cover the licensing of our technology, as well as recurring purchases of starter cultures to keep dynamic distillation going. We know that wineries are willing to invest in this technology because we have an insider contact at Gallo who has let us know that non-alcoholic wine is on the top of everyone's list in the industry, but no one has been able to nail down the taste yet. Our future customers will be these powerhouse brands that you probably know quite well, Yellowtail, Kim Crawford, Kendall Jackson. They've actually already released a low alcohol or low sugar line in the last few years. But again, these are low flavor white wines. There are still no reds on the shelf. This is where Slosh Dynamics can come in and meet that market demand. We will gain these new customers by having a winery sales lead that travels around to different wineries. We'll open our pilot plant for demos and of course have taste testing. Looking at our first customer, it will be a customer like a non-alcoholic producer like Free, which actually has 9 labels and is producing over 1 million liters per year. Free will initially engage with our fee-for-service model so that they can trial our services and gain trust before ramping up production. As they ramp up production though and hit an optimal level with us, they'll slowly convert into the royalty model. So they'll install the equipment on site and then we will charge that royalty fee. This is actually exactly what we want customers to do. We want to convert them into the royalty model so that we can trial in new customers under fee-for-service without needing to make the CapEx-intensive investment in building up new facilities all over new geographies. And also the licensing play allows us to have higher margins with a scalable strategy and long-term cash flow. Added benefit is that the customer lifetime value is significant and with a long tail, and it's important to remember that Free is just one of over 300 wineries of this size in the US alone. So why is dynamic distillation an easy pitch to make to a winemaker? Besides the flavor, of course, comes down to the numbers. Dynamic distillation actually enables an increase in the gross margin of a non-alcoholic bottle of wine by over 5% for a winemaker. This goes back to the yield loss that Jorman was talking about earlier. In traditional vacuum distillation, 30% of liquid is lost. That means 30% less for a winemaker to bottle and sell. That affects the gross margins. However, with dynamic distillation, we only have around a 10% yield loss, resulting in a higher profit bottle. So this is a win for wineries, it's a win for us, and it makes selling our product so easy. Looking at the entire market opportunity, even just servicing 10% of the dealcoholization market represents a $1.4 billion opportunity. We think this is a conservative estimate if you look at what just a handful of the top US producers are putting online in terms of liters every year. Translating this 10% opportunity into what it means for our revenue ramp, we're hitting almost 50 million by 2031 with 40+% profit margins because our costs are so low, again, under that royalty revenue model. But to get the cup that you're drinking today to the everyday consumer, we're raising $2 million to bring fermentation capacity online this year. And a bulk of this will go to building out a pilot plant, purchasing that equipment, and building out a stellar team. Thank you. We are Slosh Dynamics, and we'll take questions.
Mark.
What do you do to the caloric per ounce? How many calories per ounce is of wine?
Yeah, so a typical glass of wine, really good question. A typical glass of wine is around 120, 125 calories for a red. Most of those calories actually come from the alcohol, right? So when you're drinking a 7% wine right now, that's around 80 calories, so the calories are much less. The initial go-to-market for a lot of these big brands, as Claire had mentioned, the Yellowtails, Kendall Jacksons, has been that low-calorie market because you can make a low-calorie wine, so that's one of our kind of 2 initial markets that we're thinking about.
Thank you.
Yeah. John.
How does the supply chain work when you're taking it and you guys are processing?
Yeah, so for the fee-for-service? Yeah, so the way it's done today and the way our main competitor, Bev Zero, does it is you put the wine on a truck, you ship it to Bev Zero, and they're a toll distillery. And then they ship it on to your co-packer or they ship it back to the winery for bottling and labeling. Yeah. Sorry, I can't see your name tag. Cindy, sorry.
So as I understand it, you're close to having something that tastes good. 0.5. And the reason why I ask is sometimes the devil's in the details. And can you ever get to something that is beyond close and actually tastes very good? And then how would I know that you've done it?
Yeah, great question. So our first priority was just, can we get the alcohol out using our technology? Cool. You guys are tasting only the second batch that we've ever made. And so now that we can prove that we can get the alcohol out, right, the next steps in future batches are how do we make the right adjustments to bring the wine more in line with what customers are expecting? So that's definitely on our roadmap.
Of course, but I'm just wondering how close you are to being able to achieve that.
Yes. So the wine you drank today is actually half of the non-alc version, right? So we take 50% 14 and 50% non-alc and blend them back to a 7%. So the taste is fairly good. There's still refinements that we need to do, working on things like how much sugar to add back, how much acid to put in, but we're confident that we can get to something that tastes great. Yes, Jim.
Great presentation. So the Yellowtail and Crawford and the branding, that's great. Distribution. I'm just curious about the bulk wine market. It's a pretty big market, and like for $1, it seems like good margin for you. Is that an area where they can install it and have access to, which feeds into like the Gallows, et cetera, in the supermarkets, or is that not relevant?
Yes, it's absolutely a market for us. In fact, most non-alc wine on the market today started as bulk wine, right, as you know. So that's definitely probably the place that will start. Part of the reason they use bulk wine today is because the COGS are so much higher. There's 40% added COGS to make a non-alc versus a regular. So the way they don't just charge customers that extra 40%, they make it up by using crappier wine on the input.
I think you'd add that to the presentation, though, the bulk wine business, because that's an element at the base of the pyramid, which I think covering is just helpful, especially since you've already done that work.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Yes, Allison.
Yeah, I want to actually follow up on Cindy's question on the taste, which is, and I agree, regular non-alcoholic wine is terrible. Like, what makes you so confident that you can get to the flavor, given that the existing way that non-alcoholic wine has been made can't get to a good flavor for whatever reason? Like, what is different about the bacterial approach that makes you confident that you can get to that?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So there's a lot of differences between our process and current vacuum distillation. For starters, vacuum distillation, you're basically boiling off the ethanol, so that heating of the wine really destroys a lot of the important flavors. It also adds cooked aromas like hay and straw to the wine. Our process is done at room temperature, ambient pressure, and so we don't have that kind of cooking of the wine that traditional non-alc does. The second thing is the volume loss for non-alc. So our process is only 10% volume loss versus 30% when you're basically boiling off the ethanol. The getting rid of 30% of the wine is not great because it concentrates all those tannins and off flavors and aromas. Since we lose less volume, it means we have to do less adjusting of the initial wine on the back end. So we're pretty confident that using those two things, we can come up with something that's better. Mark.
So adding bacteria is your kind of special sauce here. Why haven't people done that before? I mean, if people have been trying so hard, why is now the time that this works and it hasn't been done over the last 30 years? And coupled question is, are other alcoholic beverages using bacteria like beer or what have you to do it? Is this something that's been used in other situations?
Great question. Yeah, Claire's already got the right slide up. So first of all, this is actually the second bacterial fermentation that a red wine will undergo. Red wine already, if you go back to the process diagram, it already undergoes malolactic fermentation, where bacteria kind of round out the acids in the wine. So this is just a second additional bacterial fermentation step. There aren't any other people trying to make non-alc with bacteria to the best of our knowledge. I think why can't a big wine group just come in and copy what you're doing? Maybe have been the direction of your question. And the answer to that is they can, but there's a few reasons here why we think that's really unlikely. First of all, our IP moat will hopefully expose them to infringement. We have specialized knowledge around the process of how to cultivate these bacteria, the nutrients they need, that's kind of specialized and non-obvious. The other thing is that these huge wine groups like the Gallows of the world, non-alc remains a pretty small part of their portfolio. So it's not a huge interest. It's interesting for them to try and move forward with what's in the market and adjust to that, but it's not something they're spending a ton of R&D money trying to innovate or new solutions around. Sham?
Yeah, Sham.
Sorry.
So just a question on the low-calorie wines. Are those currently created by mixing zero alcohol wines with traditional wine, or not knowing anything about this process, or can they just manufacture it from the get-go, like low-cal, with a lower alcohol content?
Great question. There are both approaches in the market right now. So the way it's traditionally done is the blend back that I was talking about before, where they start with a full alcohol and then they take a completely de-alcoholized version and blend it to whatever ABV percent they want. If they want a 9% or a 6% or whatever, they just blend back the right ratio there. And I think in terms of, what was this? Remind me the second part of your question.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether they need the 0% batch to mix, or can they just manufacture it at some?
Yeah, so there's another approach. There are different approaches to making a reduced alc. A lot of them have a pretty poor flavor outcome at the end. So you can start with a grape juice that has less sugar, so you end up with something that has less alcohol. You can use a specialized variety of yeast that doesn't produce as much alcohol. That's what some of the brewers are doing. Things of that approach don't work as well in wine, where the yeast actually play a super important role in creating the flavor of the beverage. And so there's different people trying different approaches, but most of it is that blend back method that I talked about.
Thanks.
Alyssa?
Yeah, Allison's question got me thinking about, it sounds like you're not only an expert in this process, but also in what flavor of wine should taste like. And so why the decision to go helping big brands to reduce their ABV, but and not building your own brand yourself and actually owning and dominating the market with a brand that people actually like?
Yeah, great question. I think it is, I kind of pretend to be an expert winemaker and blender, and I know flavor is very subjective. These big wine brands know exactly what kind of target demographic that they're trying to hit. They know how to blend back how they've traditionally done it. So going B2B just makes more sense for us than offering CPG. CPG is making our own wine brand is also a super competitive market, and I think you kind of may get lost in the technology being so much better if you try to introduce a non-alc that doesn't take off. It's also very capital intensive to launch your own wine brand. It's much more capital efficient to do it this way and go through licensing or fee for service. Yes, Mar.
Well, I can tell that you are the right person to build this company, because I don't know anybody that knows as much as you about non-alcoholic wine. I have a question on the market. I think you showed that the non-alcoholic beverage is 500 plus million and is growing, and the percentage on wine is pretty small. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at your market, I'm saying, okay, maybe he can get 1% royalty. So 1% of 560 times whatever, 11%. So it's pretty small. So you have to assume that this market is really gonna blow up, right? How, what are your assumptions? Like, how do you, get to a market that is, venture feasible? Yeah. And how have these other brands of non-alcoholic wines have done? How quickly have they ramped up?
So there aren't many large non-alcoholic wine brands out there, but it's a super fast-growing category. As I mentioned before, the non-alc market as a whole is growing at about 30% per year. So you're right in that in betting on us, you're also betting on the continued growth of the non-alc market. Data just came out for 2023 as well for the beer segment. Athletic Brewing grew 50% year over year, did over 30 million liters. So that category is absolutely exploding as well. Claire's a great person to talk about kind of what is pushing the market dynamics in the upward direction.
Yeah, there's a few factors in our favor, notably that Gen Z, as they age into 21, are drinking less than previous generations. That trend's only going up. Another big factor that wineries are facing with changing climate and these changing demographic preferences is that they're actually having a lot of excessive wine that they end up throwing away, or major wine countries like France are paying to just have them, they're subsidizing that. So there's a lot of things that are happening in the wine market overall that winemakers have this excess wine. There's less demand for alcoholic products in general too. So those are the two biggest factors that are affecting the market too.
Eric. This mic's not working. Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. To the wonderment of my kids, I'm a big fan of non-alcoholic beer. They don't get the point. But I'm curious because, as you mentioned, beer got it. They know how to do it. The beer tastes pretty good. How does the business model in the beer industry have worked? Who invented the technology, and how had he or she benefit of inventing that technology?
Yeah, great question. So beer is made using a completely different process, and a process that doesn't actually work for wine. It's a lot easier to take something from 5% ABV down to 0 than it is to start at 14 and get all the way to 0. So a lot of beer is made using a combination of like a specialty yeast, plus they use low sugar mashes, and then they use some type of membrane filtration at the end to get the 5% ABV out or 4% ABV out. That doesn't work for wine because you're starting at such a high alcohol concentration. That membrane filtration system doesn't work. It's too viscous. You're concentrating the beverage too much. And there's a lot of people who have had success, like Athletic Brewing, Heineken Zero, Guinness Zero. They all use that kind of membrane-based filtration. But unfortunately, that tech doesn't transfer super well to wine. Van Jones.
From a business model standpoint, what's the receptivity for this royalty-based model for vineyards and for these wine companies? Because I'm trying to understand, not on the brand side, if people have done it, but like the technological suppliers to these brands.
Yeah. Great question again. The dollar per liter we have validated in market. The way it works now at our competitors who are doing the toll distilling, they pay 16 cents a liter to basically pour 30% of their wine down the drain. So these winemakers will actually make more money using our system because we return more liquid at the end of the day to them. On the royalty thing, it's a question I ask every winemaker that I talk to. I say, do you guys pay royalties? What type of royalties are you involved in? The answer we've gotten so far in talking to Gallo and other large wineries is that they don't currently pay any royalties on any of the equipment or anything that they use, but if the taste is actually better, the need for this technology is so high that it's something they're willing to discuss with us and do. Jim, yeah, again, sorry.
Quickly, the IP, you said you're working with Cooley. Have you filed provisionals then? Can you just give us quickly on that?
Absolutely. So we are working in the process of filing a provisional. We hope to be there by July 1st of this year. The parts of our system are known, but we've developed kind of novel, non-obvious process for using these parts in a specific way. So we'll probably file a process patent at the end of the day. Putting these different bacteria together in the specific order has never been done before. We're confident that there's IP there.
So it's utility patents on the chemistry itself in the mix?
Yes, there may be also some composition of matter if we develop a specialized bacteria down the line, other things as well to kind of surround us with a great moat. Sorry.
Great job. Great job. All right, judges, if you could take a few minutes, enjoy the last sip of wine, but also fill out your forms. Don't let the wine influence your form judging. As we get our next team ready.
Like they said outside, forward, back. Is that right? Sounds good. We had ordered Funko Pops to try to sell them, and Professor Kaplan, and they're still on the way. I was hoping to have them today.
No worries.
Needed the comedic
Are all
effect.
four of you going to present?
They may need no, just the two.
Okay, the other two can sit here until Q&A.
Okay.
This is going to be full screen up for our slide, right?
It's the slides on the top.
Okay.
And then the next slide is at the top. Yeah. And you have it there.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, looks like our judges are pretty much wrapping up. So I'd like to introduce our next team, Team Encore. Whenever you're ready.
Hey everyone, my name's Will, this is Claire, and we'll be joined by Steve and Satya for Q&A. And together, we're Encore, an online marketplace for expensive collectibles, starting first with Funko Pops, which are pop culture collectible toys. And these can get really expensive. One sold last year for $250,000. And the market for Funkos is big. Over 300,000 collectors spend $1 billion annually on pre-owned Funko Pops, and about 40% of that is on expensive Funkos worth $100 or more. But Funkos are just our beachhead into the broader $60 billion resale collectibles market. We're already moving into that with Pokemon cards and comic books. So, we launched our mobile app for Encore on the iOS and Android app stores 30 days ago. And since then, we processed over 650 transactions, had over $53,000 in volume, and have over 700 daily active users. And it's taking off so quickly because current alternatives to Encore aren't offering a premium experience for premium products. eBay is the opposite of a high-end experience, with thousands of cheap commodity items flooding your feed. Even the expensive ones don't look great. Whatnot is a great live streaming platform that's now well known for being able to move a lot of commodity items quickly. But our high-end buyers don't want to sit through a live stream for that 1 in 100 collectible. Encore is a breath of fresh air for that premium collector, delivering a high-end experience through recorded content. Now, this differentiation between mass market and premium is super common in resale marketplaces, and there are dozens of highly successful examples. If you want to buy a classic car, you don't go to eBay Motors. You go to Mecum Auctions or Bring a Trailer, curated marketplaces for the community that buys and sells classic cars. At Encore, we think about the shopping experience differently. A premium collectible deserves a high-end experience. Here's a quick preview of what a listing looks like on Encore. Anyway.
What's up, everyone? Marty McFly, Michael J. Fox. That's right. JSA COA'd. Right here, we got our cert and our card to go along with it.
So, on Encore, knowledgeable ID-vetted sellers pitch their products in recorded content. Shoppers can sit back, watch, and indulge in their hobby as they live chat with other shoppers and place bids on auctions or make offers on items. Now, Claire's going to tell you how we're executing quick growth.
Let's start with how we get sellers on our platform. We target large sellers with high-priced inventory. Monthly Pops is a great example of this, and someone who started to engage with us and move his products to our site. We estimate that it cost us $1,500 to land a big seller like Monthly Pops. Now, these are really tight-knit communities, so when a popular seller joins a platform, others don't want to miss out, and we estimate that for every big seller we land, 9 others will follow. This lowers our average seller CAC to $150. Now, to attract buyers, we market our sellers' exclusive inventory through influencers like Slapshot Pops, who's really well known in the Funko community. And I'm super excited to share that we're working with Chum Lee from Pawn Stars, who's the perfect person to promote Encore, since Pawn Stars is all about buying and selling high-end collectibles. And Will and I aren't really sure what Steve spends 2 hours a day talking to Chum about, but whatever it is, it's working, since we didn't even have to pay for this awesome post. Now, sellers, of course, are also incentivized to promote their listings across social media. And we aim for around 20 to 40% of our buyers to come from this, which helps lower our projected buyer CAC down to $10. We make money by charging a 7% transaction fee, which we'll raise to 10% as liquidity on our marketplace increases. We'll also create an add-on subscription for premium seller benefits that we're launching soon. And we'll start capturing additional revenue from carrier discounts since we provide the shipping label to our sellers. Long term, we envision 25% of our total revenue to come from sellers promoting and advertising their listings on Encore. So long term, we estimate our average sales price to be $100. From that $100 transaction, we take 16 across our revenue sources, including the transaction fee, which leads to a gross profit of $12. And we get this by estimating our variable cost to be just over $4 per transaction. Now I'll walk through our financial projections. So like I mentioned, we estimate our CACs to be $10 for our buyers and $150 for our sellers. We also estimate that buyers will spend $300 a month on items,
and sellers will sell $3,000 worth of inventory with an average sales price of $100. Now this next slide is for Professor Tebby, who, when we applied to NVC, pointed out that we didn't include our financial model in our business plan. But I'm excited to share that we not only created the model, but our 1-month numbers are in line with our projections, all within 20% or better. Now, it's hard to calculate a monthly churn with just 1 month of data, but we estimate our buyer churn to be 25% and 20% for sellers. This leads to a combined LTV to CAC ratio of 4.6 to 1. Now, we're obviously not going to stay in Funko forever. We had planned to start expanding later this year into trading cards and other verticals, but sellers are already making money off of trading cards and comic books right now. So we're going to expand organically to trading cards and beyond way ahead of schedule. And by 2028, we'll have expanded to cover the entire high-end collectibles market of $60 billion. Our aggressive growth strategy gets us to 500,000 buyers and $1 billion of annual transaction volume for an EBITDA of $30 million.
So $1 billion in volume in year 5 is a lot, and our product is going to have to evolve quickly to stay ahead of competition. First, we've built a feature that takes in silent video, recognizes the collectible, and generates a compelling audio pitch in any voice. This turns a below-average seller into an absolute powerhouse. Satya has built a demo of this, and we'll be integrating it into our product soon. That's just the beginning. With a little bit of data, we can create dynamic listings. What that means is we can actually personalize the listing to the type of shopper watching the listing. So a seasoned collector gets a different pitch than a novice. And since all of our listings are videos, we can collect more data on a per listing basis than our competitors to create a superior recommendation algorithm. Both of these things make users more likely to purchase and more likely to come back. So we have an ambitious roadmap, but we're differentiated today as the place for premium collectibles with a product that delivers a high-end experience. Now, there are lots of billion-dollar marketplaces in this industry. Whatnot's a great example of a live streaming platform that rocketed to a $3.5 billion valuation in the last 5 years. And we point to it as a great example of the market demand for new ways to transact. But ultimately, we're targeting a market segment that eBay, Whatnot, and Mercari aren't currently servicing adequately. And it's really hard for a mass market company to move upstream and compete in premium specifically. So take a company like eBay with a long history of acquisitions, they might as well try to buy us. And this is the experience on Encore right now. Shoppers in the auction chat as auctions end, bantering with each other, and the team feels great about seeing a product being put into the world that people are enjoying. And we've got a great team to do this. Steve and I are already full-time on this. Steve runs operations after previously exiting his last company successfully that placed top 3 in the College New Venture Challenge. Satya is a machine learning engineer at Quora, working on their Gen AI product Poe and developing their recommendation algorithms, and he's already started on Encores. Claire is a CS Master's grad and MBA grad from U Chicago and spent a summer on Amazon's product management team for their third-party sellers. And I'm a former product strategy consultant for large online marketplaces, and I've run a YouTube channel for the past 10 years that has 350,000 subscribers, which is how I paid for business school and started Encore. We also have some great advisors. Ravi Singh meets with our engineering team weekly. He was the CTO of Auction.com and CGC, which is a $1 billion collectibles grading company. And Parker, who is a great industry insider. He previously worked for Funko, and now he sells $2 million of collectibles every single year. He asked to join Encore when I pitched him to sell on Encore, and he loved the product so much he wanted to get involved. And he's the longest running streamer on Whatnot. So we've raised $500K in pre-seed funding to date, including from our advisor Ravi Singh, and now we're raising $2 million in seed funding to get to $1 million in monthly volume, where we'll begin to raise a Series A. We're asking you to back the future of premium collectibles and make buying and selling better with Encore.
Nice job.
Presentation.
Hey everybody, I'm Steve, the COO. Just before we get started, I'll pass out a couple examples of products you could find on our marketplace. So this is an $800 Funko Pop. Be careful. and then this is a $180 Pokemon trading card. So these are just examples of the kinds of things we would sell on Encore. Sure, yeah, John.
Great presentation, guys. Very impressive you paid for business school with a YouTube channel. Love it. I have a few just very quick questions. One, how do you handle authentication?
That's a great question. It's super important, especially with an $800 pop or a $180 Pokemon card. How do you know it's legit? Satya can walk you through that. And Ray, before we do that, would you mind pulling up the authentication slide for us? Thank you.
Yeah, so we have like 3 levels of authentication. The first level is basically sellers are ID verified, so they have their reputation at stake. The second level is the items are authenticated. In the presentation we showed there is a certificate by JSA. These are like third-party vendors who authenticate the item as well as the signatures of the celebrities. And the third level is of course the video. Being a video-only platform, the buyers basically can see all the features of the product right there in the video. And they have the community at their disposal. So if they find something, they basically surface that during the live auction. So for example, in this screenshotted item, the buyers found that there was a sticker missing, and they asked that question in the live auction, and the price after that reflected that information.
And who pays the fee? Is it the buyer, seller, or both?
The items are listed before they're listed, they are authenticated by the
the fee.
The transaction fee. Ray, would you mind pulling up our transaction fee slide? And Will, do you want to talk about the fees actually?
Definitely. So right now we charge a 7% seller transaction fee, and every marketplace has to charge a payment processing fee because we all use third-party payment infrastructure, and so we charge that to the buyer. And so this is an interesting dynamic between our competitors. Our seller transaction fee is much lower than all of our competitors because we charge that 3% to our buyers, and we already started slightly lower than that transaction fee. So in eBay collectibles, you're going to pay up to 13.25%.
And why not talk about StockX? That's my last question, by the way.
StockX is a great point, and I think that is something we want to talk about because it shows how there are a lot of different marketplaces to go for different things, and that's why we're not trying to elbow our way in somewhere. We're finding white space for these high-end collectibles like what I just passed out and a high-end experience. Thank you. Anil.
Thank you for the presentation. For others, I'm on the board of Whatnot, so I'm biased. They know that, but they already know that. But let me ask you this. So premium collectibles. If you think about premium items in general, they're always physical, live auction for a reason. Because they're high-value items, you need to pitch them really well, and you usually get a higher bid if it's done in a group format. You are going after the premium collectibles, but your approach is very different. You're doing a silent video. You're leaving it for a day based on the demo I saw. So I'm just curious what gives you conviction? Because it's if you forget the other competitors, but the offline world also doesn't play that way. So why do you think that's working very well for your category?
Thank you for the question. It was great to talk to you about Whatnot. I'm looking forward to having many more conversations. I think Will could clarify a little bit about how we do the auctions. That might help with your question.
Definitely. So a seller can list the auction for as little as 10 minutes or up to 7 full days. And it kind of depends with what kind of experience they want to compete with. So they could list it on eBay for up to 7 days as well, but we have better price realization because of that video and engaging content and that high touch experience. Compared to a live stream place like Whatnot, some of our sellers have started doing flash auctions that last 10 to 15 minutes, and because they're all high-end inventory, everybody who follows the seller on Encore gets a push notification when that flash auction happens because they want to see that premium product. So what we're seeing right now is a seller posts a flash auction, we see 30, 40 people jump on, start chatting and bidding it up, and it's over in minutes. So that's where we would be competing with the live platforms.
We're not necessarily going for a Sotheby's art auction for $1 million piece. It's the high-end collectibles in specific.
Yeah, and that was the second question. You talked about high-end being the ticket items for $1,500, but your bids were like 80 to 100, and at least in the demo. So,
yeah,
what do you define as premium?
Will, do you want to talk about that? And Ray, do we have a slide on the items themselves? I don't think so, actually.
Yeah, so basically, we're looking to average long-term at an item price of about $100. And in the space we're working in and the spaces we're expanding into, most collectibles are between $1 to $20 at retail, and they can skyrocket up all the way up to $250,000. But really, even the expensive ones can be right around that $100 price point. So it really lends itself well to this format.
Thank you. Pete.
So Will, if this doesn't work out, you got a career in voiceovers for sure. With regards to like a premium seller that's doing a lot of this, like what is their core value proposition? Is it more? Is it like more streamlined? Like what is their reason from switching to your platform?
That's a good point, and yeah, Will is our secret weapon, the natural-born content creator. If you haven't noticed, I like to pass off a lot of questions, but this one's definitely in my domain, so I'll give it a shot. Would you mind pulling up the seller profile on Brian? Every marketplace is going to have their power sellers. I'm sure everyone here is well aware of the importance of the power law. So if you go on eBay, they've got their power sellers. You go on Whatnot, they have theirs, and it's a small volume of sellers that make up for most of the volume on the marketplace. Someone like Brian is a power seller on Encore. So Brian was looking for somewhere to sell his collectibles, their premium signed Funko Pops. Brian, I was talking to him at dinner, he says, I'm just not a live streamer. It's not my style to go somewhere like Whatnot, but I've got nice items, I don't want to put them on eBay. So he was trying to figure out where to go. Encore was perfect for him. His stuff sells for a lot of money. He's our highest grossing seller. I think like 2 days ago, last night he sold $4,000 in like an hour. So that's kind of what people are going for, is when they have that premium item and they don't want to live stream. They don't just want to put it next to crap on eBay, right? Yeah, Ezra.
Okay, so it seems like you're emphasizing the core innovation here is the async dynamic pitches versus live streaming, correct?
It's the experience we're going for, and we talked about AI. There are some ways we can help enable that experience, but the premium experience, which involves video, if you're looking for a nice item, you don't want to look at a picture on eBay.
Okay, so then taking that, what other categories do you envision? I mean, you mentioned trading cards, but box breaking kind of needs to be live streamed, no? So what other areas horizontally would you move into?
Yeah, Will, do you want to talk about the expansion plan?
Definitely. So box breaking and trading cards, if you don't know, it's when people are opening trading card packs live and they're purchased beforehand, and then the people get what's in that. It's very exciting, a lot like gambling. We're not actually competing with something like that because we're only high end. And so people wouldn't be selling packs on our platform. So video really lends itself well to that narrative and that knowledge that the seller injects into the listing that makes you feel trust, safety, and engaged while you're learning about these really high-end collectibles. So we're super excited to move into Pokemon cards, sports cards, comic books, and eventually other collectibles like rare coins. I mean, there's a lot of collectible categories out there and a lot of influencers for us to partner with to market them.
Brent, please.
The second paragraph up there is about static listing formats being unappealing. As you get into other categories, how have you thought about merchandising in today's world and how to make that dynamic and appealing? And sports card collectibles one day and Funko Pops, because those buyers would think about that very differently.
Sure, Will. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. Sorry. Can you clarify when you say merchandising?
Yeah. When you look at the format you're using today on a product detail page, and you think about the horizontal expansion in other categories, can you make that so dynamic so that it looks like one buyer experience for Funko Pops and a very different one for a different type of collectible?
Definitely. And our long-term vision is to really be able to recreate a dynamic listing across categories. So that lends itself a little bit to what Satya is building with our recommendation algorithm, and then what we're building with our Gen AI product picture, and eventually we'll move into some Gen AI video. We're not there yet though, but it's going to look very different across categories depending on consumer preferences.
Ray, would you mind pulling up the Gen AI slide on the different pitches we can give? So it's very serendipitous for us with Gen AI right now. We can get to know the users really well, and we can customize the pitch for them. So if we go to the watch one, if you don't mind. It's okay. So if you're new to collecting Funko Pops, we can give you a different pitch. Like, hey, if you've never bought a Funko Pop before, this is a great place to start. Or if you're a seasoned collector, you need this in your collection. So there's a lot we can do with that. Thank you. Sam.
Customer acquisition on marketplaces is very challenging because of the need to match supply and demand and liquidity. You've got the numbers, you're at very small scale right now, so you're, of course, ahead of your numbers. How do you anticipate your channel mix and CACs to change over time?
Yeah, we can talk about that, and also liquidity strategies. Ray, would you mind pulling up the slide on themed auction events? And then Will, if you want to speak to this.
Yeah, so first we're creating liquidity really early on with a very strategic approach. When a seller lists an auction, we recommend them an end time in that same category. So if you're listing a Star Wars Funko Pop, we'll recommend 8 p.m., the next one 8:01 p.m. on the same day. And so we can line up these auctions into almost an auction event over an hour and market them to our buyers, which means we have very targeted marketing and get everybody on to start cross-bidding a lot. Over time, though, we're going to be expanding into other categories that have lots and lots more influencers than, for example, in Funko Pops. So the same strategies we're doing today work across categories, but the other major part of this is that sellers in other categories also carry large audiences, and we're helping them create content that they want to share on their social medias anyway. So we're getting a really cheap CAC from moving into other categories and taking advantage of sellers' own audiences and helping them create the content to market themselves.
If the sellers are bringing the demand, don't you think over time you're gonna get a lot of pressure on your fees because they'll be able to send them to other places that have lower fees?
Definitely. So we're targeting 20 to 40% of our demand to come from that major sellers promoting themselves on social media. But also behind the scenes in a lot of marketplaces, some of the big sellers do already carry weight, and so you have to negotiate the transaction fees anyway. So it really varies.
Allison.
Anytime there's user-generated content, there can be a moderation problem. So how are you thinking about that?
It's super important. One thing I'll point out too, it's way easier when you've got a recorded video to moderate than a live stream. You never know what someone's going to do the next minute. With a recorded video, we can at least run it through algorithms or take a look. Will, do you want to add anything to that there?
Definitely. So right now, I'm at my computer deleting listings that I don't like. Right? Early on, you're supposed to do things that aren't scalable. But we already process video with a third party called Cloudinary, and they already have an out-of-the-box way to moderate content. So there are a lot of features these days that are very cheap that we can implement quickly, and eventually at scale we can create some custom moderation tools.
Mar, please.
I think a lot of folks have asked this question in some way. So, I think you look at something like Whatnot or something like eBay, they also started with collectibles, right? Pokemon cards or whatnot. And they all went to the big market, like we'll sell anything, everything, huge, right? Where do you end up 5 or 10 years from now? What type of company are you? And this sector, which you call high-end, but not super high-end, so somewhere in the middle, I'm just having a hard time understanding what bucket of company you end up being.
It makes a lot of sense. And I think, Will, if you want to talk a little bit more about our positioning.
Definitely. So first and foremost, there's definitely pressure on these marketplaces as they grow to become more and more mass market. Whatnot started in high-end Funko Pops. eBay started in high-end Pez dispensers and other categories like that.
Amazon with books.
Yeah. And so there's definitely going to be pressure when we hit that scale to move more mass market, and we can evaluate that at that time. But our current vision is to be the best in class for premium collectibles and deliver that and win in recorded content.
Does it make sense?
Is there a specific way or a quantitative way? What is a premium collectible?
So we want to average at $100. And so
and above, I should go to you.
Average in 100, so it'll probably be like $80 to, right now I think we sold something for $1,600.
Matt.
So this idea has been around forever. Mars was just talking about this with eBay. We donated $3 million to this fine category 16 years ago at Wizard World, which then moved to events only, and then I don't know what the hell they're doing now. Why are you guys so lucky that now is the opportunity? And when you look at the elephant graveyard, I mean, some of it is what Sam was talking about, acquisition costs. What were the leading causes of death, and how do you not follow suit? Because everyone pivoted out of this category for a whole host of reasons.
Sure, Will, do you want to talk about that? Yeah, definitely. So right now is a perfect time to get into a video-only marketplace, and that's because of the advent of Gen AI. So if you think about how long it takes to list something in resale, time is money because there's a one-to-one relationship between the listing and the item because each of them are unique. So people don't want to sit at their computers and have to think of a pitch for each listing. It takes a lot of time, up 10, 15 minutes on average. What they want is to be told what to say about the collectible and either say it in their own voice or have it someone else generate it. So we're able to now create listings at a speed that enables this resale marketplace.
And if your Gen AI is not proprietarily advantaged, how do you not end up amongst a whole sea of players doing the same thing?
Sadi, do you want to talk about the AI real quick?
Yeah, so the models are not proprietary, but the data that we collect through the platform and the interaction with the platform, that's proprietary, and we try to leverage that in order to create the customized pitches and the sales pitch and the videos.
Okay. Thank you.
Don't forget your Funko Pops. Break's coming up.
Yeah, we kept it. Oh. Okay, now, let's see, judges finish up. Now we're going to have Steve, go.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Where's Funko Pop? There they are.
Now we're going to have Star Marcello. Star runs the MBA program as deputy dean. She also runs the College New Venture Challenge and used to run Booth Polsky. So here's Star.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me say a few words at, I think, my favorite day of the entire academic year. Maybe second to graduation. I know there's some graduates in the audience, but this is and CNVC. Yes, I know some of my CNVC students are here too. So I just wanted to say a few words about how important entrepreneurship is here at Booth and what a special day this is. I have a few things I want to comment on and some breaking news that I want to share with all of you. But before I get there, I just want to say how incredible are these presentations. The students who I've just seen present, I'm so proud of you. You are awesome. I know there's many more of you who aren't presenting today who have also done an incredible job in this year's NVC, and I'm just really, really excited about how awesome you guys all are. I also just want to comment on the incredible growth of the NVC over such a long period of time, and that would not be possible without a lot of effort from a lot of people, so I just want to give a couple of shout outs before I talk about Booth. The first one is to Ratan Kosa, who's sitting up here, who enabled the exponential growth with his gift to endow the first place prize for the New Venture Challenge. Amazing. Michael Polsky and Ed Kaplan, who I think are not here, but who really created the foundation for the Polsky Center, and all the sponsors and the judges. You guys are also doing an amazing, amazing job. And I know so many of you traveled from out of town to be with us today, which I really, really appreciate. Thank you so, so much. And then finally, these presentations would not be what they are without these people sitting on this side of the room. So Steve and Mark, amazing job leading the New Venture Challenge this year. Wow. And the coaches who are all sitting on this side behind you. I know you've spent so many hours with these teams, and also you deserve a lot of praise and appreciation. And yes, we can clap for you. And finally, this is kind of a big production with the lights and the cameras and everything, and that doesn't happen without a lot of work from a lot of people also. So I do want to give a special thank you to the Polsky Center team. They are all sitting in the back here. And before you clap, I want to give some specific shout outs to people. Erica, Amber, Lucas, Micaiah, Kylie, Abby, and Devin. I know the whole team has helped, but you in particular have done a lot to make this day happen. Thank you so much. Okay, so a couple of just quick words about Booth. As we know, Booth's mission is to create knowledge with enduring impact and to influence and educate future leaders. And when I say that and I talk about future leaders, it's the students. And so we really try to design the school in a way that meets the students where they are and helps them with their aspirations. And entrepreneurship has just been on this skyrocket of interest among our students. It is the largest concentration here at Booth. It's been the largest concentration for the past 10 years, since 2014. And so events like this, programs like the New Venture Challenge, they are a jewel in the crown of Booth, and they are so important for developing the students' knowledge and their skills. The other thing I want to comment on is just how important the work is that we do here at attracting really great faculty, including a lot of clinical faculty who are practitioners who come and teach classes in entrepreneurship here at Booth. And so along those lines, I'm going to share some breaking news, which some of you heard from Dean Rajan last night, but many of you did not. I am here to share the news that Booth alum Robert Mack McCormick has made a generous gift to establish and endow Booth's very first ever clinical professorship in entrepreneurship. Mack is one of Booth's most distinguished alums. He actually was seated here for many years as a judge in the New Venture Challenge. He served on the Polsky Council. He's a life member of the Booth Council. He graduated from the school in 1968. He had a long and noteworthy career, including at Morgan Stanley Ventures, working in the Department of Defense, for which he received the Distinguished Public Service Medal. He co-founded Trident Capital, and much, much more. And before I end my remarks, because I know you want to get back to hearing the great pitches, what makes this clinical professorship really so special, and why I'm announcing this here today with the live stream and all of you here in the room, is that Mack decided to name the professorship in honor of his friend, Steve Kaplan. So, for those of you, I think a lot of you know this, but for those of you who don't know, Steve has been at Booth for 36 years, but who's counting? And of course is the co-founder of the entrepreneurship program here at Booth and started the New Venture Challenge with his students 28 years ago. And none of us would be here today without the work of Steve. So what I want to just share is that initially this professorship will be known as the Kaplan McCormick Clinical Professorship of Entrepreneurship at Chicago Booth. But when Steve retires many years from now, it will become the Stephen N. Kaplan Clinical Professorship of Entrepreneurship. So this is just very, very meaningful for the school. I'm so excited that we get to celebrate this news together as a New Venture Challenge community. I just want to say thank you to all the alums who are watching on the live stream. I know there's a lot of people who couldn't fit in the room, given all the standing in the back and in the aisles and whatnot. And thank you again all for being here and for making this a great 28th New Venture Challenge. I think we should go on to the next pitch.
Before we go, congratulations again, Steve. It's fantastic. But before we go into the next pitches, which we'll have 3 more, let's take a break. Let's reconvene at 1:45. Okay, we can start taking our seats. We have 3 more teams waiting to meet the judges. Grab a seat there. Just have a seat there. Yeah. All right, we're going to round up the judges from the hallway here. Ben, ready? All right, buddy. And if there's an empty seat, go ahead and take it, because we want to make sure no one's standing around. There's a lot of people still standing. We'll try to find your seats. We go out and round up some people out in the hallway. Anyone else coming in, Mr. Dugan?
I'm checking. I'm grabbing people.
Try a little bit more to round up a few more judges here. We try our best to be on time because we're respectful of the judges' time. And we know, given the challenging that we had with all the different teams this year, it's going to be an interesting deliberation. We want to give as much time as possible to that. Let's see. Mr. Dugan's in seat. Ellen's here. Dan's here. All right. Mark's here. As soon as Sarah comes in, Mark's here. Kevin's here. All right. We have 3 more teams. So we'll look forward to being able to wrap this up. And within a minute or 2 of our original plan, I think we'll be able to do that. So it looks like everyone has settled down. No one's sitting in the aisleway. So we're all ready to get started. So with that, we'd like to introduce the next team. As soon as I turn my clock on, Team Fresh FX.
All right. Hello, my name is Lance, this is Nate and Clay, and we're FreshX, the pricing engine for the cold chain. We launched our company over a year ago as a broker for refrigerated freight. We moved a lot of freight, but as we grew that business, we found there is a ton of time and money that is wasted when moving temperature-controlled freight. We started building a software solution to deal with these problems, but we found other brokers were interested in using it. We ultimately decided to pivot away from our brokerage and to focus on our SaaS solution, which is FreshX today. Since we made that pivot, over the last 3 months, we have had a tremendous amount of traction. We've got over 3,000 trucks on our platform, 47 warehouses across the US, and we've got 14 signed customer LOIs with leading freight brokerages and food shippers. We've also raised $350,000 in capital, including, I'm very excited to announce, $100K from Long Jump in the last 2 weeks. But to understand how we're getting this kind of traction, we've got to talk about the American cold chain and the problems in it that FreshX is solving. Over the past decade, there has been a massive trend towards demand for fresh and frozen products. There's been infrastructure developed to meet this demand, including a 6x increase in cold storage construction just over the last 4 years. In addition, companies now expect instant and transparent pricing with their freight costs. But as more of these cold facilities come online, it exponentially increases the complexity of routing freights because you have so many more endpoints to go to. Despite this increased complexity, much of the process for pricing and scheduling freight is still email-driven, manual processes that waste time and money for everybody involved. FreshX solves for these complexities as FreshX solves for these complexities as the pricing and booking engine at the heart of the cold chain. We take offline processes and bring them online for our partners. And by automating these processes, that is the core of our pricing and booking engine. With the rich, high-fidelity data that we capture, we power our analytics engine, which allows us to offer additional premium tools to our customers. Today, freight brokers can automatically book refrigerated, less than truckload freight, or LTL, on our platform. LTL freight is when you have 12 pallets or fewer. So instead of booking an entire truck, your freight gets consolidated with other loads on a truck. It's complicated and it's painful. And we know because I moved a lot of LTL freight as a broker. So I can show you what this process looks like today without FreshX. A load request will come in from a food shipper. The broker will try to think through which carriers can service that region. They'll email 5 to 10 carriers and wait for those carriers to get back to them, which can take up to a day, sometimes longer. When the carrier does reply that they can service the lane, they go back and forth via email on the load details so that the carrier can provide an accurate quote. Once the broker has the quote, they lock in that business. But it's important to understand, when you're a broker, this process is a foot race. You are trying to get a quote as quickly as possible to lock in that business. But the current process can take over an hour. It can take up to a day. With FreshX, we've got it down to just 2 minutes. Nate is going to show you what that looks like.
Thank you, Lance. So you can see here a screenshot of the platform, which is actually live, and there are brokers giving us feedback and testing today. So a broker would log in, enter the origin and destination of the load they're shipping, and any other parameters for that load. They then click Get Rates, and they're able to get instant price quotes from various carriers simultaneously. Now, it's important to note that these rates are not estimates. These are actual prices from these carriers that we built into the FreshX platform. The broker then clicks Book Now. An email confirmation connects the carrier and the broker with all of the load details and information. And this saves a ton of time for brokers and a ton of time for carriers as well. But for a broker, this can translate to as much as $65,000 in savings per year. So what we've done is we've taken a process that takes hours of work and reduced it to a single click. Now, how do we do this? We're doing something that no one else is doing. We're working with carriers directly to replicate their internal bottoms-up pricing methodologies to provide accurate price quotes. Carrier pricing strategies for refrigerated less than truckload are nuanced and complex and variable. FreshX enables carrier pricing rates and rules to go into the platform, and the result is a digitized and dynamic pricing that matches their internal processes. We also work with them to get their coverage and schedules on board, which enables us to have instant price quotes and booking done through the platform. We have 12% of the less than truckload supply on the FreshX platform today. That's over 3,000 trucks, 17 carrier partnerships, and over 50 cold storage warehouses. Now, if you know anything about these businesses, you'll know that they're pretty old school and they're not typically the first to adopt a technology solution. But we've been able to work through that because Clay and Lance have actually been crisscrossing the country from California to Florida, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Indiana, meeting with these carriers in their dockyards, building their trust, and getting their buy-in in the platform to capture this essential data that feeds the FreshX platform. We also have strong broker and shipper demand, with 14 LOIs signed in the past 6 weeks. We have users live testing the platform and line of sight to $780,000 of ARR as we convert these beta customers to paying customers. Now, here's a few examples of inbound emails that we're receiving frequently because of the solution we provide. There is a hole and gap in the market that FreshX fills. There's a need for refrigerated less than truckload booking, and we fill that gap.
Now, to understand why demand for our solution is so strong, it's important to understand everybody wants instant pricing in freight. That is the holy grail of logistics. But if you want instant pricing, you have essentially 3 options. The first is predictive pricing models. These are companies, sometimes freight brokers themselves, that have developed machine learning algorithms fed by market data that allows them to predict the price of freight and then sell against that. This is an awesome solution. The problem is it breaks down when you're talking about the cold chain, particularly LTL freight. The reason for that is because LTL and a lot of temp-controlled freight is based on complex cost-plus models that are different across carriers, so you can't accurately predict what the cost of freight is going to be. Second option is API houses. These are companies that take pre-negotiated rates on a given lane between third parties and store them in a database. Brokers can then pull those rates to get automatic pricing for their freight. Again, a great solution. The problem for these is rigidity. They're typically negotiated rates on a given lane, so you're not able to compare costs across lanes and across carriers to find the optimal carrier for your load. The third option is pricing engines, which we view as the real solution to instant pricing in freight. Now, there's some companies in this space that have done great work. They traditionally have not focused on the cold chain because it's difficult, it's complicated, and it's nuanced. And so their solutions break down with the nuances of the cold chain. FreshX is different. We are built with those nuances in mind, and we're operating on the infrastructure level by partnering with trucking companies and warehouses to get the most accurate and dynamic price building tools in the hands of our users. We do expect to see, and we're starting to see more attention in this space as startups and incumbents focus on it, but FreshX is early and we're moving fast, and that infrastructure layer really differentiates us. We also view the other 2 options as potential channel partners. We're in talks with a number of the logos you see up here. Our business model is a monthly seat-based SaaS subscription fee. Both shippers and brokers can pay to use the platform, but the folks who are really interesting to us is brokers. They have the highest demand, the most pain for this, and have shown the highest willingness to pay. Our business model is to charge them $1,200 per seat per month, and each seat has a cap of 150 loads, so the broker ends up paying about $10 per load that they book on FreshX. For carriers, it's free for them to host their pricing and capacity on our platform, but nearly all of our carriers have asked us for freight analytics tools, which we can provide them with the data that we're capturing. The CAC for our carrier partners is low because they've already partnered with us. We're simply cross-selling them products that they're already asking us for. The LTV is high because once a carrier joins the FreshX platform, they don't have a reason to ever leave. we are building the vertical SaaS solution for the cold chain. We're beginning with our wedge product, temperature-controlled LTL, because it's painful, but if you can provide a solution for it, it's sticky. This is our wedge to get in the door. But with the data that we capture and the supply we lock in, we're able to offer products that, again, our customers are already asking us for, starting with carrier analytics, followed by short-term cold storage. We've already got a locked-in nationwide supply of warehouses, then refrigerated interline and shipper analytics. Happy to go into more detail there, but for a total SAM of $4.1 billion out of a TAM of $21 billion.
Our growth strategy is a three-pronged approach. First, capture supply with these carrier partners. Second, lock in demand with brokers and shippers. And third, cross-sell additional vertical solutions to these customers. Today, our wedge product has done 1 and 2 of capturing that supply and demand, and now we plan to build additional modules and tools that our customers are asking us for. And this will allow us to rapidly scale our revenues by cross-selling vertical solutions for the cold chain to achieve over $150 million in revenue and be profitable by 2029. We have ambitious goals to achieve, and over the next 18 months, $1.8 million will allow us to expand our team and achieve our development targets through 2025.
We are the team to build this solution. We are former freight brokers. We know transportation, we know technology, and we're willing to go out and cross the country getting this product in the hands of the people who need it. Both Clay, our excellent lead developer, Varun, and myself are working on this full time, and we're going to continue to. We're joined by the incredible Nate Bridgewater on our NVC team, who you've heard from, and we got a really strong team of advisors behind us. We've got Matt Silver, a pillar in the industry who's built and sold freight tech companies and freight brokerages, Lars Ward, an executive on the carrier side and on the broker side, and Ricky Silver, a CEO at a successful perishable foods company. And these folks are active, they're in our Slack, they're texting us, and they're really helping us guide the company. We're raising $1.8 million, of which we have $210,000 committed. The bulk of this capital will go towards product development. We got key strategic hires who we've identified who we're going to be bringing on post-raise. I'm going to leave you with this message from Greg. Greg's a great guy and a freight broker. He's trying to rip this product out of our hands. And with his help, with your help, we're going to deliver for him. So we're FreshX. Thank you. We're joined here by Clay, our CEO, who couldn't speak earlier.
Hello. New?
So I don't know much about LTL, but I do know more about FTL, more than I need to. But let me ask you specifically on pricing, because I know on FTL there is a huge complexity with enterprise shippers want contract-based. They ask them to book loads a year ahead. And, the variable is more spot, right? Spot rates. Mm-hmm. And then there's also complexity with, there was a hurricane in Florida and all the pricing is off the window. So since your whole value proposition is around this pricing engine, how are you handling all those complexities?
Yeah, so the questions around spot versus contract pricing and locking in long-term rates, it's definitely something that is a factor, and it's more so for dry versus refrigerated LTL is typically a lot of spot rate shipments. But there are still contracts and RFP processes where shippers or carriers will bid on a specific lane, and the shipper will pick the best carrier. We are currently focused on spot, but we actually are working on tools for RFP building as well, essentially aggregating different carriers that can create combined solutions where you can select different carriers for different regions. These carriers are all very regionally focused, have specific lanes that they specialize in, so we can kind of create a better solution by combining different routes on those contracts.
That makes sense, but I think so right now you're focused on spot.
Yeah.
Right? And so where do you get how do you build your pricing data today based on what knowledge?
Mm-hmm. Do you want to go to 35? Great. Okay, so this gets to the heart of what's really different about FreshX and what we're doing. So as we've discussed other models, we have predictive pricing, you have API houses on negotiate rates. The way our pricing is different and our company is approaching this in a fundamentally different way is we've traveled around and met with these carriers and built their trust over time. No easy feat. They're not going to talk, this president is not going to talk to you on a phone. Clay and I have shown up at their dockyards, taken them out for lunch, won their trust and buy-in because they have to trust us a lot. They're sharing their internal pricing methodology technology and their scheduling and routing, which they consider their intellectual property. They don't share that with a broker. They don't share that with outside parties. And so we win their trust. We get an agreement in place where they agree to exchange this with us, and that's what we've done with 17 carriers, nationwide coverage, and over 3,000 trucks, 12% of the LTL supply of trucks on the road. Next, we take all of that information, they share it with us. I'm going to breeze over this because it's complicated and it's a mess, and we spend enough time working in it, but we get this in Excel sheets, PDF forms, you name it, it's a mess. We take it, we organize it and ingest it, and then plug it into our back end in our pricing engine after vetting it with the carrier and making sure it's airtight. Once they're implemented in our back end, we incorporate their schedules and their sailing schedules and the times when their trucks go to different places, which is typically set schedules. At that point, we can accurately tell you, I know you need to move freight from Chicago to St. Louis. Here's all of the carriers who can do that. Here's the actual price. So it becomes like Google Flights or Expedia for freight. And so that's how we get to that, ultimately, that real, true, accurate price quote, completely different by beginning at the infrastructure level. Please, John.
Yeah, so we've been in and around this market for a long time with a number of companies. And with what you're doing here, I mean, it's a very opaque market. I mean, you can't understand pricing, but would you ever let a company direct go around a broker and use this software?
And is the question, could someone go around and just partner directly with the carrier? Or?
Yeah, meaning, yes, could we, with one of our companies, could they sign up for it and actually schedule and buy their own shipping without the broker?
Oh, yes, they can. Shippers can use it. You know, there's nothing stopping them from doing it. We've got some shippers who are very interested in using it. You know, our view on this is brokers have the most interest in this, the highest willingness to pay, the most demand. They get it. There's no education or ramp up on what an accessorial is or what a detention fee is. And so brokers are what's most interesting to us. But you can see in our pipeline, we have shippers as well. There's folks who are interested. Either one can use it. It's built with brokers in mind today. Yes, Matt?
This is space we know very well over the Crown side of the world. We own Great Dane. We are invested in most of the companies you were in a partner with. We have Maricopa Pizza, which is the biggest frozen pizza player. So we should at a minimum talk and see if we can help them.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So, that's all I wanted to say.
Great. Thank you. Next question.
Exactly. This is revenue, right? That's what actually you should do. You should make us generate revenue for these companies. Okay, there we go. Innovation here. So a couple of questions. One is it's a really small world, right? What is your background in logistics, and how do you guys know the who's who in the space?
Yep.
Yeah, so Lance went over this before, but we actually started a brokerage before we pivoted to this business. So we started this company about a year ago through the SNBC, actually, as a last mile carrier. And it was for food products, and we kept hearing about this bigger problem in middle mile freight for refrigerated products. And so we got our brokerage authority. We started brokering freight for about 5 months. And then we realized that the solution that we really wanted to build to get accurate pricing online, we couldn't really build as a broker. We had to kill the brokerage and launch the software product as well. So we brokered freight ourselves for about 4 months, all refrigerated less than truckload freight. We learned the ropes. We learned probably 80% of what we need to know. And then we got some really strong advisors, Matt Silver and Lars Ward, who have combined 20 plus years experience in this space. So with them and with our experience, I think we have the building blocks that we need.
So the second thing I was going to ask is keeping the data fresh is a pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At Tickets Now, we did this by giving the point of sale system to the brokers. So 70% of all ticket brokers used our platform. And so we had real-time data of what tickets were available, that kind of thing. As I think about this, and why Spot's so important is, frozen is a very different animal, right? As anyone knows, who has a reefer truck versus a regular truck. What SaaS can you offer to those players to help them? So there's pricing engines. Like, how can you create a console on that side? Because that will give you lock-in.
Yes.
If you can do that.
We go to the product walkthrough. So that is the goal, and that's what we've started to do today. So we have the walkthrough of the product.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we actually have carrier tools today that they can use to manage their rates and keep them updated themselves. one of the first things we want to do in our next kind of step of development is make those tools more user-friendly so that they're more incentivized to use the tools themselves, whereas right now Lance and I they're still sending us their spreadsheets, and then we're like mixing them around and putting them into CSVs and then uploading the CSVs. So there's really good examples for how carriers, like how their processes work, where they're very visual, they're very map-based. You could almost imagine instead of uploading a list of zip codes, they could click a map and drag on the map and create a region that way. So we definitely have a lot of these tools. We're hearing from carriers every day what they want and how these tools can actually improve upon what they're doing in spreadsheets and PDFs right now. Okay. That is the goal, is to be more of an input versus an output over time.
Yes, please.
Could you talk about the data acquisition process a little bit more detail, because of the real-time data acquisition is very key. By the way, we are investor of the Project 44 and Flexbots. We know this industry very much.
Yeah. Data acquisition is your question? Sure.
Yep. So these carriers actually don't update their base rates that often. So the base rates for refrigerated LTL can be quarters, months, even years until they update those rates. They don't. Some of them update it more often, but a lot of them don't refresh them that often. So we don't have to be like constantly pinging them to update those rates. The way that it works though is they'll typically send us spreadsheets, PDFs. We'll sign an NDA if we have to, but they'll send us all of whatever their baseline methodologies are. Those methodologies are always different. So some of them calculate rates based on pallets, some calculate it based on weight, sometimes it's a combination. Sometimes they factor in temperature or commodity type. So they all have different methodologies. We're probably the first people that are seeing them all side by side and getting a good understanding for how these companies actually operate. Once they send us those, we then create a calculator, an Excel calculator, and send that back and say, can you break this? Does this work for you?
Basically, you do manually, and do you have any sort of the process to assurance of the capacity and also the inventory of those resources? That's very key, because those end fleet, the truck company doesn't update and that doesn't manage the resource correctly. That's a very big issue for the actual last 1 mile delivery.
Yes. When it comes to managing capacity, we completely agree with you. And frankly, we view that as something of a pitfall. So we sidestep it completely. The way we handle capacity management is that in the platform, the carrier has an option to request a date change. So if they say, look, the truck's full on Tuesday, it automatically generates an email with the requested date change, so they can say, can the truck show up on Wednesday instead? The alternative to that is what a lot of these carriers do is they broker out overflow. So they have a brokerage arm and they can bring in a truck to handle overflow capacity. Our goal is not to get into the weeds of saying we're going to manage and optimize your capacity and we're going to increase your truck. It's very risky, and frankly some companies have failed trying to get into that space. Today we sidestep it completely because we agree with you. Capacity management, it's tough, it's tricky. Yeah. Mar, did you have a question?
It was actually his question.
Sure. Yeah. Another point I would make on that is, if you mind flipping to the competitive moat slide.
Yes.
So we view the question about gathering data for us today, the competitive differential that we consider our moat moderate. We're doing a lot of this work and a lot of the legwork and building something that's different. So today the moat is moderate, because could someone copy this? Theoretically they could. It's hard for a lot of reasons, and established players don't have an incentive to do it. But as we move towards the next step, like Clay was describing, where we turn outputs into inputs and folks are living in this platform and creating their pricing tools in there, suddenly the moat gets much steeper. And as we begin to get network effects and we're offering additional premium tools that they're asking us for, suddenly this becomes like a rich and valuable platform with higher switching costs to leave. So,
related to that point, if it, perfect world, do you think about the more scalable direction for the automation side, or filling those gaps, or some sort of the assurance of the capacity?
We do. For us, it's a question of building liquidity in the market. We've done a good job of that now. Our go-to-market slide really shows how we think about this, where today we're in beta. We've got all these folks starting to use it and very interested in it. And over time, as we move towards commercialization, this gets easier and easier because there's a flywheel. We've locked in the supply, so we avoid a lot of the risk of the marketplace model, and folks are using it. And so that eases the burden on capacity as you just have more carriers on there. Today we have 17 and we have nationwide coverage. But it only gets easier as we advance and develop that network.
Warehouse map.
Yeah, Van?
More curiosity, but did you consider, or how common is a transaction fee as part of a revenue model versus, I think you're just purely SaaS right now?
Yeah, we did, and it's really, brokers are more familiar with the monthly seat-based SaaS fee. There's also some incentive issues within the organization based on where costs are placed. So it's easier to sell actually a monthly seat-based SaaS fee. There's no marginal cost when you create a transaction. So if you give them a cap on loads instead of a per transaction fee, then brokers are more incentivized to do business on the platform versus off platform. It's also like somewhat predictable how many loads a broker will do per month. So we're going to have different tiers based on how much volume that broker is doing per month per seat. But we can effectively tailor it and get within a few bucks of the per load fee.
We also benchmark against other freight technology platforms that brokers are used to buying. They're more used and trained to this model.
Mark.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about the acquisition of the broker side and what have you guys learned? How quickly can you get one of them to pay for you guys, et cetera?
Yeah, absolutely. So put it very simply, carrier side's hard because then you need to build trust with folks. You need to and they need to do quite a bit of labor, and that's why we've really focused on that. Broker side is much easier. Brokers get this. They buy tools. They feel this pain. So we're doing essentially a 4-pronged strategy today. The heavy emphasis on this is cold outreach. Clay and I emailing, calling, LinkedIn messaging folks. Very high response rate because they get this. We also are getting more and more network referrals. There was a LinkedIn post where someone said, "I need to move reefer LTL. Does anyone have a solution to this?" And Clay and I got tagged 5 different times by people in the freight and logistics space. So we're really getting our name out there. There's channel sales. TMS integrations is something that a TMS company approached us about. We view that as critical, as well as a lot of the conferences that these companies that everybody shows up to in this industry, and other integrations. And then finally, earned media. Clay was just featured on a podcast yesterday on the Think Freight podcast. So we're getting our name out there, and those are the ways we do it. But brokers get it. I mean, brokers get it. They want it.
You said you had 14 LOIs. Sorry, one quick question. What does it take to convert one of them to paid?
Yeah, did you want to speak to commercialization?
Yeah, we need nationwide coverage effectively to make this valuable enough to charge for it. So we're going to get to that point in mid-July. That's when we'll have all of our carrier implementations online, and that's when we're going to start charging.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Great job.
All right. Thank you. Good work.
Judges, if you could take a minute and go ahead and fill out the feedback form, that'd be great. And as we get our next team ready to be mic'd up, it's already mic'd. Good.
All right, so these are your seats.
TJ's gonna do it.
And
right here.
Here's that.
Green to forward, red to back.
Sorry, run that by me again.
Catch cover, everybody. Catch your mouth in there, got Dina there. Dina, where's your dad?
He's right up there.
Oh, okay.
Next to my wife.
Oh, okay, good.
She's like, I don't want to disrupt, so I'll bring him down. Hello?
Very good. I'll cut notes this time.
Yeah, it's got notes.
Good luck.
I will give them a minute just to finish their typing. All right, they look pretty ready. All right, our next team is Oro Intelligence. Whenever you're ready, TJ.
Hi, everyone. I'm TJ Davison, and I'm a co-founder and CEO of Oro Intelligence.
My brother and I started Oro Intelligence with the mission to improve patient access to timely healthcare and to improve the scheduling process for both providers and patients. The problem with the US healthcare scheduling industry is that it loses $150 billion a year in scheduling inefficiencies. Inefficiency is a big deal here, as 5 to 15% of all visits are never taking place, either due to cancellations that are too late to reschedule or no-shows. The average patient waits 26 days to get in to see their primary care provider, and it can be up to 6 months or more for certain specialties. This is outrageous. So our solution to this inefficiency problem is to leverage AI to improve patient access to timely care and the efficiency of the scheduling process to get patients in the door as soon as we can. To do this, we've developed a digital assistant that'll be sold into healthcare provider organizations to act like a fully staffed scheduling office, speaking to the patient in natural language and integrating with phone and electronic medical record software systems for a seamless scheduling experience. The assistant can make, cancel, and reschedule appointments for the patient, answer any questions, send appointment reminders, and manage a wait list to get patients in early as soon as a cancellation takes place. This is what a typical conversation with our digital assistant might look like. We can handle call, text, and chat online. And so in this case, a patient is contacting our digital assistant in order to make an appointment. After they've found a time that works for them, the digital assistant will ask the patient if they'd like to be contacted if a sooner appointment becomes available. If the patient says yes, we move to collect a little bit more data about the patient's scheduling preferences and availability, day of the week, time of day, how quickly they can get into the clinic, and whether they would like to be contacted on short notice with something like a 1-hour heads up before the appointment. We then use that data when a cancellation takes place to filter down to only those patients who are most likely to be able to come in at that time, and we perform automated outreach to those patients to fill that slot as soon as we can. We can even do this with no-show appointments several minutes into the appointment time when the patient hasn't showed up by queuing up and managing a list of telephone encounters that we can outbound call for the provider that day to recapture some revenue. What differentiates us from other call center-based AI companies is our ability to use metadata and predictive modeling about appointments to optimize the process of getting a patient in on short notice. This gives us a dramatic advantage in our ability over our competitors to recapture lost revenue instead of just being a cost savings platform. We bring value to our customers in 3 primary ways. First is in revenue recapture, where we're reducing that missed visit rate and increasing the amount of reimbursement going to our customers. Second, in patient experience, by providing a 24/7 scheduling support model in several languages with no hold times. And third, in office efficiency, reducing FTE hours required in the scheduling contact center and saving money on overhead. We'll begin targeting customers in primary care where the missed visit rate is the highest and scheduling is simplest. For that private practice space, the decision makers will be the physicians who own the practice. And as we grow and have some metrics to support our sales cycle, we'll target private equity as a distribution channel as they're most interested in cost savings and reimbursement capture and represents about 30% of the healthcare market. There we'll be targeting finance and revenue officer positions at PE firms that own healthcare. I will talk a little bit more about our customer acquisition strategy in a few slides, but I'd like to talk first about our revenue model. So we're employing a SaaS model with an annual licensing fee that's scalable based on the size of the organization, including things like the number of providers there, what the specialties are, and call volumes. You can see our full formulas for how we calculate annual fees in our business plan, and I'd be happy to talk it through at the end as well. But we target a 4x ROI for our customers based on savings from their call center and new revenue generated from missed visits. For a single provider practice, this might look like $15,000 a year in fees for $60,000 of new revenue generated. And as we scale up to a larger customer with maybe 1,000 providers with a call center included, this might look like $5 million in fees for $20 million in cost savings and new revenue. In private practice, our customer acquisition cost is going to be between $10,000 and $20,000 with an expected $15,000 of ARR per provider. This gives us an LTV to CAC ratio of about 7.5, given that we expect, based on our experience and conversations with healthcare providers, that as long as our software is working as intended, healthcare doesn't typically churn vendors very often. So we're expecting about a 10-year lifespan for our customers. Although the customer acquisition cost does increase with longer sales processes as you scale up to hospitals and larger care networks, the fact is the ARR also increases because the number of providers increases more rapidly. So we get more favorable LTV to CAC ratios as we sell to larger providers. So that's going to be our primary market as soon as we can get in there. Over the past few months, we've had dozens of customer discovery interviews. We are growing our team and advisory board with 3 new physicians, 3 new software developers, and 2 new business ops team members. We're demo ready as of 2 weeks ago, which is really nice. And we're MVP on track to summer 2024. We've received 3 letters of support from private practice physicians interested in piloting our software, and we're just so excited and ready to begin, the customer sales call. So we're working on that right now. A little bit about our team. So I'm a former Epic implementation project manager. I'm currently a senior IT project manager with Stanford Medicine. I've had over 10 years of experience in EMR implementations and integrations and IT support at hospitals. I'm also a booth student. My brother Tim here is the lead AI knowledgeable guy for the United States Special Operations Command for Information Operations, and he's a data scientist through the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab. We founded with our friend Nick, who is a brilliant computer scientist from the University of Virginia, who specializes in AI and agent framework development. And we recently added Dina to our team, who brings a wealth of expertise in finance and startup business. Our team and our technology advantage are why we win. We're not trying to create the best AI model out there. We are creating an agent framework with a scalable, modular software design that allows us to use all of the best models as soon as they become available. Our cloud-based architecture means that we can integrate a cutting-edge new text-to-speech or LLM model within the same day that it's released in production. So this allows us to stay ahead of large companies and all but the most advanced research labs. From the healthcare sales side, I have a deep knowledge of the healthcare sales process due to my work with Stanford Medicine, where I advise leadership on new vendors, integration efforts, security, and sizing for projects. So these are the people we're going to be selling to, and I already know the ins and outs of that process. A little bit more on our customer acquisition strategy. In the long term, after we've targeted private practice and proved our use case, we're really interested in selling our product as a feature to be built directly into Cerner and Meditech and other EMR vendors so that we can tap into their vast customer base without having to increase our customer acquisition costs and support costs. We'll give them a cut of our revenue, about 15%, and that way we'll be able to scale rapidly. We'll also be hoping to offer discounts and early adopter incentives to larger customers like UChicago Medicine and Stanford Medicine as we work to get on Epic's approved vendor list. In terms of our competition, and speaking of Epic, EMR companies like Epic do not and have no plans to provide customer service support like we do with our digital assistant in the call center. This hampers their ability to offer targeted scheduling outreach to the patient population, so that we don't really consider them to be our competition. We consider ourselves to be an enhancement on their existing scheduling software. AI call center startups like Hyro and Syllable are therefore going to probably be our biggest competitors in this space. Although they don't do revenue recapture like we do, it'll probably be pretty difficult to acquire one of their customers if they already are employing a successful call center management solution. So time to market is an important piece of our strategy. Our market opportunity is divided between primary care, specialty care, and call centers. And with 20% market penetration, we're looking at about $2.4 billion in the primary care market, $2.1 billion in the specialty care market, and about $1.6 billion in the contact center market, for a total market opportunity of $6.1 billion. We'll spend the next 2 years acquiring customers, improving our use case, and estimate profitability by 2026 at about $10 million of revenue as we scale and continue to accelerate our customer acquisition. Until then, we'd like to request an initial funding of $1.4 million for 18 months of runway to fund our software and product development, customer acquisition, and other operating expenses like security licensing. So please join us as we try and make healthcare scheduling smarter and get patients seen sooner. Yeah, John.
Very great, very nice presentation. Two questions, fairly quick. One, do you have to do a full integration with the pilots, with their systems?
I'm going to let Tim answer that one. I'm glad you asked.
So I have trouble hearing. You said, did we do a full integration yet?
Do you have to do the full integration?
You have to do a full integration.
We anticipate a full integration in the sense that we're going to be working with an EMR that already exists in our pilot study system, and then we're going to be connecting our APIs, which are built on those FAR standards, to that EMR.
And then how do you actually demonstrate the improvement in the metrics to whoever it is at the buyer, whether it's a single practitioner or health system?
Yeah, I can take that. We're building a full analytics dashboard that will show essentially going in. You can use Epic or Cerner or Meditech to prove historical data for how many cancellations you've had and how many no-shows you've had over time. If we're able to show, okay, so here's all of the ones that we did same day. We converted this no-show into a telephone encounter. We converted this 1 hour in advance cancellation to a visit. We can compare that to their historical data in a way that demonstrates the value we're adding. Yeah, Mara.
Just to follow on John's question, I mean, it seems there's the technology for automating some of this scheduling. It's one of the classic examples now of generative AI. So I think your value is that you perhaps for this particular vertical healthcare, you're going to be really good at getting people to show up that didn't show up or not cancel. What is the secret sauce for you guys that makes you different? Like, I understand how you're going to measure success, but why do you believe you will achieve that success?
Sure.
You want to take it?
I'm happy to take this one from the technical side. So like you said, the barrier to entry is fairly low for just pulling generative models and putting together these types of systems. But our moat, so to speak, comes from the difficulty of engineering into that vertical. It comes from the deep expertise that TJ provides in order to connect it to the MRs. And we anticipate that people are going to be looking for lower hanging fruit in terms of taking these generative models and using them. So we're not just a call center, but instead trying to really provide that value through the patient recapture, something we don't think other people are targeting.
I would agree with you. You guys have the right resumes for this, but I still don't quite understand. Like, okay, one thing is scheduling a call, and then do you guys know when to remind people, or what do you do? You're predicting that somebody's not going to show up because of weather. Like, what do you guys? You know what I'm trying? It's not so much the LLM. It's more, what is your secret sauce that will actually improve people showing up?
So this may be kind of a longer answer than we have a ton of time for, and I'd be happy to talk to you. But let me give you
do it offline.
Let me give you a quick overview. So there's a couple of aspects to this, which is essentially the predictive modeling, which is based on historical data about whether or not a patient is going to actually show up for their visit, and then it's about the actions that we take in response to that, whether we double book an appointment slot or whether we queue up a telephone encounter with the expectation that above or below a certain threshold, the patient may not actually be arriving. The reason that time to market is so important here is that no other companies right now are using a model like this, and it's fairly difficult to employ agent frameworks in the way that my brother's been able to in order to make it work. So we have somewhat of a software engineering moat, and we'll use that time to market to figure out the best ways to tweak our scheduling algorithm, and we'll have a head start. Yeah, Brent.
I have Weave software on this side of me, which is practice management for dental practices, and I have ZocDoc on this side of me. And I'm concerned that outside of the EMRs, there are practice management software that has Contact in it, or standalone companies like Podium that have been doing this for a while. Can you just talk a little bit more about competition and how you crack this a little better?
Yeah, from a competition standpoint, I think call center AIs being the provider side solution to cost overhead has gotten a lot of traction with kind of a couple of the companies that I've mentioned. And there are the ZocDocs of the world that are a patient-facing solution to scheduling. What we're trying to do is essentially capture the entire scheduling approach from start to finish, not only provide the call center value, but also the the kind of scheduling, rescheduling input that allows us to recapture that revenue. What we don't see is companies like Epic that perform the scheduling workflows having the customer-facing input that allows them to optimize that section. And we don't see the call center AIs being able to do much more than the cost reduction without getting into the scheduling workflows. So from a competitive standpoint, there are a few other kind of third-party solutions to this that can integrate with the medical record, but we don't feel that they are capturing the entire end-to-end possible ROI here. So the way that we're seeing our competition is that we're able to provide a full package versus kind of a piecemeal approach. Yeah, Alyssa.
To Brent's point, I think many brave souls have come before you, and I imagine many will still come after you. I want to talk a little bit about your go-to-market. So going after the independent PCPs who are potentially owned by private equity companies, when at this point, I think over 50% now of primary care is employed, is not only a market that's small and potentially getting smaller, but also notoriously extremely concerned about margin. And you are introducing a product that potentially is a need to have, maybe seen otherwise. So maybe talk about the decision to go after that segment predominantly in the original launch.
Sure. So in order to support our sales cycle to the larger ROI customers like large healthcare systems that stand alone or EMR vendors that can build this into their platform, we want to make sure that we're proving our use case with smaller decision cycle and kind of lower barrier to entry organizations. We've been able to already get in touch with a number of different PE firms that own healthcare that are interested in their margins, and the private practice doctors who, if they have 20% missed visits, that's 20% of their revenue that they're missing out on, and they are extremely interested, since they operate on razor-thin margins, in recapturing some of that. From the PE side, it looks a lot like call center cost reduction first and then revenue recapture later. For the independent private practice physician, which is kind of a dying breed, as you mentioned, they are more interested, obviously, in making sure that they're capturing as much revenue as possible. I think we want to go there first to show that we can do this to support sales later on to those high-value customers of ours.
Yeah, so sort of as a follow-up to the last couple of questions, I think you did a really nice job of differentiating yourself from the current competition, including Hyro, which seems to be perhaps the most similar in many ways. So the question is, while you're gaining traction with the kinds of customers that you mentioned with the last question, and proving your model, and knowing also that these other competitors could potentially replicate, it's just a matter of time. It just seems like, you've got sort of this narrow way to thread the needle where you get enough people interested so you get traction in the market, but Hyro hasn't come in and taken away your opportunity.
Do you want to, or do you want me to?
Sure. I'd say I'm inclined to agree in the sense that momentum is pretty important. And that's why we're so heavily invested right now in getting those customer discoveries and getting buy-in from the different clinicians that we're speaking with. I think really what's going to try and protect us is once we are working with that pilot partner, being able to build software that is different from Hyro's, or being able to build software that just, as I can personally attest, takes long enough that it's not an easy barrier to entry, because working with these systems can be complex.
So do you have enough time to get all that done before they come in and just, take the market?
I think we're getting close already.
Yeah. So even companies like Hyro are very early. They're still raising capital. They have not cracked the market from our perspective, and we're basically at the absolute best time where generative AI and the models that we're using are sophisticated enough to be actually really useful in this space, and our competition has not ramped up to have cornered even 5% of the market yet. So I'm confident that we're doing this at the right time and that we can become a competitor. Yeah, Sam.
I happen, I don't know how, to chair the innovation committee of a major hospital here in Chicago. And so my question is, on the digital transformation that we're doing, this is like a blip across, a multi-year trajectory. So I'm first curious, is this really a business or is this a feature that should be part of a bigger business? And then my second question is on pricing. I don't see how a hospital would think about spending millions of dollars on this or even pay for it on a per provider basis. So I'm just curious how you validated some of the pricing assumptions that you have.
Yeah, so I think you're right about the blip section. What I've seen more recently in our customer discovery conversations is that people are interested in lowering their call center costs. And for many call centers, we're looking at millions of dollars of spending for a 100 or 200 person contact center that's already in place. If we can reduce that by 80% or more, then that already represents millions of dollars of savings for that hospital organization. I think the reason that maybe revenue recapture from scheduling is not a bigger splash is that it's been a problem that's persisted for years and years and years, and we haven't really seen anybody very successful at solving that problem and closing the gap. A couple of EMR systems have features like Epic's FastPass that in my conversations with the hospitals that I've spoken to, has not been incredibly effective at closing that missed visit gap. They're still falling within that 5 to 15%. And so I think in our conversations with major healthcare providers, they've all been very excited about what we can potentially bring. I think with the larger customers, they want to see success on the scale of another like Epic organization first, and I think that that's totally reasonable. But I think once we can show, hey, yeah, look, like we recaptured, to your second point, we recaptured $20 million of revenue for this healthcare provider that's equivalent size to yours. That's a 4 times ROI for what we would be charging in fees. That I think does look like an attractive proposition. But we're early, and we'll be working with our customers on the features that we're providing and our pricing. We want to be competitive in the market. Yeah, Jim.
Great job. Is there anything in your SOCOM background and the dynamic nature applying in terms of this fully integrated solution and fulfillment? And if there is, I don't know whether proprietary or not, could you just speak to it? I mean, just trying to understand that core competency and why you guys win. Thanks.
Sure. I actually kind of love that question. Never got to talk about that in these venues. So working with government systems is very similar to working with healthcare systems. And you can probably imagine the reasons why, but old technology, slow to change, extreme focus on privacy. So
with more severe repercussion.
Yeah, can be. So in one hand, we have experience dealing with those systems and building new technology into those systems. And then secondly, my work at SOCOM has primarily run information operations, which includes a lot of generative AI stuff. My claim to fame has been working on this for years and years before it really hit the public mainstream. And so I feel confident that we can bring the best of what I've been building at SOCOM and leverage it for commercial application. Thank you.
David, I think I saw you had a question.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a question so much as maybe a piece of advice, which is I would look more critically at the competitive landscape, because I'm on the board of a company that does a lot more than this. And they do this, and they've been doing this for a while, and they sell into different healthcare verticals. So I actually know a lot about it as a function of that. And I think there's the second piece of advice would be kind of following up on Sam's comment, which is, they get into the payment flow. So like they just have a much broader solution as a function of that. So those are things I would think about like as you kind of are revving your roadmap.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, do you mean in the payment flow like taking patient payments over the phone and supporting that?
Or click to pay, the mother doesn't even know that she's talking to a computer. She thinks she's talking to a person when she's texting. Right. And then it says, great, I've confirmed your appointment. Do you want to pay your bill? Press this button, right? And they click to pay. So like being in the payments flow is like a very valuable thing, and having a broader set of functionality so that you're a platform, not a function, becomes really important. And then thinking more broadly than you guys are thinking in terms of all of the PMS integrations you need to make, because that's kind of the secret sauce is integrating with all these PMS providers. Ideally, if you can write back to the ledger, that becomes really important. So anyway, those aren't questions, but just some thoughts in terms of things to think about on the roadmap.
Great, thank you.
And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good work.
All right, judges, if you could take a minute and fill out your forms, remember hit submit right at the end. We're doing great, both in terms of remembering to hit submit and getting them turned in. And I think you begin to appreciate the range of teams that we've had in today's section. When you're done with this next section, Steve's going to come up and ask you to do a force ranking. So start thinking about the variability of order and who you would think is the most investable. We'll come back with more details on that. And while you're filling out your last form, we're going to get ready with our last team. Okay, who is already here, so that's good. You're already mic'd up. That's even better. Already? Okay. What we'll do is
sit in these seats right here.
Okay. Right. You got a couple people sitting over here. Then they can come up for Q&A. When they come up for Q&A, remind us who they are and point them out and stuff. Right? Yeah. Go ahead and have a seat. So. Hey, you can stand or sit. But you can leave your paper up there. No one's going to bother your paper. And let's make sure. The only thing on this is make sure this green light is your num lock. It's already on, so you're good. Okay? All right. I need a clicker. I'm going to show it to you right now. This is forward. This is backward. Okay? You get right there. We'll give them another minute or so to do it, and we'll see how I'm doing on our schedule. Okay. Now, we're finishing strong, so you're going to be saving the best for last. Okay. With that, we present our last team for today, Team Harriet. Whenever you're ready, Kathleen.
All right. Hi, I'm Kathleen McGing, co-founder and COO of Harriet. I'm joined by our Chief Veterinarian, Jim, and our CEO, Prashant. We're building an AI decision support software that will be embedded into veterinarians' workflows to help them deliver better care in less time. Now, we got into this because the looming veterinary shortage demands urgent and creative solutions. We've talked with veterinarians, practice owners, and leading academics, and they've made two things about this crisis very clear to us. First of all, vets simply have too much work to do. And secondly, Harriet can help with this. Now, there's three factors leading to vets being overworked and burnt out. First of all, demand for care is huge and growing. There's projected to be a shortage of 40,000 vets by 2030. Now, private equity saw this supply and demand imbalance, and they jumped into the market. So over half of vets now work for PE-backed groups that are trying to increase their revenue by asking vets to deliver the same level of care in less time. But that's not why vets got into this. They chose a career that's harder to get into than med school and far less lucrative because they love to take care of animals. And what vets are telling us is that once they get into practice, they're finding that these 15-minute appointments just aren't enough time to practice good medicine. Additionally, 30% of new grads will turn over within the first year or 18 months of their first practice because they're not getting good mentorship. And high turnover and high burnout rates are a big problem for practices because a majority of their revenue comes from productive vets. Here's where Harriet comes in. We're building an AI decision support software that will be a clinical co-pilot to vets. This will help practices generate an additional $400,000 or more in revenue and save over $80,000 in turnover costs. We're able to have such a significant impact because we're like putting a second vet in the room. Now, we're doing this by embedding an AI mentor into the vet's workflow. And we've already developed a proof of concept that can perform our 3 key features. Additionally, our AI can diagnose the top 334 clinical conditions. As you can see in our demo, Harriet first summarizes the pet's health history, then creates differential diagnoses so that vets can provide more confident and comprehensive care. Lastly, we help decrease the friction with pet parents by generating comprehensive care plans with options, details, and financial information. We also have patient-ready communications that have the product and referral recommendations so they can better act on the vet's recommendations. And we're talking with partners who will help us get this to market quickly. So we're in conversations with CareVet and Thrive to be our potential first customer and development partner. Signing just one of these will either equal or double our 2025 financial projections. With CareVet, they've told us we will revolutionize care, and they've advanced conversations to their C-suite. At Thrive, we're partnering with their regional Midwest leadership, and we are developing plans to pilot locally. They've invited us to shadow their vets in clinics, and they've connected us with their tech team. At Tufts, we want to partner with a vet school, and they said they are interested in partnering with us because that will help us establish clinical credibility. And then Global Med has told us that they would like to partner with us, and the DHS would like to partner with us so that we can embed Harriet as a solution to help deliver telehealth solutions to service dogs, and we've entered into an NDA with them. Now, all of these groups want to partner with us because we're the only solution that's like a second vet. We provide comprehensive clinical care and increase efficiency through our competency, our actionable recommendations, and our efficiency solutions. Other options are just providing one point of this. So there are some efficiency solutions that focus on helping clerically by taking notes. Other decision support options just provide recommendations for one specific type of thing, such as ordering lab tests, and they present these recommendations in a way that actually decrease efficiency, such as just alphabetizing them. We know vets need more mentorship because they're spending $65 a month on VIN, which is basically a website with chat boards. Being one of the first and best to this new market gives us a sustainable competitive advantage because we're going to be able to get data from our customers, proprietary data, that will make our clinical and financial algorithm stronger. Additionally, there's high switching costs because this is an enterprise solution, and being in vet schools will help create an early affinity. So with this solution, we are targeting private equity and corporate backed groups because our value proposition is tightly aligned with their focus on generating more revenue. We are specifically targeting practices with targeting customers with about 50 practices each and 150 vets and then since we're charging $150 per vet per month, these customers represent $250,000 in ARR. This makes Harriet a profitable and scalable solution. So each unit, each customer that has about 50 practices will have a 92% gross margin, and our customer acquisition cost is mostly driven by our sales team compensation, and we project that will be fully paid back by year 2. Now, for the first 3 years, we are solely focused on building a great decision support product and getting it to market quickly. In 2028, we add on a second revenue stream from product referrals. This is because we are going to be great at this because we are perfectly positioned to do it with our core feature of providing product recommendations. Vets are extremely influential, and they're already doing this verbally. So we're going to help them monetize that by taking a portion of the revenue from each product recommendation Harriet makes and the pet parent buys. Now, as any of you who are pet parents know, taking great care of your pets is very expensive. The pet products market is over a $400 billion market, and so our portion of that gives us a $28 billion TAM. Our SOM is over $400 million, with 20% of that just coming from the decision support revenue. We are projected to be profitable by 2027 with just the decision support revenue. Then in 2028, we add on the referral revenue. We continue to add customers and reach $74 million in revenue by 2030. We are confident we can meet these projections because we already have a healthy sales pipeline. All of our customer discovery calls are turning into sales calls. People we weren't even trying to sell to, like Global Med and the DHS, are asking to work with us. We're going to continue to grow this pipeline by establishing clinical credibility and generating buzz. So in addition to partnering with vet schools, we're also going to have Harriet pass the National Vet Licensing Exam to show how good our AI is. Then we're going to beta at our first customers in the first quarter of 2023. We're going to scale our sales team and then launch in the third quarter of 2025. I'm sorry, 2025, yes. So we are confident we are the team to get this to market and scale quickly because we've done this before in human health tech and we have the best vets on our team. So our chief veterinarian, Jim, has 30 years of experience and he's a trusted partner to private equity groups looking to increase efficiency. Our veterinary advisor, Bob, he is a leading veterinary voice and he serves on the National Academies of Practice. Our chairman, John, served on he was president of the Ross Veterinary School of Medicine and helps bridge the gap between pet health and human health. I have 15 years of experience implementing human health and decision support, and Prashant has truly done this before. He's an experienced entrepreneur who founded, built, and grew Evive and partnered with Susquehanna. So we have the technology team and partners, and we are ready to scale. Prashant has even talked with the team that helped him build Evive, and they're ready to start working with us. So we are raising $2 million to get to market in the next 18 months. This will fund us all the way through our commercial product and bringing it to those first 4 customers. 80% of this is going to technology and product development. Specifically, $700,000 of that is needed to build the beta product that we will launch in Q1 of next year. So we invite you to invest in Harriet so we can help vets get back to doing what they love, which is providing great care, and ensure all of our pets get the care they deserve. Thank you. So our CEO, Prashant, and our chief vet, Jim, are going to join me for Q&A. John.
So there's a special guest here, my wife, Mrs. Dr. Shulkin, and my supervisor, who's a vet, who we reviewed this very carefully because I'm not the expert. One question for you, what data set are you using to actually train the model and then write the algorithms to make the care recommendations?
Yeah, Prashant?
Yeah, so we sort of studied vets and realized that there are sort of 3 basic sources of information that a vet has. It's training in vet school from textbooks, it's research articles, and it's their own clinical experience. And so we're using surrogates for each of those. So we have taken the latest research from PubMed and translated that into summaries. The second thing is we've taken 122 VetMed textbooks and created summaries by diagnoses. So for each of the diagnosis codes, we have a summary of symptoms, treatments, and recommendations. And then the clinical experience part is coming currently from our vets, but eventually will come from the streams of vets that will use the software each time. And so between those 3 things, Harriet is built to access this specialized knowledge base. So we're using an LLM, but we're using an LLM to retrieve from this knowledge base so that we don't have this problem that ChatGPT has, right? We have a curated knowledge base that a human in the loop has already vetted, and Harriet is simply fetching from them given a set of symptoms.
Yeah, sorry, I can't see your name tag.
So you have a big turnover problem right now with vets. They don't like only spending 15 minutes with the animals, which they love, right? Now, PE is going to say, we want you to do it in 7.5 minutes because you're that much more efficient. What is the consequence in terms of retaining vets? Who's going to want to go into this job under those kind of circumstances?
Yeah, Jim, do you want to?
Well, so that's a tough problem for us right now in the veterinary world. The prices are going up to get a new grad to come in, and the competition to steal a new grad in private practice from a corporate group is impossible. But one of the problems is experienced vets can see those appointments in 7 minutes, especially if you have good staff. Inexperienced vets can't do that. And so sometimes what we need is, if you average these appointments out through the day, we have a lot of routine visits stuck in with sick visits. Sick visits, and your wife, I think you said, is a veterinarian, knows that the sick visit sucks up your day. You have 2 or 3 sick visits in a day, you can squeeze things between them, but you've got a lot of time. And the more inexperienced you are, the more time it takes. So if you have something that's like a clinical decision support software there with you, you don't have to review, pull out textbooks and things like that. You get a weighted diagnosis, potential diagnosis list, or even a rule-out list, where you get diagnostic suggestions and things like that. And in the veterinary world, one of the biggest problems and highest stresses are the cases that you can't address. So a vaccine appointment in 7 minutes is, from veterinary time, not the client time, but the veterinary time, is possible. But a sick patient, that's impossible. And it turns into an hour sometimes with a very ill patient. So to your point, that's why they need this.
Yes, Sydney.
So how much of your beta have you built thus far? So you would clearly have access to published papers and also textbooks. And I'm just wondering about the 7 million data points or whatever. There's just sort of a critical third component. Have you been working with?
Yeah, Prashant, do you want to talk about progress?
So we have built the AI part of this. Harriet today can retrieve from our curated knowledge base. That knowledge base will get bigger as we get more data from a development partner. But today we can provide Harriet symptoms, and Harriet can go fetch back diagnoses, as an example.
And is that based on the textbooks and the publications?
It's based on the textbooks, publications, and limited experience. Jim has 30 years of veterinary experience.
Well, we supply some records for you.
And supplies, yeah.
Yeah, so I was just questioning how much data you'd actually seen and how you're going to acquire it, how necessary it would be to have that data to start selling the tool.
I think, so from the experience that we have now, like given symptoms, it's pretty good at giving back weighted diagnosis. It will get better the more data we feed into it. But today we can put it in the hands of a vet based on our experience with our vets.
Yeah, so it's a demonstrable improvement with the partially built system. And, that would be very interesting to know more about that, some sort of, measure of how vets perform with it versus without it in its current state.
Yeah, that's a great point. We don't have that data yet, but that is a KPI that we've identified. Yeah.
This one over there.
Oh, Mark.
Actually, just to follow up on Cindy's question, how are you convincing now the current vets you're talking to that, your product is working? Like, where's your clinical credibility?
Yeah, and so this is what surprised me the most coming from human healthcare is it hasn't taken any convincing yet because the need is so great. So the first thing they're excited about is the note summarization and calling out those lab values. Then we've showed vets, so Jim and some others that we have on our product council, they're seeing that the recommendations are correct. When we were talking with Tufts yesterday, that was a big thing that we were talking about, because we don't have the FDA, we don't have HIPAA rules here, so that's why we're looking to partner with these vet schools. That's why we're looking to pass the NAVLEs to build some of that clinical credibility in, and that's kind of baked into our strategy, yes.
But when you say they see the recommendations are correct, what does that entail? Do they see 1 or 2? Do they see 100?
Well, given a set of symptoms, it retrieves back weighted probabilistic diagnoses. And the vet can choose whichever one they think they want to follow down, but it does give them a weighted statistic recommendations, and those are correct.
And they can get their hands on it now.
Yes. So the part that we have to build, so there are 2 parts to this. Part 1 is the AI, right? And the part 2 is integrating into workflow. So that's the second part. That's why we're working with a development partner so that we can integrate it into workflow. They don't want to open another window, talk to a chatbot. It has to be in the PIMS. And so whatever our development partner's PIMS is, luckily all PIMS in the vet world are in the cloud. So we have validated all the API endpoints where we can bring back notes, we can put back notes. And so that compared to human health, which I did before, this is much easier. They're all in the cloud.
Yes, Mark.
I think Agile MD had a similar product, 12 years ago for humans that came through the NVC. Are you taking learnings from what's been already done in the human world to the pet world?
Yes,
See what doctors like. This is what succeeds with doctors. And they've been doing it for a dozen years or so. And you're taking, I think it's a clever thing. You're taking the stuff that's been done for humans. Let's do it for pets.
Exactly. That was exactly our thesis getting into it is so.
Do more of different things.
Yeah, do it more, do it better.
Yeah.
But yeah, so where vets are right now is they really just started getting those EHRs and PIM systems implemented across, which are kind of that foundation that we're going to plug into. So that's why we know now is a great time to get into this market. And that's also why we know these solutions that provide clinical guidance and are separate to the EHR are going to be a great opportunity, and now is the time to get in. And that's why we're all bringing our human health tech experience here.
And just to add to it, I mean, John Danaher ran Elsevier's $700 million division that provides clinical guidance. And so, and ran the Ross School of Veterinary Medicine. So, those learnings from human medicine, was a practicing physician, is brought into the idea of like, what did it take to have them adapt this? And so if you know anything about how decision support started, Mass General invented UpToDate. John, is it UpToDate? And it was first inculcated into Harvard Medical School students. And so we're just trying to create that same strategy of creating affinity, because today's students are tomorrow's veterinarians, and day after tomorrow, they're going to own all the vet hospitals.
Yes.
First, what's the name of the company?
The name of the company, Harriet? Yeah, so some of you may be familiar with All Creatures Great and Small. James Harriet, he's a famous veterinary surgeon. So that's what inspired the name, because he's known as an expert vet. So we want to be connected with that.
That's a very great story. You should.
Oh, thank you. It was also, All Creatures Great and Small was the veterinarian we took our dog to growing up. So that's originally thought of it too.
This is a kind of the guided question.
Mm-hmm.
Could you talk about the why, like a Tufts, those academia is helping you?
Mm-hmm.
What is the motivation of them?
Yeah, so there's two reasons,
Go ahead.
Yeah, so there's two reasons they've said they want to work with us. One is they said AI is a strategic priority, and they know it's something their vets are going to need to know how to work within the workflow. So they see it as part of preparing their students for the workforce. The second piece is they're interested and they want to make sure it's good. So they're approaching working with us in a few ways. One is from the workflow standpoint of how do we help the vets in the workflow. The other one is in that clinical knowledge and expertise. They're excited about bringing that data.
And they have done this. We talked to Dr. Solano yesterday, and he has done this in AI imaging. He's already doing this for imaging in the vet area. And he's like, I haven't done it for general medical care, but he's very curious, and Tufts has a reputation for being innovative and doing this already. So that was sort of our reason for approaching Tufts.
If this direction is going forward more, what your types of the guidance will change the industry? I want to talk about the very big picture and the home run scenario of what your business drive to.
And sorry, was the question, how is this going to change the industry, or what is our business
Your
picture?
imagine of like a Tufts guidance, or your guidance. What's the ultimate goal for the industry by this technology?
Yeah, Jim, you want to talk to that?
I think that one of the major goals is to change some things in veterinary practice. We want to change it from the start, from studying as a student and how you learn and how you get through that process and how you access data. A great example is I've been a veterinarian for 30 years practicing. In the last 12 months, it's not possible for me to have read every dermatology article. It's just not possible. But I could access a product like Harriet, which can give me dermatology studies that are just in the last 12 months, and I can cover all that very quickly. So it makes me a better vet as a 30 years out of school, but a new vet or a training vet, maybe even in school, can prep for national boards. You can do a better job with your clinical cases as you're learning. You can not forget things on the other side. Even so simple as we summarize past medical records. So if you brought your dog to me and it's been to 4 other veterinarians, I can have a 1-page summary, which right now my staff in my hospital does, but they're humans. They miss that surgery that happened which leg was broken back 12 years ago. The AI doesn't miss that. I get a summary, it takes seconds. And so my staff, who I pay handsomely to do this, doesn't take them 10 minutes. And my appointment time is less. I can spend more time answering your questions about your dog rather than trying to figure out when the last dental surgery was or whatever. So there's some really simple things in there, but this will revolutionize the way we as regular veterinarians practice, including in these corporate groups where now I have 200 hospitals. I hired all new grads last year. I hired 100 new grads for these hospitals. I have to actually mentor them. And they're all behind. Their experienced vets are behind. They can't get there. But if I have something like Harriet, I can get a step closer.
You should talk those stories. We want to hear those stories.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Fair.
Yeah, Cindy.
Yeah, sort of a follow-up to my earlier question. So it seems like the conversations have gone well with Tufts. What will it take to get their data?
Yeah, so we're going to get data from Tufts as well as our development partners. So what it will take is they've noted they're open to sharing with it, so we'll just be entering into agreements with them.
But they haven't given you a letter of intent or anything like that?
No, we haven't asked for one yet either, because we're having great sales conversations. We didn't want to kind of jeopardize the business for the purpose of NVC. I know that sounds weird, but it just wasn't natural within the conversations or sales process because things are progressing normally and, we feel good about where we're going. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to follow up, I would sign those agreements as quickly as you can. I know university tech transfer offices no longer are giving access to even rudimentary data anymore. That's gone. Private equity firms, they've wised up. They're not going to give you the data.
Yeah.
Or they're going to charge you for it. And I think as a general point, private equity is not the friend of the startup. There have been some people who made some comments. It's like they will use their leverage. They will squeeze you.
Yeah.
Concentration of ownership is not good.
Yeah. And
I agree with you on that, Mark, but one problem that they're having is when they reach the 200 practice to 400 practice level, they're all recapping with 5 to 7 years, which is normal. But one of the problems they're doing is they're not growing some of these practices. They're buying them and stacking them on, and they're staying stable. If they can grow these practices when they turn around and sell it at 18, 19 times EBITDA, it's a massive deal. So if I can take their new grads and make them more productive, it is a big deal if we can do it 2-3 years before they recap. Thank you.
Okay. Well, first of all, congratulations to all the presenting teams who were fantastic, and it was a pleasure to sit through them all, so congratulations. Next, I want to ask the judges to do their forced ranking. This is important when we go to the judging to see who you liked, and we'll make our judging a little bit more expeditious. While you're doing that, I want to thank the judges. It's an amazing group of talented people for whom a whole day is a very, very expensive proposition. And we are floored that you agreed to come and honored, and you were spectacular. And thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause. And I'll add to Star, I want to thank the coaches who were also terrific all quarter and put in a lot of time, so thank you. I want to thank the Polsky team, so thank you, and in particular, Amber Williams-Bradley, who was... It all went very smoothly, and she said, yes, the sheriff is in town. So thank you, Amber, so again. And I also want to thank Mark Tebbe. Mark worked with all the teams. He did a lot more work than I did. He's more value added, so thank you to Mark. And last, I want to thank Mac. I hope he's listening. He couldn't make it in person. Thank you so much for your gift. It was stunning and amazing, and thank you very much. So there you go. Now, judges, we are going. Mark said we're staying here. The acoustics are terrible in here. We're going to 219 to do the judging. And we will, with any luck, be back by 5 to tell you. I already told them to force rank. They're good listeners, I'm sure. But force rank, okay. And we are scheduled by 5. Hopefully we'll be earlier, but we will certainly be. Mark is shaking his head, okay. And anyway, thank you all very, very much. Hold on. Two more things. The announcement, the announcement is in the Winter Garden, not here, and this room will be closed up. So take your stuff and go up to the Winter Garden.
Hi. That was great. Thank you so much.
What'd you think?
co-founder and CEO of Decimal Code, an automated medical coding startup. Now, the big issue that we're tackling is operational waste within healthcare. Functionally, due to the process of medical coding, healthcare providers waste billions of dollars annually that should be going towards patient care. Now, this is happening because medical coding is such a manual process, meaning that it's super time consuming and really inaccurate. So how then do we help? Well, we've got a natural language processing machine learning algorithm that can automate. This tech was developed at the University of Michigan over 5 years of R&D. We officially spun out last year, raised 1.5 million in non-dilutive grants and 400,000 in our initial pre-seed offering to help with product development. We're now on the cusp of bringing on our first 2 pilot customers, and we hope that you'll join us along this journey as well.
Hey everyone, we're Team Encore. Encore is a marketplace for high-end collectibles like rare Pokemon cards or autographed Funko Pops. A high-end collectible deserves a high-end experience, and current marketplaces just aren't getting the job done.
On Encore, our ID-verified, knowledgeable sellers pitch their products in short-form videos while buyers sit back and enjoy as they learn about these rare collectibles and swipe to bid in high-intensity auctions.
Watch out though, if you get into a bidding war, you might get roasted in the live chat. But usually shoppers have a friendly chat or ask sellers questions.
If a seller is a little shy, they can soon use our AI product feature, which recognizes the collectible and creates a compelling audio pitch in any voice, including the seller's own.
So, join us and the thousands of people currently buying and selling high-end collectibles better with Encore. You can download it today on the iOS and Android app stores.
FreshX, the pricing engine for the cold chain. The American cold chain is fragmented and complex. There has been a massive increase in cold warehouses over the past decade, which has made moving temperature-controlled goods much more difficult. Despite this complexity, booking freight and storage is still email-driven, wasting time and money for everyone involved. FreshX solves these problems as a pricing engine, bringing offline processes online. The data we capture powers our pricing and analytics engine, providing rich insights to our customers. Today, our platform allows instant pricing and booking of less than truckload freight. Brokers log on to the platform and enter their freight requirements. They can see instant quotes for the truckers that can carry their freight. But we're just getting started. Our ambitious product portfolio will soon include insights and analytics across the cold chain, as well as cold storage and interline freight options. FreshX's cold chain platform creates connectivity across the cold chain, saving time and money and providing rich insights and analytics. We're FreshX, and we're revolutionizing the cold chain.
Hey everyone, we're Pharos, and we're providing better data on space debris to help satellite operators protect their assets in orbit. Millions of pieces of space debris crowd low Earth orbit, which is the orbital band most used for commercial space applications. Current approaches to avoiding collisions with debris are insufficient. Ground-based approaches have great field of view, but low resolution on small objects. And space-based approaches have great resolution, but are limited in the amount of space they can actually cover.
We're offering a unique integrated solution to both challenges. We're turning cameras already present on nearly every satellite in orbit, originally purposed for other applications, into debris trackers.
Check one.
Our proprietary machine learning approach detects anomalies in images and gives satellite operators crucial information for safe operations in space. The future of the new space economy, from Earth imaging to pharmaceutical manufacturing, hinges on mitigating collision risk, and we intend to lead industry efforts to keep space safe and accessible for future generations.
Hi, I'm TJ Davison, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Oro Intelligence. If we've learned anything from the past few years, it's that patient access to healthcare in a timely manner is absolutely critical, now more than ever. Long wait times for appointments cause frustration and worse health outcomes in the long run. That's why my brother and I started this company, to improve patient access to healthcare and improve the lives of the people involved in care delivery. By leveraging cutting-edge AI technology, we've been able to build an innovative digital assistant product that works for healthcare providers, integrating with their telephone and medical record systems to act as a fully staffed scheduling office. It can improve scheduling efficiency, take on administrative burden, help hospitals and clinics improve their bottom line, but most importantly, gets patients in the door to see their doctors sooner. Let us show you how our digital assistant will transform your scheduling office and healthcare delivery across the country.
Owler's mission is to help educators, both traditional classroom as well as online teachers, save hours of time reviewing and grading student work so they can focus on creating engaging learning experiences. Take Mrs. Baker. She's a middle school English teacher with 120 students. Even if she spent 5 minutes grading each essay, that's over 10 hours grading a single assignment. With Owler, she can cut that time in half. Owler plugs directly into the teacher's learning management system to ingest the prompt, rubric, and student essay. Within 45 seconds, Owler highlights where in the essay the student addressed each piece of the rubric, as well as leaves AI-generated feedback on the entire essay. If you have an overworked teacher in your life, they can join the over 750 teachers who have signed up for the tool we launched in January. We're also preparing for a school-level pilot with a charter school in Chicago that will take place in the coming school year. And we're so excited to have our first B2B clients in an online university and an online tutor.
Hi, I'm Jorman, and this is Claire, and we are Slosh Dynamics. Slosh is enabling winemakers to craft better tasting, non-alcoholic wine. You may have had some non-alc products, maybe beer, maybe even some non-alc wines. Most non-alcoholic wine tastes terrible, and this is because of the way it's made. It's made using a really harsh process that strips the wine of a lot of its important flavor and aroma compounds. Slosh Dynamics is working on a much gentler technology that allows more of these great flavors to stay in your glass.
So far, we have successfully removed the alcohol from a bottle of wine to less than 0.5%, which is the legal definition of non-alcoholic. And now we're working on optimizing the taste and quality of the wine. We're also looking to partner with wineries so that we can bring this technology from the lab and into your glass. We appreciate all of your support, and be sure to stop by and try our wine.
Cheers.
Cheers.
If I'm being honest, I'm here for a very selfish reason. I'm trying to fix a problem I had to keep manually solving for 4 years. I used to work in sales strategy, and nearly every week I would meet with sales managers and they would ask for individualized and personal feedback on their sales reps and their overall performance. I would try building things out in existing tools like Salesforce or Tableau, and I could never get it right because a tool to provide that type of individualized feedback and analysis on sales reps doesn't exist in the market. And that's why I decided to build Stratix, a sales intelligence tool that translates data into action for every individual rep. We use a proprietary AI model and leverage existing performance data to provide strategic recommendations for every single rep, so they can look at how they're performing and also understand what to do next to continue their success. We invite you to join us so we can elevate your sales team to the stratosphere. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathleen McGing, co-founder of Harriet. I'm part of a team of veterinary leaders and health tech experts who are building an AI decision support software to help vets deliver better care in less time. We got into this because the looming vet shortage demands urgent and creative solutions. Our conversations with vets and practice owners have made two things about this crisis very clear. First of all, vets are struggling because they simply have too much work to do in the short amount of time they have with each patient. Secondly, they think Harriet can help with this. One potential customer said they are eager to partner with us because Harriet will revolutionize the way care is delivered. Harriet helps every vet be the world's best vet and enables practices to generate up to $400,000 in additional revenue. The need is urgent and the opportunity is huge as we project Harriet has a $28 billion TAM. So we invite you to join us and invest in Harriet so our beloved pets can continue to get the care they deserve. Thank you.
Tired of booking expensive long tours?
Are you overwhelmed by Wikipedia black holes when Googling facts about landmarks?
Want more personalized travel content?
Have no fear. TourMe is here.
Engage in different levels of immersion, all in your fingertips.
Just scan a landmark and Tormy will do the rest.
You can learn about the classics and local favorites along the way. Also get suggested nearby attractions based on your current location.
And the best part?
Win gems and cash them in to earn discounts.
People are using Tormy already, and they are loving us. Our top user used us 60 times in Italy, and another one, Alex, used us in 6 countries already.
Want to join them? Scan now.
Hi, I'm Ivan Chen, CEO and founder of Arc Health, where we are guiding diverse cancer patients into clinical trials through AI-enabled navigation services. Clinical trials are a black box. Patients struggle to get through the logistical, tactical, and mental barriers of participating in clinical trials, which is why over 80% of trials today will not enroll patients on time, and less than 5% of patients today participate in clinical trials. As a result, many patients aren't getting access to life-saving therapies, and pharma companies are losing millions of dollars per day in trial delays. Arc Health is launching an AI platform powered by human navigators that will handhold patients through the clinical trial every step of the way by helping patients book appointments, overcome the medical jargon, and ensure that the patients are getting to their screenings to ultimately enroll in the clinical trial. Arc Health has launched its minimum viable product and are working with patients currently through our ecosystems of pharma and providers, and we are so proud to be a part of the New Venture Challenge. Please join Arc Health and our world-class team in reimagining cancer clinical trials.
Hey everyone, my name is Joey Pinella. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Decimal Code, an automated medical coding startup. Now, the big issue that we're tackling is operational waste within healthcare. Functionally, due to the process of medical coding, healthcare providers waste billions of dollars annually that should be going towards patient care. Now, this is happening because medical coding is such a manual process, meaning that it's super time consuming and really inaccurate. So how then do we help? Well, we've got a natural language processing machine learning algorithm that can automate. This tech was developed at the University of Michigan over 5 years of R&D. We officially spun out last year, raised 1.5 million in non-dilutive grants and 400,000 in our initial pre-seed offering to help with product development. We're now on the cusp of bringing on our first 2 pilot customers, and we hope that you'll join us along this journey as well.
Hey everyone, we're Team Encore. Encore is a marketplace for high-end collectibles like rare Pokemon cards or autographed Funko Pops. A high-end collectible deserves a high-end experience, and current marketplaces just aren't getting the job done.
On Encore, our ID-verified, knowledgeable sellers pitch their products in short-form videos while buyers sit back and enjoy as they learn about these rare collectibles and swipe to bid in high-intensity auctions.
Watch out though, if you get into a bidding war, you might get roasted in the live chat. But usually shoppers have a friendly chat or ask sellers questions.
If a seller is a little shy, they can soon use our AI product feature, which recognizes the collectible and creates a compelling audio pitch in any voice, including the seller's own.
So, join us and the thousands of people currently buying and selling high-end collectibles better with Encore. You can download it today on the iOS and Android app stores.
FreshX, the pricing engine for the cold chain. The American cold chain is fragmented and complex. There has been a massive increase in cold warehouses over the past decade, which has made moving temperature-controlled goods much more difficult. Despite this complexity, booking freight and storage is still email-driven, wasting time and money for everyone involved. FreshX solves these problems as a pricing engine, bringing offline processes online. The data we capture powers our pricing and analytics engine, providing rich insights to our customers. Today, our platform allows instant pricing and booking of less than truckload freight. Brokers log on to the platform and enter their freight requirements. They can see instant quotes for the truckers that can carry their freight. But we're just getting started. Our ambitious product portfolio will soon include insights and analytics across the cold chain, as well as cold storage and interline freight options. FreshX's cold chain platform creates connectivity across the cold chain, saving time and money and providing rich insights and analytics. We're FreshX, and we're revolutionizing the cold chain.
Hey everyone, we're Pharos, and we're providing better data on space debris to help satellite operators protect their assets in orbit. Millions of pieces of space debris crowd low Earth orbit, which is the orbital band most used for commercial space applications. Current approaches to avoiding collisions with debris are insufficient. Ground-based approaches have great field of view, but low resolution on small objects. And space-based approaches have great resolution, but are limited in the amount of space they can actually cover.
We're offering a unique integrated solution to both challenges. We're turning cameras already present on nearly every satellite in orbit, originally purposed for other applications, into debris trackers. Our proprietary machine learning approach detects anomalies in images and gives satellite operators crucial information for safe operations in space. The future of the new space economy, from Earth imaging to pharmaceutical manufacturing, hinges on mitigating collision risk, and we intend to lead industry efforts to keep space safe and accessible for future generations.
Hi, I'm TJ Davison, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Oro Intelligence. If we've learned anything from the past few years, it's that patient access to healthcare in a timely manner is absolutely critical, now more than ever. Long wait times for appointments cause frustration and worse health outcomes in the long run. That's why my brother and I started this company, to improve patient access to healthcare and improve the lives of the people involved in care delivery. By leveraging cutting-edge AI technology, we've been able to build an innovative digital assistant product that works for healthcare providers, integrating with their telephone and medical record systems to act as a fully staffed scheduling office. It can improve scheduling efficiency, take on administrative burden, help hospitals and clinics improve their bottom line, but most importantly, gets patients in the door to see their doctors sooner. Let us show you how our digital assistant will transform your scheduling office and healthcare delivery across the country.
Our's mission is to help educators, both traditional classroom as well as online teachers, save hours of time reviewing and grading student work so they can focus on creating engaging learning experiences. Take Mrs. Baker. She's a middle school English teacher with 120 students. Even if she spent 5 minutes grading each essay, that's over 10 hours grading a single assignment. With Owler, she can cut that time in half. Owler plugs directly into the teacher's learning management system to ingest the prompt, rubric, and student essay. Within 45 seconds, Owler highlights where in the essay the student addressed each piece of the rubric, as well as leaves AI-generated feedback on the entire essay. If you have an overworked teacher in your life, they can join the over 750 teachers who have signed up for the tool we launched in January. We're also preparing for a school level pilot with a charter school in Chicago that will take place in the coming school year. And we're so excited to have our first B2B clients in an online university and an online tutor.
Hi, I'm Jorman, and this is Claire, and we are Slosh Dynamics. Slosh is enabling winemakers to craft better tasting non-alcoholic wine. You may have had some non-alc products, maybe beer, maybe even some non-alc wines. Most non-alcoholic wine tastes terrible, and this is because of the way it's made. It's made using a really harsh process that strips the wine of a lot of its important flavor and aroma compounds. Slosh Dynamics is working on a much gentler technology that allows more of these great flavors to stay in your glass.
So far, we have successfully removed the alcohol from a bottle of wine to less than 0.5%, which is the legal definition of non-alcoholic. And now we're working on optimizing the taste and quality of the wine. We're also looking to partner with wineries so that we can bring this technology from the lab and into your glass. We appreciate all of your support and be sure to stop by and try our wine.
Cheers.
Cheers.
If I'm being honest, I'm here for a very selfish reason. I'm trying to fix a problem I had to keep manually solving for 4 years. I used to work in sales strategy, and nearly every week I would meet with sales managers and they would ask for individualized and personal feedback on their sales reps and their overall performance. I would try building things out in existing tools like Salesforce or Tableau, and I could never get it right because the tool to provide that type of individualized feedback and analysis on sales reps doesn't exist in the market. And that's why I decided to build Stratix, a sales intelligence tool that translates data into action for every individual rep. We use a proprietary AI model and leverage existing performance data to provide strategic recommendations for every single rep, so they can look at how they're performing and also understand what to do next to continue their success. We invite you to join us so we can elevate your sales team to the stratosphere. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathleen McGing, co-founder of Harriet. I'm part of a team of veterinary leaders and health tech experts who are building an AI decision support software to help vets deliver better care in less time. We got into this because the looming vet shortage demands urgent and creative solutions. Our conversations with vets and practice owners have made 2 things about this crisis very clear. First of all, vets are struggling because they simply have too much work to do in the short amount of time they have with each patient. Secondly, they think Harriet can help with this. One potential customer said they are eager to partner with us because Harriet will revolutionize the way care is delivered. Harriet helps every vet be the world's best vet and enables practices to generate up to $400,000 in additional revenue. The need is urgent and the opportunity is huge as we project Harriet has a $28 billion TAM. So we invite you to join us and invest in Harriet so our beloved pets can continue to get the care they deserve. Thank you.
Tired of booking expensive long tours?
Are you overwhelmed by Wikipedia black holes when Googling facts about landmarks?
Want more personalized travel content?
Have no fear. Tormi is here. Engage in different levels of immersion, all in your fingertips.
Just scan a landmark and Tormi will do the rest.
You can learn about the classics and local favorites along the way. Also get suggested nearby attractions based on your current location.
And the best part?
Win gems and cash them in to earn discounts.
People are using Tourme already, and they are loving us. Our top user used us 60 times in Italy, and another one, Alex, used us in 6 countries already.
Want to join them? Scan now.
Hi, I'm Ivan Chen, CEO and founder of Arc Health, where we are guiding diverse cancer patients into clinical trials through AI-enabled navigation services. Clinical trials are a black box. Patients struggle to get through the logistical, tactical, and mental barriers of participating in clinical trials, which is why over 80% of trials today will not enroll patients on time, and less than 5% of patients today participate in clinical trials. As a result, many patients aren't getting access to life-saving therapies, and pharma companies are losing millions of dollars per day in trial delays. Arc Health is launching an AI platform powered by human navigators that will handhold patients through the clinical trial every step of the way by helping patients book appointments, overcome the medical jargon, and ensure that the patients are getting to their screenings to ultimately enroll in the clinical trial. Arc Health has launched its minimum viable product and are working with patients currently through our ecosystems of pharma and providers, and we are so proud to be a part of the New Venture Challenge. Please join Arc Health and our world-class team in reimagining cancer clinical trials.
Hey everyone, my name is Joey Pinella. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Decimal Code, an automated medical coding startup. Now, the big issue that we're tackling is operational waste within healthcare. Functionally, due to the process of medical coding, healthcare providers waste billions of dollars annually that should be going towards patient care. Now, this is happening because medical coding is such a manual process, meaning that it's super time consuming and really inaccurate. So how then do we help? Well, we've got a natural language processing machine learning algorithm that can automate. This tech was developed at the University of Michigan over 5 years of R&D. We officially spun out last year, raised 1.5 million in non-dilutive grants and 400,000 in our initial pre-seed offering to help with product development. We're now on the cusp of bringing on our first 2 pilot customers, and we hope that you'll join us along this journey as well.
Hey everyone, we're Team Encore. Encore is a marketplace for high-end collectibles like rare Pokemon cards or autographed Funko Pops. A high-end collectible deserves a high-end experience, and current marketplaces just aren't getting the job done.
On Encore, our ID-verified, knowledgeable sellers pitch their products in short-form videos while buyers sit back and enjoy as they learn about these rare collectibles and swipe to bid in high-intensity auctions.
Watch out though, if you get into a bidding war, you might get roasted in the live chat. But usually shoppers have a friendly chat or ask sellers questions.
If a seller is a little shy, they can soon use our AI product feature, which recognizes the collectible and creates a compelling audio pitch in any voice, including the seller's own.
So, join us and the thousands of people currently buying and selling high-end collectibles better with Encore. You can download it today on the iOS and Android app stores.
FreshX, the pricing engine for the cold chain. The American cold chain is fragmented and complex. There has been a massive increase in cold warehouses over the past decade, which has made moving temperature-controlled goods much more difficult. Despite this complexity, booking freight and storage is still email-driven, wasting time and money for everyone involved. FreshX solves these problems as a pricing engine, bringing offline processes online. The data we capture powers our pricing and analytics engine, providing rich insights to our customers. Today, our platform allows instant pricing and booking of less than truckload freight. Brokers log onto the platform and enter their freight requirements. They can see instant quotes for the truckers that can carry their freight. But we're just getting started. Our ambitious product portfolio will soon include insights and analytics across the cold chain, as well as cold storage and interline freight options. FreshX's cold chain platform creates connectivity across the cold chain, saving time and money and providing rich insights and analytics. We're FreshX, and we're revolutionizing the cold chain.
Hey everyone, we're Pharos, and we're providing better data on space debris to help satellite operators protect their assets in orbit. Millions of pieces of space debris crowd low Earth orbit, which is the orbital band most used for commercial space applications. Current approaches to avoiding collisions with debris are insufficient. Ground-based approaches have great field of view, but low resolution on small objects. And space-based approaches have great resolution, but are limited in the amount of space they can actually cover.
We're offering a unique integrated solution to both challenges. We're turning cameras already present on nearly every satellite in orbit, originally purposed for other applications, into debris trackers. Our proprietary machine learning approach detects anomalies in images and gives satellite operators crucial information for safe operations in space. The future of the new space economy, from Earth imaging to pharmaceutical manufacturing, hinges on mitigating collision risk, and we intend to lead industry efforts to keep space safe and accessible for future generations.
Hi, I'm TJ Davison, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Oro Intelligence. If we've learned anything from the past few years, it's that patient access to healthcare in a timely manner is absolutely critical, now more than ever. Long wait times for appointments cause frustration and worse health outcomes in the long run. That's why my brother and I started this company, to improve patient access to healthcare and improve the lives of the people involved in care delivery. By leveraging cutting-edge AI technology, we've been able to build an innovative digital assistant product that works for healthcare providers, integrating with their telephone and medical record systems to act as a fully staffed scheduling office. It can improve scheduling efficiency, take on administrative burden, help hospitals and clinics improve their bottom line, but most importantly, gets patients in the door to see their doctors sooner. Let us show you how our digital assistant will transform your scheduling office and healthcare delivery across the country.
Our's mission is to help educators, both traditional classroom as well as online teachers, save hours of time reviewing and grading student work so they can focus on creating engaging learning experiences. Take Mrs. Baker. She's a middle school English teacher with 120 students. Even if she spent 5 minutes grading each essay, that's over 10 hours grading a single assignment. With Owler, she can cut that time in half. Owler plugs directly into the teacher's learning management system to ingest the prompt, rubric, and student essay. Within 45 seconds, Owler highlights where in the essay the student addressed each piece of the rubric, as well as leaves AI-generated feedback on the entire essay. If you have an overworked teacher in your life, they can join the over 750 teachers who have signed up for the tool we launched in January. We're also preparing for a school-level pilot with a charter school in Chicago that will take place in the coming school year. And we're so excited to have our first B2B clients in an online university and an online tutor.
Hi, I'm Jorman, and this is Claire, and we are Slosh Dynamics. Slosh is enabling winemakers to craft better tasting non-alcoholic wine. You may have had some non-alc products, maybe beer, maybe even some non-alc wines. Most non-alcoholic wine tastes terrible, and this is because of the way it's made. It's made using a really harsh process that strips the wine of a lot of its important flavor and aroma compounds. Slosh Dynamics is working on a much gentler technology that allows more of these great flavors to stay in your glass.
So far, we have successfully removed the alcohol from a bottle of wine to less than 0.5%, which is the legal definition of non-alcoholic. And now we're working on optimizing the taste and quality of the wine. We're also looking to partner with wineries so that we can bring this technology from the lab and into your glass. We appreciate all of your support, and be sure to stop by and try our wine.
Cheers.
Cheers.
If I'm being honest, I'm here for a very selfish reason. I'm trying to fix a problem I had to keep manually solving for 4 years. I used to work in sales strategy, and nearly every week I would meet with sales managers and they would ask for individualized and personal feedback on their sales reps and their overall performance. I would try building things out in existing tools like Salesforce or Tableau, and I could never get it right because the tool to provide that type of individualized feedback and analysis on sales reps doesn't exist in the market. And that's why I decided to build Stratix, a sales intelligence tool that translates data into action for every individual rep. We use a proprietary AI model and leverage existing performance data to provide strategic recommendations for every single rep, so they can look at how they're performing and also understand what to do next to continue their success. We invite you to join us so we can elevate your sales team to the stratosphere. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathleen McGing, co-founder of Harriet. I'm part of a team of veterinary leaders and health tech experts who are building an AI decision support software to help vets deliver better care in less time. We got into this because the looming vet shortage demands urgent and creative solutions. Our conversations with vets and practice owners have made two things about this crisis very clear. First of all, vets are struggling because they simply have too much work to do in the short amount of time they have with each patient. Secondly, they think Harriet can help with this. One potential customer said they are eager to partner with us because Harriet will revolutionize the way care is delivered. Harriet helps every vet be the world's best vet and enables practices to generate up to $400,000 in additional revenue. The need is urgent and the opportunity is huge as we project Harriet has a $28 billion TAM. So we invite you to join us and invest in Harriet so our beloved pets can continue to get the care they deserve. Thank you.
Tired of booking expensive long tours?
Are you overwhelmed by Wikipedia black holes when Googling facts about landmarks?
Want more personalized travel content?
Have no fear. Tormi is here. Engage in different levels of immersion, all in your fingertips.
Just scan a landmark and Tormi will do the rest.
You can learn about the classics and local favorites along the way. Also get suggested nearby attractions based on your current location.
And the best part?
Win gems and cash them in to earn discounts.
People are using Tourme already, and they are loving us. Our top user used us 60 times in Italy, and another one, Alex, used us in 6 countries already.
Want to join them? Scan now.
Hi, I'm Ivan Chen, CEO and founder of Arc Health, where we are guiding diverse cancer patients into clinical trials through AI-enabled navigation services. Clinical trials are a black box. Patients struggle to get through the logistical, tactical, and mental barriers of participating in clinical trials, which is why over 80% of trials today will not enroll patients on time, and less than 5% of patients today participate in clinical trials. As a result, many patients aren't getting access to life-saving therapies, and pharma companies are losing millions of dollars per day in trial delays. Arc Health is launching an AI platform powered by human navigators that will handhold patients through the clinical trial every step of the way by helping patients book appointments, overcome the medical jargon, and ensure that the patients are getting to their screenings to ultimately enroll in the clinical trial. Arc Health has launched its minimum viable product and are working with patients currently through our ecosystems of pharma and providers, and we are so proud to be a part of the New Venture Challenge. Please join Arc Health and our world-class team in reimagining cancer clinical trials.
Hey everyone, my name is Joey Pinella. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Decimal Code, an automated medical coding startup. Now, the big issue that we're tackling is operational waste within healthcare. Functionally, due to the process of medical coding, healthcare providers waste billions of dollars annually that should be going towards patient care. Now, this is happening because medical coding is such a manual process, meaning that it's super time consuming and really inaccurate. So how then do we help? Well, we've got a natural language processing machine learning algorithm that can automate. This tech was developed at the University of Michigan over 5 years of R&D. We officially spun out last year, raised 1.5 million in non-dilutive grants and 400,000 in our initial pre-seed offering to help with product development. We're now on the cusp of bringing on our first 2 pilot customers, and we hope that you'll join us along this journey as well.
Hey everyone, we're Team Encore. Encore is a marketplace for high-end collectibles like rare Pokemon cards or autographed Funko Pops. A high-end collectible deserves a high-end experience, and current marketplaces just aren't getting the job done.
On Encore, our ID-verified, knowledgeable sellers pitch their products in short-form videos while buyers sit back and enjoy as they learn about these rare collectibles and swipe to bid in high-intensity auctions.
Watch out though, if you get into a bidding war, you might get roasted in the live chat. But usually shoppers have a friendly chat or ask sellers questions.
If a seller is a little shy, they can soon use our AI product feature, which recognizes the collectible and creates a compelling audio pitch in any voice, including the seller's own.
So, join us and the thousands of people currently buying and selling high-end collectibles better with Encore. You can download it today on the iOS and Android app stores.
FreshX, the pricing engine for the cold chain. The American cold chain is fragmented and complex. There has been a massive increase in cold warehouses over the past decade, which has made moving temperature-controlled goods much more difficult. Despite this complexity, booking freight and storage is still email-driven, wasting time and money for everyone involved. FreshX solves these problems as a pricing engine, bringing offline processes online. The data we capture powers our pricing and analytics engine, providing rich insights to our customers. Today, our platform allows instant pricing and booking of less than truckload freight. Brokers log on to the platform and enter their freight requirements. They can see instant quotes for the truckers that can carry their freight. But we're just getting started. Our ambitious product portfolio will soon include insights and analytics across the cold chain, as well as cold storage and interline freight options. FreshX's cold chain platform creates connectivity across the cold chain, saving time and money and providing rich insights and analytics. We're FreshX, and we're revolutionizing the cold chain.
Hey everyone, we're Pharos, and we're providing better data on space debris to help satellite operators protect their assets in orbit. Millions of pieces of space debris crowd low Earth orbit, which is the orbital band most used for commercial space applications. Current approaches to avoiding collisions with debris are insufficient. Ground-based approaches have great field of view, but low resolution on small objects. And space-based approaches have great resolution, but are limited in the amount of space they can actually cover.
We're offering a unique integrated solution to both challenges. We're turning cameras already present on nearly every satellite in orbit, originally purposed for other applications, into debris trackers. Our proprietary machine learning approach detects anomalies in images and gives satellite operators crucial information for safe operations in space. The future of the new space economy, from Earth imaging to pharmaceutical manufacturing, hinges on mitigating collision risk, and we intend to lead industry efforts to keep space safe and accessible for future generations.
Hi, I'm TJ Davison, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Oro Intelligence. If we've learned anything from the past few years, it's that patient access to healthcare in a timely manner is absolutely critical, now more than ever. Long wait times for appointments cause frustration and worse health outcomes in the long run. That's why my brother and I started this company, to improve patient access to healthcare and improve the lives of the people involved in care delivery. By leveraging cutting-edge AI technology, we've been able to build an innovative digital assistant product that works for healthcare providers, integrating with their telephone and medical record systems to act as a fully staffed scheduling office. It can improve scheduling efficiency, take on administrative burden, help hospitals and clinics improve their bottom line, but most importantly, gets patients in the door to see their doctors sooner. Let us show you how our digital assistant will transform your scheduling office and healthcare delivery across the country.
Owler's mission is to help educators, both traditional classroom as well as online teachers, save hours of time reviewing and grading student work so they can focus on creating engaging learning experiences. Take Mrs. Baker. She's a middle school English teacher with 120 students. Even if she spent 5 minutes grading each essay, that's over 10 hours grading a single assignment. With Owler, she can cut that time in half. Owler plugs directly into the teacher's learning management system to ingest the prompt, rubric, and student essay. Within 45 seconds, Owler highlights where in the essay the student addressed each piece of the rubric, as well as leaves AI-generated feedback on the entire essay. If you have an overworked teacher in your life, they can join the over 750 teachers who have signed up for the tool we launched in January. We're also preparing for a school level pilot with a charter school in Chicago that will take place in the coming school year. And we're so excited to have our first B2B clients in an online university and an online tutor.
Hi, I'm Jorman, and this is Claire, and we are Slosh Dynamics. Slosh is enabling winemakers to craft better tasting non-alcoholic wine. You may have had some non-alc products, maybe beer, maybe even some non-alc wines. Most non-alcoholic wine tastes terrible, and this is because of the way it's made. It's made using a really harsh process that strips the wine of a lot of its important flavor and aroma compounds. Slosh Dynamics is working on a much gentler technology that allows more of these great flavors to stay in your glass.
So far, we have successfully removed the alcohol from a bottle of wine to less than 0.5%, which is the legal definition of non-alcoholic. And now we're working on optimizing the taste and quality of the wine. We're also looking to partner with wineries so that we can bring this technology from the lab and into your class. We appreciate all of your support and be sure to stop by and try our wine.
Cheers.
If I'm being honest, I'm here for a very selfish reason. I'm trying to fix a problem I had to keep manually solving for 4 years. I used to work in sales strategy, and nearly every week I would meet with sales managers and they would ask for individualized and personal feedback on their sales reps and their overall performance. I would try building things out in existing tools like Salesforce or Tableau, and I could never get it right because the tool to provide that type of individualized feedback and analysis on sales reps doesn't exist in the market. And that's why I decided to build Stratix, a sales intelligence tool that translates data into action for every individual rep. We use a proprietary AI model and leverage existing performance data to provide strategic recommendations for every single rep, so they can look at how they're performing and also understand what to do next to continue their success. We invite you to join us so we can elevate your sales team to the stratosphere. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathleen McGing, co-founder of Harriet. I'm part of a team of veterinary leaders and health tech experts who are building an AI decision support software to help vets deliver better care in less time. We got into this because the looming vet shortage demands urgent and creative solutions. Our conversations with vets and practice owners have made two things about this crisis very clear. First of all, vets are struggling because they simply have too much work to do in the short amount of time they have with each patient. Secondly, they think Harriet can help with this. One potential customer said they are eager to partner with us because Harriet will revolutionize the way care is delivered. Harriet helps every vet be the world's best vet and enables practices to generate up to $400,000 in additional revenue. The need is urgent and the opportunity is huge as we project Harriet has a $28 billion TAM. So we invite you to join us and invest in Harriet so our beloved pets can continue to get the care they deserve. Thank you.
Tired of booking expensive long tours?
Are you overwhelmed by Wikipedia black holes when Googling facts about landmarks?
Want more personalized travel content?
Have no fear. Tormi is here. Engage in different levels of immersion, all in your fingertips.
Just scan a landmark and Tormi will do the rest.
You can learn about the classics and local favorites along the way. Also get suggested nearby attractions based on your current location.
And the best part?
Win gems and cash them in to earn discounts.
People are using Tourme already, and they are loving us. Our top user used us 60 times in Italy, and another one, Alex, used us in 6 countries already.
Want to join them? Scan now.
Hi, I'm Ivan Chen, CEO and founder of Arc Health, where we are guiding diverse cancer patients into clinical trials through AI-enabled navigation services. Clinical trials are a black box. Patients struggle to get through the logistical, tactical, and mental barriers of participating in clinical trials, which is why over 80% of trials today will not enroll patients on time, and less than 5% of patients today participate in clinical trials. As a result, many patients aren't getting access to life-saving therapies, and pharma companies are losing millions of dollars per day in trial delays. Arc Health is launching an AI platform powered by human navigators that will handhold patients through the clinical trial every step of the way by helping patients book appointments, overcome the medical jargon, and ensure that the patients are getting to their screenings to ultimately enroll in the clinical trial. Arc Health has launched its minimum viable product and are working with patients currently through our ecosystems of pharma and providers, and we are so proud to be a part of the New Venture Challenge. Please join Arc Health and our world-class team in reimagining cancer clinical trials.
Hey everyone, my name is Joey Pinella. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Decimal Code, an automated medical coding startup. Now, the big issue that we're tackling is operational waste within healthcare. Functionally, due to the process of medical coding, healthcare providers waste billions of dollars annually that should be going towards patient care. Now, this is happening because medical coding is such a manual process, meaning that it's super time consuming and really inaccurate. So how then do we help? Well, we've got a natural language processing machine learning algorithm that can automate. This tech was developed at the University of Michigan over 5 years of R&D. We officially spun out last year, raised 1.5 million in non-dilutive grants and 400,000 in our initial pre-seed offering to help with product development. We're now on the cusp of bringing on our first 2 pilot customers, and we hope that you'll join us along this journey as well.
Hey everyone, we're Team Encore. Encore is a marketplace for high-end collectibles like rare Pokemon cards or autographed Funko Pops. A high-end collectible deserves a high-end experience, and current marketplaces just aren't getting the job done.
On Encore, our ID-verified, knowledgeable sellers pitch their products in short-form videos while buyers sit back and enjoy as they learn about these rare collectibles and swipe to bid in high-intensity auctions.
Watch out though, if you get into a bidding war, you might get roasted in the live chat. But usually shoppers have a friendly chat or ask sellers questions.
If a seller is a little shy, they can soon use our AI product feature, which recognizes the collectible and creates a compelling audio pitch in any voice, including the seller's own.
So, join us and the thousands of people currently buying and selling high-end collectibles better with Encore. You can download it today on the iOS and Android app stores.
FreshX, the pricing engine for the cold chain. The American cold chain is fragmented and complex. There has been a massive increase in cold warehouses over the past decade, which has made moving temperature-controlled goods much more difficult. Despite this complexity, booking freight and storage is still email-driven, wasting time and money for everyone involved. FreshX solves these problems as a pricing engine, bringing offline processes online. The data we capture powers our pricing and analytics engine, providing rich insights to our customers. Today, our platform allows instant pricing and booking of less than truckload freight. Brokers log on to the platform and enter their freight requirements. They can see instant quotes for the truckers that can carry their freight. But we're just getting started. Our ambitious product portfolio will soon include insights and analytics across the cold chain, as well as cold storage and interline freight options. FreshX's cold chain platform creates connectivity across the cold chain, saving time and money and providing rich insights and analytics. We're FreshX, and we're revolutionizing the cold chain.
Hey everyone, we're Pharos, and we're providing better data on space debris to help satellite operators protect their assets in orbit. Millions of pieces of space debris crowd low Earth orbit, which is the orbital band most used for commercial space applications. Current approaches to avoiding collisions with debris are insufficient. Ground-based approaches have great field of view, but low resolution on small objects. And space-based approaches have great resolution, but are limited in the amount of space they can actually cover.
We're offering a unique integrated solution to both challenges. We're turning cameras already present on nearly every satellite in orbit, originally purposed for other applications, into debris trackers. Our proprietary machine learning approach detects anomalies in images and gives satellite operators crucial information for safe operations in space. The future of the new space economy, from Earth imaging to pharmaceutical manufacturing, hinges on mitigating collision risk, and we intend to lead industry efforts to keep space safe and accessible for future generations.
Hi, I'm TJ Davison, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Oro Intelligence. If we've learned anything from the past few years, it's that patient access to healthcare in a timely manner is absolutely critical, now more than ever. Long wait times for appointments cause frustration and worse health outcomes in the long run. That's why my brother and I started this company, to improve patient access to healthcare and improve the lives of the people involved in care delivery. By leveraging cutting-edge AI technology, we've been able to build an innovative digital assistant product that works for healthcare providers, integrating with their telephone and medical record systems to act as a fully staffed scheduling office. It can improve scheduling efficiency, take on administrative burden, help hospitals and clinics improve their bottom line, but most importantly, gets patients in the door to see their doctors sooner. Let us show you how our digital assistant will transform your scheduling office and healthcare delivery across the country.
Our's mission is to help educators, both traditional classroom as well as online teachers, save hours of time reviewing and grading student work so they can focus on creating engaging learning experiences. Take Mrs. Baker. She's a middle school English teacher with 120 students. Even if she spent 5 minutes grading each essay, that's over 10 hours grading a single assignment. With Owler, she can cut that time in half. Owler plugs directly into the teacher's learning management system to ingest the prompt, rubric, and student essay. Within 45 seconds, Owler highlights where in the essay the student addressed each piece of the rubric, as well as leaves AI-generated feedback on the entire essay. If you have an overworked teacher in your life, they can join the over 750 teachers who have signed up for the tool we launched in January. We're also preparing for a school-level pilot with a charter school in Chicago that will take place in the coming school year. And we're so excited to have our first B2B clients in an online university and an online tutor.
Hi, I'm Jorman, and this is Claire, and we are Slosh Dynamics. Slosh is enabling winemakers to craft better tasting non-alcoholic wine. You may have had some non-alc products, maybe beer, maybe even some non-alc wines. Most non-alcoholic wine tastes terrible, and this is because of the way it's made. It's made using a really harsh process that strips the wine of a lot of its important flavor and aroma compounds. Slosh Dynamics is working on a much gentler technology that allows more of these great flavors to stay in your glass.
So far, we have successfully removed the alcohol from a bottle of wine to less than 0.5%, which is the legal definition of non-alcoholic. And now we're working on optimizing the taste and quality of the wine. We're also looking to partner with wineries so that we can bring this technology from the lab and into your glass. We appreciate all of your support, and be sure to stop by and try our wine.
Cheers.
Cheers.
If I'm being honest, I'm here for a very selfish reason. I'm trying to fix a problem I had to keep manually solving for 4 years. I used to work in sales strategy, and nearly every week I would meet with sales managers and they would ask for individualized and personal feedback on their sales reps and their overall performance. I would try building things out in existing tools like Salesforce or Tableau, and I could never get it right because a tool to provide that type of individualized feedback and analysis on sales reps doesn't exist in the market. And that's why I decided to build Stratix, a sales intelligence tool that translates data into action for every individual rep. We use a proprietary AI model and leverage existing performance data to provide strategic recommendations for every single rep, so they can look at how they're performing and also understand what to do next to continue their success. We invite you to join us so we can elevate your sales team to the stratosphere. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathleen McGing, co-founder of Harriet. I'm part of a team of veterinary leaders and health tech experts who are building an AI decision support software to help vets deliver better care in less time. We got into this because the looming vet shortage demands urgent and creative solutions. Our conversations with vets and practice owners have made 2 things about this crisis very clear. First of all, vets are struggling because they simply have too much work to do in the short amount of time they have with each patient. Secondly, they think Harriet can help with this. One potential customer said they are eager to partner with us because Harriet will revolutionize the way care is delivered. Harriet helps every vet be the world's best vet and enables practices to generate up to $400,000 in additional revenue. The need is urgent and the opportunity is huge as we project Harriet has a $28 billion TAM. So we invite you to join us and invest in Harriet so our beloved pets can continue to get the care they deserve. Thank you.
Tired of booking expensive long tours?
Are you overwhelmed by Wikipedia black holes when Googling facts about landmarks?
Want more personalized travel content?
Have no fear. Tormi is here. Engage in different levels of immersion, all in your fingertips.
Just scan a landmark and Tormi will do the rest.
You can learn about the classics and local favorites along the way. Also get suggested nearby attractions based on your current location.
And the best part?
Win gems and cash them in to earn discounts.
People are using Tourme already, and they are loving us. Our top user used us 60 times in Italy, and another one, Alex, used us in 6 countries already.
Want to join them? Scan now.
Hi, I'm Ivan Chen, CEO and founder of Arc Health, where we are guiding diverse cancer patients into clinical trials through AI-enabled navigation services. Clinical trials are a black box. Patients struggle to get through the logistical, tactical, and mental barriers of participating in clinical trials, which is why over 80% of trials today will not enroll patients on time, and less than 5% of patients today participate in clinical trials. As a result, many patients aren't getting access to life-saving therapies, and pharma companies are losing millions of dollars per day in trial delays. Arc Health is launching an AI platform powered by human navigators that will handhold patients through the clinical trial every step of the way by helping patients book appointments, overcome the medical jargon, and ensure that the patients are getting to their screenings to ultimately enroll in the clinical trial. Arc Health has launched its minimum viable product and are working with patients currently through our ecosystems of pharma and providers. And we are so proud to be a part of the New Venture Challenge. Please join Arc Health and our world-class team in reimagining cancer clinical trials.
Hey everyone, my name is Joey Pinella. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Decimal Code, an automated medical coding startup. Now, the big issue that we're tackling is operational waste within healthcare. Functionally, due to the process of medical coding, healthcare providers waste billions of dollars annually that should be going towards patient care. Now, this is happening because medical coding is such a manual process, meaning that it's super time consuming and really inaccurate. So how then do we help? Well, we've got a natural language processing machine learning algorithm that can automate. This tech was developed at the University of Michigan over 5 years of R&D. We officially spun out last year, raised 1.5 million in non-dilutive grants and 400,000 in our initial pre-seed offering to help with product development. We're now on the cusp of bringing on our first 2 pilot customers, and we hope that you'll join us along this journey as well.
Hey everyone, we're Team Encore. Encore is a marketplace for high-end collectibles like rare Pokemon cards or autographed Funko Pops. A high-end collectible deserves a high-end experience, and current marketplaces just aren't getting the job done.
On Encore, our ID-verified, knowledgeable sellers pitch their products in short-form videos while buyers sit back and enjoy as they learn about these rare collectibles and swipe to bid in high-intensity auctions.
Watch out though, if you get into a bidding war, you might get roasted in the live chat. But usually shoppers have a friendly chat or ask sellers questions.
If a seller is a little shy, they can soon use our AI product feature, which recognizes the collectible and creates a compelling audio pitch in any voice, including the seller's own.
So, join us and the thousands of people currently buying and selling high-end collectibles better with Encore. You can download it today on the iOS and Android app stores.
FreshX, pricing engine for the cold chain. The American cold chain is fragmented and complex. There has been a massive increase in cold warehouses over the past decade, which has made moving temperature-controlled goods much more difficult. Despite this complexity, booking freight and storage is still email-driven, wasting time and money for everyone involved. FreshX solves these problems as a pricing engine, bringing offline processes online. The data we capture powers our pricing and analytics engine, providing rich insights to our customers. Today, our platform allows instant pricing and booking of less than truckload freight. Brokers log on to the platform and enter their freight requirements. They can see instant quotes for the truckers that can carry their freight. But we're just getting started. Our ambitious product portfolio will soon include insights and analytics across the cold chain, as well as cold storage and interline freight options. FreshX's cold chain platform creates connectivity across the cold chain, saving time and money and providing rich insights and analytics. We're FreshX, and we're revolutionizing the cold chain.
Hey everyone, we're Pharos, and we're providing better data on space debris to help satellite operators protect their assets in orbit. Millions of pieces of space debris crowd low Earth orbit, which is the orbital band most used for commercial space applications. Current approaches to avoiding collisions with debris are insufficient. Ground-based approaches have great field of view, but low resolution on small objects. And space-based approaches have great resolution, but are limited in the amount of space they can actually cover.
We're offering a unique integrated solution to both challenges. We're turning cameras already present on nearly every satellite in orbit, originally purposed for other applications, into debris trackers. Our proprietary machine learning approach detects anomalies in images and gives satellite operators crucial information for safe operations in space. The future of the new space economy, from Earth imaging to pharmaceutical manufacturing, hinges on mitigating collision risk, and we intend to lead industry efforts to keep space safe and accessible for future generations.
Hi, I'm TJ Davison, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Oro Intelligence. If we've learned anything from the past few years, it's that patient access to healthcare in a timely manner is absolutely critical, now more than ever. Long wait times for appointments cause frustration and worse health outcomes in the long run. That's why my brother and I started this company, to improve patient access to healthcare and improve the lives of the people involved in care delivery. By leveraging cutting-edge AI technology, we've been able to build an innovative digital assistant product that works for healthcare providers, integrating with their telephone and medical record systems to act as a fully staffed scheduling office. It can improve scheduling efficiency, take on administrative burden, help hospitals and clinics improve their bottom line, but most importantly, gets patients in the door to see their doctors sooner. Let us show you how our digital assistant will transform your scheduling office and healthcare delivery across the country.
Owler's mission is to help educators, both traditional classroom as well as online teachers, save hours of time reviewing and grading student work so they can focus on creating engaging learning experiences. Take Mrs. Baker. She's a middle school English teacher with 120 students. Even if she spent 5 minutes grading each essay, that's over 10 hours grading a single assignment. With Owler, she can cut that time in half. Owler plugs directly into the teacher's learning management system to ingest the prompt, rubric, and student essay. Within 45 seconds, Owler highlights where in the essay the student addressed each piece of the rubric, as well as leaves AI-generated feedback on the entire essay. If you have an overworked teacher in your life, they can join the over 750 teachers who have signed up for the tool we launched in January. We're also preparing for a school level pilot with a charter school in Chicago that will take place in the coming school year. And we're so excited to have our first B2B clients in an online university and an online tutor.
Hi, I'm Jorman, and this is Claire, and we are Slosh Dynamics. Slosh is enabling winemakers to craft better tasting non-alcoholic wine. You may have had some non-alc products, maybe beer, maybe even some non-alc wines. Most non-alcoholic wine tastes terrible, and this is because of the way it's made. It's made using a really harsh process that strips the wine of a lot of its important flavor and aroma compounds. Slosh Dynamics is working on a much gentler technology that allows more of these great flavors to stay in your glass.
So far, we have successfully removed the alcohol from a bottle of wine to less than 0.5%, which is the legal definition of non-alcoholic. And now we're working on optimizing the taste and quality of the wine. We're also looking to partner with wineries so that we can bring this technology from the lab and into your glass. We appreciate all of your support, and be sure to stop by and try our wine.
Cheers.
Cheers.
If I'm being honest, I'm here for a very selfish reason. I'm trying to fix a problem I had to keep manually solving for 4 years. I used to work in sales strategy, and nearly every week I would meet with sales managers and they would ask for individualized and personal feedback on their sales reps and their overall performance. I would try building things out in existing tools like Salesforce or Tableau, and I could never get it right because a tool to provide that type of individualized feedback and analysis on sales reps doesn't exist in the market. And that's why I decided to build Stratix, a sales intelligence tool that translates data into action for every individual rep. We use a proprietary AI model and leverage existing performance data to provide strategic recommendations for every single rep, so they can look at how they're performing and also understand what to do next to continue their success. We invite you to join us so we can elevate your sales team to the stratosphere. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathleen McGing, co-founder of Harriet. I'm part of a team of veterinary leaders and health tech experts. We're building an AI decision support software to help vets deliver better care in less time. We got into this because the looming vet shortage demands urgent and creative solutions. Our conversations with vets and practice owners have made 2 things about this crisis very clear. First of all, vets are struggling because they simply have too much work to do in the short amount of time they have with each patient. Secondly, they think Harriet can help with this. One potential customer said they are eager to partner with us because Harriet will revolutionize the way care is delivered. Harriet helps every vet be the world's best vet and enables practices to generate up to $400,000 in additional revenue. The need is urgent and the opportunity is huge as we project Harriet has a $28 billion TAM. So we invite you to join us and invest in Harriet so our beloved pets can continue to get the care they deserve. Thank you.
Tired of booking expensive long tours?
Are you overwhelmed by Wikipedia black holes when Googling facts about landmarks?
Want more personalized travel content?
Have no fear. Tormi is here. Engage in different levels of immersion, all in your fingertips.
Just scan a landmark and Tormi will do the rest.
You can learn about the classics and local favorites along the way. Also get suggested nearby attractions based on your current location.
And the best part?
Win gems and cash them in to earn discounts.
People are using Tormi already, and they are loving us. Our top user used us 60 times in Italy, and another one, Alex, used us in 6 countries already.
Want to join them? Scan now.
Hello? Hello, everybody.
We're gonna start with People's Choice.
I know. So, everybody here, so I have very good news. This year, we're going to announce a record amount of prize money. It's $1.9 million. And it will end up getting to 2 million after there are a few people who had to leave who will probably invest. So expect it to have a 2 when you hear the official numbers. So congratulations again to all the teams. It was it the best year ever?
It was the best year in at least 10 years. I stand by that. Best embassy in a decade. Time will tell if it was the best sale ever.
So it was an awesome NBC, if Mark says so. And
you don't agree?
Of course I agree.
Okay.
So it was an awesome NBC, and the two of us had just a great time working with you all and going through this. So thank you all very much for being you and doing such a great job. So first, we will give out the People's Choice Award, and the People's Choice winner is Tormy.
You get to keep the check. Just give a deposit.
Okay, so there were 4 teams that were in a tie for 6th place, and each of those teams will get an investment of $10,000. And I'm going to do it in alphabetical order. So the first 6th place team is Oro Intelligence.
Good.
What? We need another? Okay, the next 6th place team, $10,000, is Pharos Aerospace. Okay, the third team for 6th place is Stratix. And the 4th, 6th place team is Tormy. So. And I was remiss in saying that Yeah, we're giving out this prize money, and the amount of the or investment and the numbers, are going to be different. But it is the case we are not perfect at this. The year that Open Water was in the competition, I think it came in 9th. It should have come in first, unfortunately. And there have been other years where the winning team, has, or the teams that were in the lower positions actually did better than the teams that won. So one has no idea. So you should just feel great that you were here and prove the judges wrong.
And one out of every 8 teams that applied to the MVC made the final. So you're already
in august company. Exactly. Okay, 5th place, and this was $30,000, is Arc Health. Very good. Good. Congratulations. Thank you. Nice. Okay, now there was a 3-way tie for 4th place, but with different amounts of money. Because what happens is the judges, we voted for places, and then judges put in their own money, and you'll have to ask us later who actually wrote checks for you. You'll find out. So the first 4th place team with $75,000 is Decimal Code. Okay, the second 4th place team, which also won the Moonshot Prize for kind of doing something a little out there and moonshotty, is $110,000, Owler AI. And the third team in 4th place with $125,000 is Slosh Dynamics. Very good. Okay, it's down to 3, and it turns. Oh no, wait, these were tied for. It was tied for second. It was my notes are wrong. It was a tie for second with the judges, and actually that included a prize from Venetia Conagora. So Venetia, come on up. So Venetia donated a piece of this. So which we thank her very much. And it's a multi-year, it's actually multi-year. What? Yeah. So we've got 2 second place teams. The first is Harriet, and it's $170,000. So very good, very good, very good. Where's the rest? Venetia, where'd Venetia go?
Where'd Venetia go?
Venetia. You have to stay up here. You got somebody.
She's so shy.
Stay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're down to the final 2. The second place team, well, it's a tied for second place, but with $345,000 is Encore Marketplace.
One thing.
So that leaves us with the winning team, and Ratan is here, who provided the first place prize for the school for Polski. And when all is said and done, this first place team raised $1 million. That is the largest ever. So congratulations to FreshX.
Yeah, he's too tall.
So, thank you. And I want to thank again Ratan. This is endowed, so this happens in perpetuity. So that's it. Enjoy, alcoholic or non-alcoholic, as the case may be. And it was a great year. Thanks again. Actually, there are a bunch of judges who have stuck around. Thank you all so much too. Again, and until next year. You want to have the final word, Mark?
NBC is here because of you and as a result of you. Thank you very much for all the energy of all the various people putting together. And we will see all of you be successful. Thank you.